I break the ass cause I'm going, breaking. I break that ass cause I'm breaking. I break that ass cause I'm breaking. I break that ass because I'm going, wrong, 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 wrong. No, I don't think you are used. Like, I don't think you're used to someone like being patient and listening. There's the lead head. It's gonna make a lose his mind. There's new bullshit, and it's going on all the time. Why? 'Cause niggas know. Oh, yes. These niggas know. These niggas know. These niggas know. Not a damn thing coming at all. Oh, this make for a better future. Oh, no, will. Oh, all right. We're gonna have that as chaser. We're gonna have that as chaser, and then find ourselves in a position. Mm. Hello, Mio It's the top of the day. We have some things that go top of the way. We have some things that go big on the bed because we have some things that big on the gay. Very 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 big on the day. Very big on the gay. 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 Very big on the day. Very big on the day. Very big on the gay. Just setting some content up right now. I'm also doing contractually obligated things as well. That is not the button I want. That is the button I want. This action cannot be allowed by this broadcast. Oh, I love when the organizers of a thing are bad at their job. That makes it so fun. That makes it so grand. That makes it some bullshit that no one can stand. Alright. I hope you're prepared. Today starts off rough with Leadhead. We are returning to regular content, which is to say we are back in regular content. However, I did not say it was going to be good. Girdle your loins, motherfuckers. Girdle your loins. How is my morning? Well, my morning started off with somebody trying to rage bait me by being annoying as fuck and completely not understanding my personality whatsoever. Then I made 2 maces in Exile that are very mad decent. I kept the best roll that I currently have for myself. But this is the first time I've done this craft on a live server. I made it very, very simple, very cheap. The slams hit where the slams needed to hit. The exhaustive desecration hit. Exhaustive desecration. And thus I stuck a very powerful mace, socketed it, gave it the necessary rune for increased attack damage against rare and unique enemies, and I'm about to start testing in these maps and start mapping with it. I got a copy that I can give away to somebody inside of Second Wind, but I'll be doing that on the side. Welcome to Ski. Aside from that, like, ooh, they changed what the pop-out looks like for the small window. Ooh, that's new. That is very new. But, yeah, somebody trying to rage bait me and not succeeding, and then demonstrably showing that actually they like to fuck with people on purpose, and basically outing them and doing exactly what I intended to do in the first place. Very much to the satisfaction of their disappointment. And then I'm here with me and my vanilla latte coffee. Gotta remember to make Kool-Aid later, but it's a regular old Monday, and here in the Negrohood. And again, with a return to form, we bring ourselves back to the well. The Well of Leadhead. The Well of Leadhead.
This is a story about the best person that I can be. Her name is Penelope. And a year ago, I was afraid that I was losing her. Thankfully, that fear is in the past now. Thankfully, I don't think about Lola anymore.
That's so, oh no, that's so sad. Oh no. You don't think about the person you cheated on your partner with anymore? That's crazy. Anyways.
Yeah, the world is so small till it ain't. I'm building up a wall till it break. Come get me.
So far, the majority of the video has been you playing other people's music and also cruising in a car. Where's the content, Leadhead? Wow, that's my actual first death in forever. Where's the content, Leadhead?
Dear Lola, I do feel better than you. I don't know if it's communist theory or smoking weed or Tyler already having a new album out. It's probably just my friends, but
Here we go again. Back to this fucking Tyler bullshit. Here we go again. Back to the Tyler bullshit. Lord have fucking mercy. So we're doing performative open letter. Okay. Let's hear the spoken word bullshit.
suddenly, you're looking pretty fucking small from up here.
Good lead. And it's only gonna get stronger with more crit bonus. Also, I need to run the goddamn temples. So nothing of value, Leadhead. That's what we're learning. You have nothing of value to say about any of the things you've done. Nothing of value to say about your cheating. Nothing of value to say about your posing. Nothing of value to say of you aping people's style and being a performative communist. Nothing of value to say about anything of value whatsoever. Performativity used to be believably annoying, but it also used to be believable. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. The absence of content. But whatever.
Hey guys.
Happy New Year! Puppy, I miss you. And I want you to come home.
I love you too,
You
baby.
should come home because might drink a little bit. But
Okay, listen. I'm coming home. I'll be. Yeah, I'm on my way. I love you. Yeah, I'm on my way. I love you too.
not.
Okay, I love you. I'm coming home.
Still, nothing of value has been said. Text reads, a YouTube miniseries that was retold into a series of post-impressionist video essays about communism, love, abuse, and passion. Also known as, hey, minorities, have you considered that I'm just like you too? Because I like a black artist, that means I'm down with the movement, yo! And also, way too much oversharing about one's personal life. More text. Torment Session 2 was a horrifying gamble to dedicate a year of my life to building creative skills and improving in my craft, which was only possible because of the love and faith of my Patreons. Because you fucking losers paid my way through life while I had a crash out, personally speaking. And so is this just going to be a video of you saying, hey guys, thanks for paying my way through life. You made it possible for me to be a lazy fuck on the internet for cash. Is this what it is? Is this it?
Okay, but like I can't.
It literally is! It literally is! Oh god. It is literally an extended cut exit. It's literally an extended cut exit. It's literally an extended cut exit of every other fucking video. They'll never change.
Can't have the post-credit scene be longer than the actual video. Let me do another take, and I'm gonna be quick about it. Torment Session 2. It was meant to be a drama miniseries. It turned into a series of video essays with a drama header and footer, if you would.
I mean, that's one way to describe being way too fucking personal about the things that should not be discussed in your life and making it everyone else's problem to have to address. That's definitely a decision and choice that is extremely curious in every single direction in which it would matter. Certainly not the first thing that I would have done, but hey, what do I know, you know? And yet, one must ask themselves, what are we really talking about? What are we really talking about? Because I find it very interesting that you phrase it as, I am doing this content about this thing. And it feels like you are, in fact, abdicating responsibility from your decision to effectively put a lot of information that should not be out there about you out there and make it as though the intention was always to do this for attention and material. Which makes it very curious what exactly was supposed to be the constant here. What was supposed to be the constant here that made a lot of this shit okay? I'd probably argue you shouldn't put this much personal information and drama about your life, even if you are making money off of basically telling way too much about your life to people for cash.
Risky choice.
I'd also probably say that if your personal drama involves you having to tell so much about your personal life that you basically have to expose yourself and other people about this fucking grift you're doing, that it's for the best that you don't mention that information. And yeah, you did exactly those things, bro. That is messy. Messy, 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 messy.
The personal tragedies that I have been alluding to over the course of this year. Trying to stop
Bleed, fuckers, bleed!
to cope, basically. If this video is evidence of anything, I think I got better. I healed. And I got better.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Nobody would just want to hear that with this fucking quiet person. I have to jack this up so fucking loud.
Read more ways than one. I think be a drama miniseries. Okay, but like I can't have the
Prepare your ears. This is 300%.
post-credit scene be longer than the actual video. Let me do another take, and I'm gonna be quick about it. Torment Session 2. It was meant to be a drama miniseries. It turned into a series of video essays with a drama header and footer, if you would. The personal tragedies that I have been alluding to over the course of this year.
kind of stopped Torment Session 2 from being what I initially was hoping it would be. It just made it impossible to...
The personal tragedies known as cheating on your partner, the fallout from cheating on your partner, personally trying to get children to choose you over their born parents, your drama becoming your content, and so facto your personality, etc., 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 etc. We get it, bestie. You're doing your best. I gag a little in my throat just now. Just right now. I just gag a little bit.
To cope, basically. It was a rough year for me, but if this video is evidence of anything, I think I got better. I healed, and I got better in more ways than one. I think I've done the best work of my life this year, even if it was only 5 videos and 5 videos. I think that this has been the best year of my life creatively, and I'll tell you this, I'm going to take a little bit of time off in January to celebrate my anniversary and to celebrate the completion of Torment Session 2, and then I'm going to make something even better. I'm currently in the throes of planning out my next project, the next season of Leadhead, if you will, and it's going to be incredible. I'll tell you this right now, it's going to be something that nobody else has done on YouTube, to my knowledge. Still video essays, but... only reason I was even able to do any of this in the first place, dedicate a year of my life to this, really not financially...
That is... Nope, that's my window. The cats are fucking again. And this one's begging. Can you hear it, chat? That is meowing. Even the world throws coochie at me. Kappa.
Smart project, Torment Session 2, is because of the patrons. They were the reason I was able to develop all these skills over this year and get so much better at like every single part of my job and every single part of my creative process. Especially those patrons who donate $10 or more monthly, such as 3 Darkblade, Ada, Al,
and then sliding directly into the fucking credits. Yes, if many of us had the ability to afford our lifestyle choices, because people literally afforded our ability to have said lifestyle choice, many of us too would also be able to find the blessings to be able to make this possible. Carl said to the camera as he eye winked. A wink. But at the same time, Leadhead, you kind of need to have shame about the fact that most people are very much parasocially connected to you. They're not necessarily enjoying your content because they enjoy your content. They're enjoying your content because they see your content as a methodology in which to be able to connect to your material and feel like they know you personally. Which is a little bit of a bad thing. That's a lot of a bad thing, if you personally ask me. I would view that as a bad thing. But, you know, this is the decision that you've chosen to make with your content. You're allowed to make these decisions. People like me are allowed to criticize it. And I am of the opinion that when you are parasocially drawn to people in such a way, that because they fund your bad behavior and bad lifestyle, nice echoes, because they fund your bad behavior and your bad lifestyle, it puts you in a position where it becomes really hard for you to continue moving forward in your life with positive applications and positive outcomes, where it is not entirely based where you must create drama and situations about yourself in order to prognosticate and afford more content, right? So the loop here is that you do dumb and bad things. You talk about it for content. People watch your content and feel that they're connected to you because you are basically airing out grievances and details that should not be public.
Put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Who? Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like a banana. True. You are paying, you are giving people the ability to pay you to entertain them with your behavior in the status of a lolcow. And then you get angry at people that look at the things you put out on the internet about yourself and you say, oh my god, I can't believe you guys are so obsessed with me. And it's very curious how you choose to go about doing that. Because it happens from a position that can only truly be established as, are you fucking stupid? Because every single step of the way, any person that cares about the privacy would have prioritized privacy first. Damn, that cat is loud. And so, you are effectively subsidizing your chat room. And you're expecting them, or me, or anyone else listening to you, to care about, oh my, these bad things happen for me because of this, and this. And it's not giving, sweetie. It's not giving, Snookums. It's not giving. And the reason why it's not giving is because this assumes that you understand the problem with choosing to do this. And it is clear that you do not. The problem here, Leadhead, is that you're asking me to care about a situation you made for yourself. I didn't put that penis and or vagina on my penis and or vagina. I didn't tell you to go on the internet and say, I'm a better mom than my mom ever was. I didn't tell you to go on to, oh my god. Okay, no, it's not the same one. I got excited for a second. I'm like, really? Did I drop a nebula? That's so weird. But anyways, I did not make myself go on the internet and talk about all that crazy ass information you chose to put out there in front of social media for everyone's consumption. I did not do those things. You did those things. And as a person in the I didn't do that shit camp, I question why I should bring myself to care about your plight any more than say my own. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! We love that damage. We love that damage and we love that loot. Yes. Yes. There is an update available for my app. Yes. Let me just update that real quick. She's such a better mom. Where's the kids? True! Well, mind you, remember, the kids in this situation are the grown, well, not grown adults, but young adults that they groomed. I feel like this is a very important caveat. The kids are the grooming victims that you had in your life. You involved yourself with minors, you groomed them into becoming transgender, you had sex with them, then you put yourself in a motherly matron sex dom role, and then you jettisoned the cheating partner that you cheated with out of the polycule. And you make content on OnlyFans, and you justify this by saying, I'm a liberated person, this is actually a good thing for me to do politically, and then you choose to prognosticate about a bunch of other shit to cover up the fact that you have deep set issues that extend from needing to put your personality into the content that you're making. All of these things, in my opinion, would be a thing that causes you a lot of problems. Did it update the app? Yes, it did. I gotta go physically price check those in the marketplace. 2 Abyssal Echoes. 2 Abyssal Echoes. 1 Omen of Light. Hug. But oh yeah, you put yourself in this position, Leadhead, where it is very hard for people to like give you a chance, because effectively what you're doing is toxic to yourself and all the people you could be involved with. It is the case that is the problem. And as that is the case of what that is the problem for, I beg to differ why I should care. Other than the normal thing. Which I guess is my thing. I'm supposed to put ferals inside of this one. Okay. I see. I have the wrong rune in my item. But I suppose it doesn't matter, because I just hit big fucking ticket items just now that I'm going to sell when I get back to my base. I made it oopsie poopsie, but it's okay. I can correct it. It's not too late. It's not too late! Anyways, your morals are bad, your behavior is bad, and you should feel bad about it. In that order. Your morals are bad, your behavior is bad. And you should feel extreme shame. Extreme shame. And you should continue to feel that shame non-stop until it corrects itself down the line.
Invader! Swell! My men's hunger!
We...
Alex, all hail Eris, Asiobatoon.
And if this is the same pattern, if this is the same pattern as normal videos, you're just going to be thanking them all the way through. Yep, yeah.
Up. I need to wrap this up quick so that the post-credit sequence isn't longer than the actual video. But going forward, like I said, I'm going to take some time off to celebrate my anniversary. Not a ton of time, don't worry.
Take even more time off when you took enough time off already to take off more time. Because it takes a lot of time to put together videos where you talk about your personal life. I actually imagine that that would actually be the case. That actually could probably be the case. That you would have to take that much time off to discuss that kind of behavior so that you can find more content to make out of it. That's depression. This gives me depression.
And then after that, I will either be starting immediately with a video about the last American on Earth, the guy behind gas station television. You'll see what I mean. I think it's going to be really fun. Alternately, I might start with a retrospective of Torment Session 2, because I have a lot to say, as you might imagine, about how this whole thing turned out. That'll realistically probably go on the second channel or be a Patreon exclusive or something, but with that, I will wish you Happy New Year, and thank you so much for watching. And if you didn't understand anything in this video, I would encourage you to go watch the Torment Session 2 playlist, not out of a drive for self-promotion or anything like that, but just because, you know, if I'm going to make something, I want people to understand it, and this definitely requires some additional context.
I don't think that talking about your personal life is going to help people be able to understand all of the things that are problematic about your particular type of content, Leadhead, unless they actually see and hear it happen in front of them and they consider, damn, how delusional would I have to be to do that for material? But okay. Walk it off. Walk it off. Sure. Like, just walk it off, I guess. Just walk it off. Walk it off. Just physically walk it off. In some particular way, somehow. Just walk it off. You'll be fine. You have money. You will be fine. You have money. You're going to be like any other awful in the world. You will have the ability to fail upwards because you are supported by people that support the bad behavior of bad behaving people. Because they feel affinity to them. Because if you fail, they feel like they'll fail. No problem, bro. What a disgusting nepotistic thing to put out there. Let's wash that right out of our hair with a little ditty. Let's let this wash over you, chat. Just let this next one wash over you. Cause this one coming straight out of Jack. Was it Jack that posted this one? Yes, Jack that posted this. if you think enemy of the channel irrelevant and his tactics are something that he only tries to pull out whenever he wants to be a jackass on Wick, well, originally I thought this was content that was made after our debate, but no, this was before our debate. It was mentioned before that Irrelevant chooses to do debates on TikTok. Would you like to see how he performs when he goes up against somebody in these TikTok debates that isn't just, you know, the Harry Sasson targets that he wants to try and antagonize? Let's watch with Andrew Wilson.
What's up?
Oh, how old are you?
I am 21.
Okay, what brings you to me?
I am not a liberal because liberalism does nothing for this country. I am a leftist. We do not need to. This is alcohol induced. I'm having a funky stroke.
I was gonna say, I can...
Behold the content of TikTok debates. Even when you're not necessarily a person who looks to try and take advantage of slow people, they are not sending their best. Not even fucking close, bro. You get drunks, you get vagabonds, you get individuals that are debatably out of their mind. And yet, it is disgusting. I will say to the least. For the context in which it is worth, it is disgusting, to say for the least.
What's new? What's new?
Hear the alcohol off your breath through the mic, and you're talking out of a tin can. So I'm
Happy
gonna go.
holidays, motherfucker.
Yeah, all right.
I'm
have a
gonna
good one.
go. I'm talking stupid shit.
Yep. Good luck.
But left.
Oh, I removed him. Listen, getting drunk the day after Christmas, that's not a good sign. That's not. I am open to talking to leftists, but as I've said before, I'm less concerned with leftists because right-wingers are destroying my country, not leftists. So I'm more concerned with having conversations with right-wingers. Yo, what's up? What brings you to me?
Yeah, how you doing tonight? I don't see anything wrong with drinking the day after Christmas, honestly. Aren't most people off for the week, you know, for instance? Just saying.
Yeah, but it's just like, it's like the idea is, I imagine most of the people who are going to be drinking, they probably drank on Christmas a little bit, you know, a little bit of hard eggnog.
Presenting and projecting that people that are getting shit-faced on the holidays must be losers that have horrible things to talk about the world and life, which really is just him saying, you wouldn't make good content, I can't antagonize you. It begins.
Yeah, but I mean, that's good, right? You're supposed to get drunk on Christmas. Those are the rules.
Well, you're drinking 2 days in a row. I just, maybe take it easy.
Well, the second day is for beer. That way you're hearing the dog, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 41.
Okay. Are you Andrew Wilson? People keep asking.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you're on like an alt account?
Well, yeah, I tend to use them a lot because people get terrified by seeing me in the chat for some reason.
So, his audience actively warns him that he's debating Andrew Wilson with the Crucible, who is using an alternative account. He questions why a person would do such a thing, despite being a debate bro. A bad faith debate bro, we might add. When it comes to having conversations and arguments, which means he's deeply concerned with who he's attacking, and is hoping that he can bury said person in his own sphere. Very curious, very curious.
They don't often let me
I
up.
didn't even notice.
Even though I tend to have nothing but respectful conversations with people, I think just the name can be somewhat terrifying for people. It seems like that's how they react for some reason.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. So.
All right. So, I know you're not a liberal. You want to give me your reasoning?
Well, first, let's get into what do you consider a liberal to be?
So in the modern, I'm using like a modern context that most people are probably going to understand. As a liberal being somebody who's pro-free speech, pro-freedom of press, somebody who believes in healthcare, like
not
public
pro,
option,
not pro
somebody
freedom
who
of
believes
guns,
in general, I think most liberals are mixed on the Second Amendment. I'm more pro-Second Amendment than the average liberal, but I think in general, liberals are a little bit mixed on the Second Amendment.
So the only thing that distinguishes to you between a liberal and a conservative is the value set of the first 10 amendments? Or is there more to it than that?
I was in the middle of talking. I'm still going. So, like, having some type of robust welfare state or social services for people if they're, hurting, lacking, meaning like, welfare for poor, less fortunate people. Free school lunches seems to be an issue that conservatives have almost entirely abandoned, that Democrats are really trying to keep around. Free reduced education as well, namely in college, seems to be under debate, under threat. And yeah, there's more, but that's the beginning.
Okay, well, you've told me a bit about the things I think you're for or against. I'm not so sure that has given me a very good purview of what a liberal is in your sense, but I'm willing to just engage with what you've said so far. So the kind of the threshold difference that we're looking at, you've talked about the constitutional amendments, first 10 of them specifically, and then some social safety net programs. What about social issues themselves? Where do you think that liberals fall on social issues? Again, that's going to be like pro-LGBT.
Pro-LGBT. Yeah, a lot of liberals are going to be pro-LGBT, sure, yeah.
Also pro-abortion?
Yep, generally.
Okay, so...
Why? Why irrelevant? Why would your position on liberalism require you have to be pro-abortion? Because women's rights? What about a woman's right to choose?
So the big threshold here that's going to be a delineation then is going to be that a lot of conservatives follow religion.
Why do all of them sound the same? I can't answer that question for you, but I can give you my guess. The problem is that irrelevant is an example of somebody that I'm going to call a disaffected liberal. He feels very strongly about things, but he doesn't actually have solutions on how to achieve them. The same way that they would try to frame me as somebody who's supposedly confused and doesn't know who to blame for the destruction of the game industry, but I actually do, and I point my finger at people like him, because he is actually the problem. He is a person that feels very strongly, but he doesn't actually have any serious affinity in any direction whatsoever to really put him in a position of being able to actually support something that is a strong stance. He goes where the wind blows him is the problem. So he's disaffected. He doesn't move with a sense of urgency. He doesn't have energy. He is very lazy. And it's not deadpan from a sense of just whatever the fuck. It is the case that they are, in fact, very, very, very incapable.
Religious rigorism, and due to that, they can't really be liberals unless it's going to somehow conflict with their faith, right?
Well, I think their current state of conservatism conflicts with their faith. I think their total abandonment of the poor and
that's not the question I asked you, though.
Total conflict with their faith.
Yeah, but that's a red herring.
Your argument is that there can't be a liberal because it conflicts with the faith.
There was I haven't made an argument yet. I haven't made an argument.
Your statement was that it conflicts with
No, that's not my statement.
Because,
I'm asking you a question.
This is not true. You made this statement.
Constantly abusive and trying to rape the opponent by forcing something that did not happen yet and putting words in people's mouths. Notice the sheer difference in behavior. Notice the sheer difference in tone. Notice how immediately active he now is. Notice that this was the difference between then and there. But I suppose you could say the difference is the fact of approach. My approach was not Andrew Wilson's approach.
No, I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
Why are you freaking out?
Nobody's freaking out.
Deadpan voice. He's now accusing him of being emotional because he's not letting him waste his time and talk over him.
Just want you
Take
to
a smoke.
engage with what I'm saying.
Take a smoke.
Can you engage
Take a
with what I'm
smoke. It's
saying?
not that heavy.
Stop doing red
It's not
herrings,
that
dude.
heavy,
Just
bro.
engage with what I'm saying.
Relax.
Are you
Calm
gonna?
down.
So you're not gonna engage with what I'm saying?
No, I was engaging with what you
Then good.
you said.
Then
You were talking
then
about
wasn't an
how
argument.
conservatives
Mhm.
apply to a rigorous form
Still abusing him and trying to put words in his mouth.
of their religion or religious base or conservative
No, I'm asking
values,
you a question.
and that relax.
Can I just ask the
I'm
question?
responding to no.
No.
Dude, I don't know why you're like freaking out already. Did you like were you in the
Because
queue?
because you're
and
not
then you just
engaging.
got really upset at a
'Cause you're
previous
not
caller?
actually engaging.
Bro, this
And
is
nobody-
not
and
this
stop-
is not
why do you keep
working if
saying-
you're just gonna go to
When he doesn't get his way, he continuously filibusters, which means it was a very good, correct choice for me to ask for a moderator for my debate, but it was very bad for me to choose Wick to have it as the avenue of where to have that conversation. Amazing. This person was made a moderator. That's weird.
Why do you
like
keep
9
saying
out of
that
10
we're
at the
freaking
beginning.
out? Why do you keep saying freaking out? I just want
because
you to
you're
engage
like
with
raising your
what's-
voice and you're
I
like
just want you
you're
to
talking over
engage
me.
with what's being said. So do you think
am engaging
do you
with
think
what's being
that
said.
that
You said-
rigorism, that Christian rigorism would conflict then with what you consider liberal ideology to be, considering that some of these core tenets you're talking about are against their actual value structure? That's the question. I'm not asking for some trail off bizarre hyperbolic
it's not a trail
nonsense.
off
I
or
want you
bizarre-
to engage with the question.
Okay, so for that specific statement about whether or not it would conflict with liberal values, in some ways, yes. However, it would also conflict with conservative values because the conservative main points for the last good bit, especially under MAGA and Donald Trump, has been to totally abandon people who are less fortunate, people who have.
That's inherently not true because you don't need the Fed to do that. You can be able to do that as a part of your community yourself, which goes directly in line with liberal policies because you would already have that in place to do that. If the Fed doesn't support it, you would support it.
Less resources, the sick, the elderly, cutting Medicaid, cutting Social Security, and cutting welfare programs. This is deeply anti-Christian.
None of those things.
One
are
of the least Christian
Yeah,
things that you could
none
do.
of those things are anti-Christian. Can you point out
Really?
any way
Nowhere
in
in
which they are?
Christianity does it say to
That the
feed
government has to give
like
you
homeless
social
people, feed.
Are you Christian? No. If you are not Christian, how do you know anything about Christianity? Oh, well, you see, aren't you supposed to help the poor? I'm supposed to help my parish. I'm supposed to do outreach. I'm supposed to do acts of faith. But that does not mean that I'm supposed to open my hand up to people who are going to stab me in my back, especially when they are Indian givers.
feed poor people.
Yeah,
Nowhere does it say
there's
that.
nowhere in the Bible anywhere that says the government has to give social safety nets via taxation.
No,
Nowhere.
not the government. That as a good Christian, that you should.
So, your argument is not about the government doing it, which it's not obligated to do. It's about you attempting to use my moral faith as a lever upon which to control me, but you don't actually do that yourself. So, help the poor with my money so you can absolve yourself of responsibility and keep your money.
Practice feeding and
We already
caring
do that.
for the less.
Christians already do that far more than liberals do. Far more.
Okay, so why don't they do it? Why don't they put their money where their mouth is and actually
they
do it
already
when
do.
it comes to feeding the people through the government? don't.
They already do that. They don't need the government to do it. They already have outreach programs that do so, and they do it for the people in their parish. If the poor people go to the parish and they ask for help, they will receive benefits and help. But it's not I just go here to get benefits from you and then I fuck off. You have to actually pay back into the system. You have to actually be a part of the parish in order for that to work. If you are not a part of a ongoing parish, if you go to multiple churches seeking aid and you just have your hand out and you do nothing at all to improve your position, the church is not likely to help you if you are just demonstrating that you're going to subsidize their kindness as a replacement for having the agency to put yourself in a better position in life. So if you're just going to go through life expecting other people to pay your way through society, and you're never going to take accountability for a single thing you can do, nobody's obligated to help you in this way. and in fact should leave you stranded. They should personally affect you. They should personally affect you in such a way that you should feel bad about it. And you should be embarrassed for even asserting as such.
So it is.
Already, you see what I mean? How you just made a conflationary problem there? So now you're saying that the government, once again, Christians must support the government doing this. There's nothing biblical about that. That's just totally made up. You're just making it up as you go.
No, it's a very basic idea. If I'm a Christian and I believe that people who are poor, people who are sick, people who are elderly should get fed, then fed, housed, whatever.
That's what the
then
church is for,
I should
dude.
advocate for programs. Then I should advocate for programs to be able to do that.
No,
the church is
no,
failing.
that's just, you're just making things up, right? This is the concept here is that you do those things through the church, not through the compellence of force of the state. That's not biblical. You're just making it up. That's one. And two, the reason that you know
the church
that
is
so
failing.
many
Their inability to do that. They're failing millions.
They're
in the
doing
country.
it. They're doing it way better than you guys do in private charity. It's not even close. Not even close.
If that was the case, then why is there still so many millions of people who are hungry or less than housed or have difficulty?
This is the most obese
You don't think there's millions?
Listen, this is the most obese
You don't think there's
nation on
millions?
planet
You don't
Earth.
think there's millions of? You don't think that there's millions of people who are food insecure or are housing insecure? You don't believe that? in America?
There's
The difference between being food and housing insecure and being fat and slovenly, while you have all the opportunity to fix your life, but you would choose rather than instead live homeless on the street and utilize that money in ways that otherwise would not be scrupulous with a normal lifestyle, is demonstrative of the kind of things that is an issue with what people would call freeloading. It is an issue and a problem of freeloading. Because if you are actually starving to death, and you have exhausted all other means to do so, and you have exhausted all other methodology to do so, and you are not being offered a place to be housed, you're not being offered a place to eat regularly, it might be the case that if everything else has gone wrong in your life, that you're taking those millions and millions of examples and you're not weighing it against how many of those people are in that position because they basically were trying to foster a literal second-class society, like in Minnesota, versus something more common here, where people were losing their jobs here in my state, and they had to go to a halfway house to seek help and shelter because COVID was fucking all of us up that badly. This is the difference between the problem here, okay? You're saying millions and millions of homeless people who are food insecure and housing insecure, but actually most of them do it because they are the victims of policies that you've asked for, that you've voted for, that you support, that you think should happen everywhere. And thus you bring the shibboleth from where you live to where they are, and you ruin their state too. That's not a good thing to advocate for, Relevant. That's a bad thing. So now you're spurring saying, oh, so you're saying that there aren't homeless people? Of course there's homeless people, but it's not supposed to be my job to feed everyone in the world. I can only be able to help where I am, and do the acts of service where I am. It's no different than a scam of a new mother using sex as a mechanism to achieve getting food and supplies and creating a worse situation for herself because she's choosing to throw herself at people that have bad moral scruples and effectively needing to look for someone who's not going to abuse the shit out of her and unfortunately finding men who will 100% abuse the shit out of her. It is the case that that is the problem that you are asking for there when you are choosing to contempt yourself with these people in this way. It does not make it easier. It does not make it better. It does not make it good. It does not make it right.
There's a difference between you saying that people might have worries versus you saying that they're actually starving.
It's not worries.
They're not. They're not starving. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
I never said.
When
When did I use the word starving?
If there's a person
When did I
here
use the
who
word
needs to-
Food insecure is another way of saying starving. Stop gish galloping.
starving, Andrew? Andrew, when did I use the word starving?
Okay, going hungry. Who's going hungry, dude? If somebody's going
Yeah,
hungry right
there's-
now, I'll send him a meal right now. Give me a name.
Okay, there's a lot. I imagine that
So you don't have a name of a person going hungry right now that he can feed right now. So instead, you're using the image of people who could be helped instead of actually having people that you could directly assist. So this is just a gotcha, dude. So this is just you reaching. This is you trying to use emotion to manipulate people in a conversation.
You
Give
can
me
go
a
down,
name.
dude. You can literally go down to a local homeless shelter right now or a food bank, and there's plenty of
You
people
mean
who
the
are
ones
lining
that are
up
all run
that
by
would
Christians?
love that.
The ones run by Christians? Those are...
Yeah, most food banks are ran by Christians, which is the common case example that happens in a lot of places. Some of them are ran by communists, but most of them are ran by Christians. And or just non-denominational faiths. Like, you don't even have to go to Christianity. Most religions believe that they should assist those that are downtrodden. A Zoroastrianist, a Buddhist, a Sikh, a Christian, a Baptist, and a Roman Catholic all have it within their faith to help the poor and starving. Many of them have different ways about how they choose to go about punishing people who choose to do certain things in trade and finance and in society. But generally speaking, most people believe in assisting the downtrodden and the on the luck. Why it has to specifically be Christianity is because people want to bash Christians as being Indian givers that would not do as they say and not act as they do. Which I find extremely frustrating. Because literally you're not of my faith, but you're going to try to use my faith against me to manipulate my actions. And you yourself would not do the action, but you will make the argument that it should happen. So you're an inside boy asking for other people to do the work for you, but you won't commit to actual praxis. When was the last time you helped in the soup kitchen? When was the last time you actually gave food of your own volition? When was the last time you were able to organize and raise and donate 90% of the proceeds of a food drive? Not bringing a couple of cans, but actually getting half of a warehouse full of food and making sure and delivering it and marking it off and doing the lists. I doubt that's something that's an irrelevance case. I highly doubt it. Because if you were to do it, you would understand exactly the mechanisms at play. And you would be able to do it yourself. And you also would not try to use faith as the lever for it. Because half the time, the people who get in the way of doing this is the state.
Yeah,
Do you think every single food bank is run by Christians?
Most of them, yes.
Oh,
Most of them are.
almost always run by.
Yeah.
The more efficient way, the way that has been helping millions of people to be able to get their needs met, has been the government. Social Security has been a massive benefit for like older.
So your answer to everything at all places at all times is literally government. Literally put them on any form of government assistance and use government assistance as the answer instead of being able to use local resources and government assistance until that person can become stable enough that they no longer need the assistance. The point of government assistance is not to give you a constant, permanent state of being where you subsist on government assistance, and if you ever go above a tax bracket, you are a slave to the system. Because you will earn and live a better life wage, living in this wage cage, and living inside of the needy family and food stamp cage than you would if you were to use them as the intended purpose is in the system, which is to use food stamps and to use TNAF and other systems of government assistance to get to a standard of living that is made possible by you not having to constantly worry about whether your next meal is going to come from having to suck some dick or having to take some pictures on OnlyFans. Because unfortunately, Irrelevant, the problem that causes this system is that there are no levers for alleviating people off the program. Where as they gain more and more financial agency, they are then instead weaned off the system slowly, instead of a hard abrupt cutoff that then brings them to falling back below that lever of methodology, because they now have to spend more money on food, more money on utilities, more money on finances, more budgeting on resources to go week to week, month to month, year to year, trying to feed their children. I know this for a fact, because that's what I have to do for her. I know this for a fact, because that's what Star has to do for Zulian. I know this for a fact, because anything that gets used on Zulian that she has left over, she tries to use for herself, and sometimes she literally gets for me. The same system that I'm denied from, despite having zero nest egg earnings from the position that I currently fill as part of my job, that same system is the same lever that puts her and I in the positions that we are, where we're this close to the poverty line. And yet we are not capable of being considered for government assistance because of the particular loopholes and the particular quirks that the system pushes onto us and forces everybody into. And that's just Georgia. That doesn't even account for the level of fraud happening in a state like Minnesota and what happens to them because of that system. Because, of course, the first question is, who's getting the money and how is the money being doled out, and what group is having to benefit from that money the most? These are the kind of conversations that you don't often hear people speak on. And unfortunately, for the people who would not speak on it, they are demonstrably showing an inability to actually discuss this as a serious issue. And that's disgusting, dude. That's disgusting.
People who have had, extenuating circumstances that prevent them from being able to afford
Nobody's
housing
taking
or
away
food
Social
or
Security.
the various things.
Nobody's taking away
That's
Social
not true.
Security.
The Republicans have.
Oh, show me where. One time they've taken away Social Security. Go ahead.
Through Medicaid?
No, they haven't taken away Medicaid either.
Republicans didn't take away Medicaid, and they didn't take away Social Security, and they didn't take away food stamps. Every single time that food stamps have ever been threatened, it was threatened by a Democratic person.
What do you mean? They made cuts. They made a massive cut. Have you not have you not been in the news?
Wait, I'm sorry. What cut did they make to Medicaid?
The taking a bunch of people off, like millions of people off of Medicaid, and
they
making
didn't take anybody off Medicaid. Who got taken off Medicaid? Show me.
What are you talking about? The requirements for Medicaid changed, and there was over 1.4 million people who were cut off.
The requirements changed, but Medicaid itself didn't go away.
Medicaid, a part of Medicaid is people getting cut off who no longer meet the criteria. Do you effectively have Medicaid in your country if your criteria prevents everybody in the
That's
country
really
from
weird.
having it?
So criteria.
So what a weird pivot.
Should there be criteria to Medicaid? Should there even be any?
Yeah, I think there should be.
Well, then what is your issue here? What is your problem then?
Is that the criteria that they changed it to cut people off of Medicaid?
To what? From what to what? What criteria do you think they changed that's so horrible to you that it's against Christian ethics, dude? What?
I mean, they cut off over 1 million people that are...
I mean, considering the fact that the separation of church and state means that you would not be able to attack him about this on a religious level, it's already reaching the absurd. And the fact that you're getting very, very stuck in the reeds and emotional about this when you were very willing to try and stop him from speaking in general, I find that to be very curious.
I believe in, I forget specifically the age range, but there are people who are unemployed, who haven't been working, that would be cut off from Medicaid that were otherwise able to.
Do you understand? You're not actually giving me anything here. You're not telling me what they changed it from to and who actually got cut off and why. You're not actually
there were
giving
individuals. What do you specifically want?
I'm asking you.
Like
if you and I agree there needs to be criteria, what is this criteria that was then changed that you disagree with so much? What is the actual problem here? What?
The problem is that there's individuals who are unemployed who no longer have access to it as a result of a change that was made under the Big Beautiful Bill.
What was it? What was this change? What was it?
The change was that individuals who are unemployed,
dude, you don't know what the change was, do you? Just say I don't know what the change was.
What do you? No, I'm sorry. More specific do you want?
What was the change in criteria? What was it actually?
It's that
you can literally be able to pull up what this change was. Irrelevant. It would be in the documentation as a part of the change of requirements. The fact that you don't have this on your hand and you're just speaking offhandedly means you didn't actually research it yourself. You're just quoting it from what you heard from somebody else's broadcast because it's not your own original take.
Individuals who had a job, who are unemployed, and could seek employment, those individuals no longer qualified for Medicaid.
All of them?
The individuals who are able-bodied and would otherwise be able to do it, they're no longer qualified for Medicaid.
Show me the policy. What's the policy called? I'll pull it up right now. This is
the Big Beautiful Bill.
The Big Beautiful Bill did not kick off people from Medicaid unless you were engaged in fraud, dude. It was fraud that they were after. Do you understand that?
No.
Yes. Well, then show me. Show me specifically what you're talking about then. Show me.
Notice the difference. Notice the difference in behavior. Notice the difference in mannerisms. Especially when he does not have a moderator that's going to filibuster for him. Notice! Witness him. Witness him! Witness him. This is the strength of what he has wrought.
The One Big Beautiful Bill creates a new administrative requirement and conditions on eligibility, including work requirements for patients seeking to enroll or maintain Medicaid coverage.
Okay. And keep going.
That's it.
Dude, there's going to be a huge amount of criteria that is engaged with what that means, though. You realize that?
Wait, your statement is this didn't happen?
No, my statement was what's the criteria that you're actually disagreeing with?
No, you said several times that the Big Beautiful Bill did not restrict people's access to Medicaid.
No, I'm saying that it didn't.
You said it did not happen.
No. Don't put words
Yes,
in
you
my
did.
mouth.
You
What I
literally
said
just did prior to
specifically
me.
is what's the criteria you're
there's no
disagreeing
way
with?
you're trying it.
What's the
No,
criteria
there's no
you're
way you're
disagreeing
trying
with?
it.
Are you going to answer the question, what's the criteria here you disagree with in actuality? What?
Literally this, including the work requirements.
So you don't think that there... Wait, that doesn't give me any information, though, on what the criteria is. What work requirement?
Okay, I don't know. Your brain is broken, man. I'm literally reading it for you. You said multiple times that they did not remove people's access to Medicaid. You said that several times. You're trying for some reason, think you're going to get away with the genjutsu, and that they didn't restrict it. They did.
Blood said genjutsu.
You agree with me that there needs to be criteria for Medicaid, right?
Yes.
So what you're saying is I disagree with what this criteria was that you claim is kicking people off.
I disagree with the change to the criteria that cut people off.
Then tell me specifically what that criteria was. You're not actually doing that.
The work requirements.
What work requirements?
You claimed that there was no change. You claimed that nobody got kicked off.
What are the work requirements? What are they?
What do you, the amount of work that you need?
Yes,
I'm just talking about a work requirement in general. I'm talking about these work requirements. I believe it's 20 hours.
So you don't think that
20 hours a week?
Wait a second. So for Medicaid, you have to work 20 hours a week? Just want to make sure we're clear here.
I believe so.
In order to, so you think that if you're drawing Social Security and you have Medicaid, you have to work 20 hours a week to get Medicaid?
For able-bodied individuals, yes.
I don't think that that's accurate at all. Can you demonstrate that for me?
What? No. Can you provide me any evidence that they didn't make a change to Medicaid? You made the claim they didn't change Medicaid. Can you provide any proof?
I'm asking you a question.
You did. You literally did.
I'm asking you a question. You said right now.
You're asking me for what? The statutes inside of the bill? No.
I'm just asking you to demonstrate that right now, right this second, in order to be on Medicaid.
With what?
In order to be on Medicaid, you have to work 20 hours a week.
What would I demonstrate that with? What would I demonstrate that with?
Evidence.
So you basically screamed and mauled at him about something that he could not be able to demonstratively prove through the policy. It's a little bit annoying, because it's like, this is what I lost to. But at the same time, man, poor little Tink Tink. And now let us wash the taste out of our mouth. Let us wash the taste out of our mouth with Jesse Lee Peterson and the Sam Hyde Show.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They gave me these socks on the airplane.
Yeah, you got the United Air socks right there.
Isn't that amazing?
Is it amazing?
It's amazing.
It's pretty wacky. What's the little pattern on them?
I think American Airlines signed.
I like it.
Hello, Avalon.
Very cool.
They were so comfortable. I took off my other socks and put on these. They didn't give the poor people socks. In the back, little guys sitting in the back.
Did you fly first class?
All
Was
the
it comfy?
way. It was like I was in my own world.
Any human being that's in a fallen state, act like an animal.
You in Happy Black History Month.
Yeah, thank you. Whatever that is.
They cordoned you off. They treated you like a king.
They treat me the way they treat Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
King.
Yeah.
He's the great.
King. Yeah.
From a movie theater that only plays your regrets, compiled inside a Cold War submarine simulator, this is The Sam Hyde Show. On deck tonight, the man who felt a feeling so complicated it became architecture, an ad that killed 23 people in Guam, and a documentary about people who believe in money. And now, your host, the whisper in the machine, the hand behind the mirror, Sam Hyde.
Hitler made box. I'm like, no wonder these shirts are so
Well,
nice.
now it's a TJ Maxx brand.
I'm like, no wonder Hitler was such an amazing guy.
Clothes fit that good.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The boss shirts are the best shirts to wear.
Are they?
Yeah. Comfortable. They stretch it out.
That's the Hitler promise.
Huh?
That's the Hitler promise.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Those aren't Stacey Adams' shoes, are they?
No, but they're so comfortable, feel like you have no shoes on.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that.
We just like to feel like we have no clothes on.
And that's right.
That's the way we like to feel.
Amazing.
That's how it feels good when you have no clothes on in public.
I rest my case.
We like it. Yeah. Guys, we're here with Jesse Lee Peterson. We could have had Jordan B. Peterson. I didn't want him. The guy sucks, all right? We got Jesse Lee Peterson. Much higher level than Jordan B., okay? Tonight's guest is a radio legend, an author, a counselor, and the man behind Bond. What is Bond?
The Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny, and we are rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man.
Okay.
Bringing back God's order of God in Christ, Christ in man, man over woman, women over children.
Is that you pick guys up off the street and shave them and get them ready
Let me hear that one more time.
for jobs or what? How does that work?
Well, what we do
Give 'em
is
turkey dinner?
those are
Jordan B. Peterson. I didn't want him. The guy sucks, all right? We got Jesse Lee Peterson. Much higher level than Jordan B., okay? Tonight's guest is a radio legend, an author, a counselor, and the man behind Bond. What is Bond?
the Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny, and we are rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man.
Rebuild the family by rebuilding the man.
Bringing back God's order of God in Christ, Christ in man,
God in Christ. God above the man.
man over woman,
Man above the woman.
women over children.
Woman over children. I think that falls under a form of fundamentalism that I don't agree with. But let's see where he goes, chat.
Is that you pick guys up off the street and shave them and get them ready for jobs or what? How does that work?
Well, what we do
Give 'em
is
turkey dinner?
those who want to overcome.
Overcome what?
Anger, fear, and shyness, and insecurity, emotions.
Yep.
Because it's abnormal for a man to be emotional. An angry man.
What are you talking about? Ah! Fuck this! Zap my head already, Jesse! Bring on the electrodes!
Any man that has anger is a woman.
There's a little bit of truth in that, but that's obviously a very roundabout rage bait way to say it. So, if you approach it from the position of what is easier to defenestrate, there is an argument that if you are quick to anger, it is easy for people to manipulate you in such a way. Yes, sir. I told you, big market tickets, chat. I told you, big market tickets. Big market tickets. Big market tickets.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
If you are at all, in a way, capable of being manipulated by a person to the degree in which you are at the mercy of your emotions with a person, it is inherently a feminine trait to allow your anger to control you, because it technically goes back to stoicism. However, it is a fact that Jesse Lee Peterson is a meme for being the person who's called people better. Oh, you just want to talk to you like that? Better. That is what he's known for. Welcome back, Neo J. So, I can understand where he's coming from, but that's highly mimetic.
Yeah?
He become his mother. He become like what he hate. So he take on his mother identity, anger, feel good, emotional, like a woman. So when men and women get together, you really have two women fighting. Because the man is abnormal for him to do that. He's supposed to show the woman how to overcome her anger, not be angry as she is. So we show guys how to overcome that.
How do you overcome that?
By forgiving your mother for recreating you in her image. All mothers create the boys and the girls in her image because she's jealous of the father, and so she turned the children away from the father and recreate them in her image.
What does that look like? Like, how do you do that?
By playing victims. Sometimes they play victim. Your dad is so mean. Your dad don't love you. The moment you become angry at them for imposing their will on you, or too mothery, or whatever, you become like what you hate. And so men become like women. Even the girls become like their mothers until you face it and forgive them, and things will change. Amazing, huh? I gotta tell you this. Something happened to me the first time in my whole life since being here.
What's that?
And I grew up on a plantation in Alabama. I picked cotton, plant peas, and watermelon, corn, and did all that, right? I lived under Jim Crow laws and everything. And I'm not playing about that, that's true.
Okay.
Down in Sweet Home, Alabama. And I've traveled around the world. Not bragging, I'm gonna tell you reality. But something happened on this trip that never happened to me in my whole life.
First time trying chorizo. That Dominican food. What happened, Jesse?
I went up to my hotel room last night. I opened the drapes. Nothing but a brick wall.
Yeah. Welcome to Rhode Island.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
I'm like, what the?
So just another Friday for us.
I'm like, I'm back in slavery and I didn't know it. But I was okay with it. I was relaxed. I went to bed in my prison.
First class flight to a prison.
Right. I got off first class on the airplane and walked right into prison.
Well, thank you for coming.
They tricked me.
Sport drink. Most electrolyte products, basically the same. Okay? This right. You know, Sam Hyde and his commercials, they itch my brain something fierce. But they itch it in a positive way, but sometimes I forget that he makes commercials the way that he does. Because it feels like I'm watching a fever dream. Maybe that's the goal, and that's the point. But, god damn it, it feels like a fucking fever dream, man. Right here. Different. Good. Oh, it'll make you shit! I eat this like candy before bed. I have a good Gatorade popsicle before bed. I'm a big boy hero. Athlete. Celebrity. You're a gamer. A little different. But you can use a little bit of this to get a little bit of what I got. Glucose activates the sodium glucose transport system in the gut. Gut. Magnesium glycinate. What is it? It's fucking poison! It will kill you! Citizen! Just kidding. It's what your body needs to dominate other men in battle. Which lie do you want to believe? I don't care as long as you're drinking my shit. Right now, when you go to sport-drink.com/SamHyde and use code SAM, you're gonna get a discount on all Cop Killer bullets, site-wide. You see what I'm talking about? It's like the shit post never fucking ends with him. Sometimes to the denigration of your ears. What does one do in this situation? I wonder. What does one do in this situation? I couldn't fucking tell you. 10% off all orders. Store-wide. Everything is made in the United States. That's where I like my drink to be made. Are you MAGA? Hello? Right wing much? Sport-drink.com. DJ, play this song. Sport-drink.com/SamHyde. Here's the deal. This tastes like old school Gatorade. It is good. We do use it. I would buy it if I were working out, and I do buy it because I am working out. And that's an actual endorsement, Chris. Show them I'm telling the truth. Truth in the face.
color are your eyes? Do you have blue or green eyes?
I have white people eyes.
Would you say you have a white person's soul?
I'm definitely white on the inside, black on the outside. It might be.
It might be.
Yeah, you may be onto something.
You've been on the radio for your whole life, right? You've been on
35 years.
How much has what you've said evolved over the decades?
Lots of people, men and women of all races, are overcoming the anger, and so they stop feeling like victims, and they stop blaming other people for their issues. The issues that you deal with in life, that has grown leaps and bounds. A lot of men now who would have never thought of buying land and starting businesses
Never
have
thought
started
about what?
buying land.
Oh, buying land?
Yeah, we should always own some land. If you can start a business, fine, but work, save your money, buy property and stuff like that.
But what I'm saying, 35 years ago, were you talking about race as
Yes.
much? You were.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the reason was, I mentioned that I grew up on a plantation, right? And so growing up, we were taught to love one another, to pray for one another, and to treat others the way we would like to be treated. And so there wasn't this hatred of the white people and blaming white people and having leaders and all that kind of stuff. So
Plantation values.
So we were taught to work and to treat everybody the way we would like to be treated. And then we were told that when you turn 18, you're going to be an adult man. You got to leave home.
I'll post it right
And
away.
I was down on the plantation. I remember my grandmother used to always tell me, okay, you're out of here at 18. So they taught me to work. So I'm like, where am I going from here at 18, right? She said, I don't know and I don't care. You're out of here. And so when I turned 18.
Is that good?
I left, yeah. Because when I graduated high school, I left home and went to Indiana, got me a job at the steel mill, Inland Steel, for 2 weeks. And I wanted to move to LA. So I moved to LA at the age of 18. I went through hell moving from a plantation to a city, right? Like California.
Yeah.
That would have fucked him completely up socially wise. He wouldn't know he wouldn't have known what the fuck to do for anything that concerned him.
Good news for you.
They're not a one fucking thing.
But I never looked back. I never regretted what I had to go through.
What'd you do when you got to California for money?
I lived with my aunt and my aunt to her husband for a couple months, but I got a job right away.
Doing what?
At a Better Food Market. I started out as a boss boy, then I went into produce, and then I became a cashier, and I started making real money, so I got my own place.
None of this is possible anymore.
It is possible.
No, it's not.
Why not?
You can't go get a cashier job and get your own place.
Yes, you can.
True. Very true, depending on where you're living. But he has accounted for this.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Why not?
The amount you get paid to be a cashier is like nothing.
And one job is not enough work, too. A man can get a second job.
Okay.
A man should not work one job, he should work a second job. Work himself to the bone, because that's what a man does. But, Jesse, what if I carry the finances with my partner and I'm able to do a function that if she is able to do it all, I become the stay-at-home person? Crazy, right? But no, it's possible.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Not only is it possible, it's preferable. It is the case that I can handle it and do it all the time. And at no point in time am I accosted from something that would disallow me from this level of investment. Yeah. The good shit, bro. The good shit.
I've had more than one job at one time if I needed to. You never look for excuses why not in life. You do what's in front of you and you cannot fail. Never do, well, what if this happened? Or what if that? Don't do if, because an if person is a double-minded person. And a double-minded person is weak in all of their ways. They're just double-minded. They don't just do what's in front of them and let life guide them. Life can lead you if you let it lead you. Or you can live in your imagination, your thoughts, and you can be confused about all things. You can't make decisions or anything. Let's say you can't get one job, it's not enough. Get 2 jobs.
Who, me?
Anybody, especially men.
So that sounds like a lot of work.
Sounds like double the work.
Sounds like double.
But that's what it takes. Do it. Some don't do it anyway. They are
Some don't do
mama's
what?
boy.
Do what anyway?
They don't work, or they stay home with their mothers. They don't go out and just deal with life, right?
I would agree with you. I'm just trying to think of what is a young person going to do if they're going to have to get a job as a cashier. But now we're in the if double-minded mindset, which is weak.
Yeah.
So I would agree with that. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I don't like your advice. And I don't want to go get a job as a cashier.
But get any kind of job, cutting grass.
I have a fire.
Cutting grass?
Yeah. Construction work, they're always available.
I'm not doing that.
If you had to, you would, right?
No.
Why not?
I would find a way to grift.
Really?
Yes.
So there's like a layer to this where it's like you could say a person should lift themselves up in the bootstraps. Okay, you could try to do everything possible to lift yourself up in the bootstraps, but the commonality and the reality of current year society is that it's not possible to do it with 1 or 2 jobs alone. And especially now if you happen to be living in one of the states that makes this kind of lifestyle entirely possible, and this kind of upward momentum entirely possible, unless you basically grind yourself to the fucking dust bone, and then and only then are you able to afford that position and lifestyle, because you basically had to grind yourself down to a pulp to make it possible. I think if you get to that point, there is a very serious world where you have to be able to afford yourself a little bit of commonality and grace. Just a little bit, not a lot. Because otherwise, you are accosting yourself a future that, in its totality, weaponizes some basic understanding and some basic attribution that otherwise basically amounts for nothing. Because if you go down this route and you try to reach out for women in this way, and you center that as a part of his goal with his philosophy, you might end up hating your life and resenting your partner. 100%. So you have to really think really, really hard about what it is you actually want out of life, and then achieve that based on those rules.
Okay. If that's what you prefer.
That's what I prefer.
But for those who want to have an amazing life.
Nobody wants that.
Amazing life.
Almost nobody is going to do that. They're mostly going to stay with their mamas and play video games. I think.
You're right. That's how it is today. It's sad, but that's the way it is.
What's your favorite video game?
You ever picked cotton before?
Why is this getting racial?
You ever picked cotton? What's racial about picking cotton?
It's derogatory towards African Americans.
How's that?
It's got racial connotations.
How's that?
Because of what their people went through hundreds of years.
You mean like
Why
they
are you
had
laughing?
You mean like they had to get up every day and go to work?
If you want to call it that.
But that's what it was. You get up in the morning.
Esoteric shitposting. Are you on our level? We're on the level we're going to make you feel really uncomfortable about racial connotations in Appalachian South.
But they were enslaved.
Yeah.
What?
You can't just get up and go to slavery.
You're in slavery when you're sleeping.
Sleep slavery.
What was slavery about picking cotton?
Someone's making you do it?
You mean like your parents?
Yeah.
So parents were slaves? Masters?
I guess if you're a slave, the slave. Fuck this. So you're saying that slavery is like the parent-child relationship.
But I don't even know what you mean. I don't understand what picking cotton has to do with slavery.
At first I was joking, but now let's go ahead and roll it out for real. So what does picking cotton have to do with slavery?
Right.
Well, cotton was a large cash crop that slaves were brought over here to pick.
Right.
So that's what picking cotton has to do with slavery.
Well, we also made money. The slave made money from it so that they can have a life as well. We make money from picking cotton. It wasn't free.
You're saying we, like you were a slave?
I would pick cotton.
Were you a slave?
Unless my parents made me a slave, I wasn't.
So I think your cotton picking experience was a little different from old Whipscar back Johnny.
Hold on,
They call it picking second.
My grandfather ran the plantation that I grew up on, and then
I think we're getting off topic now because we're talking about family stuff.
both of us were wrong with picking cotton. It was a way of earning a living.
Nothing's wrong with picking cotton.
I noticed though that whenever my master said he was sick, I said, "Yes, master, we sick."
Now,
my grandfather would make me get up. I had to catch the bus to go to school. I had to be at the bus stop around 6 a.m., between 6 and 7. And he would make me, I would have to get up early in the morning, go to the barn and bring the cows in and feed them, the horses and the cows, and feed them and put them back out into the pasture.
Sure.
And then go back home and get ready and be at the bus stop before the bus get there, between 6 and 7, I think. Isn't that amazing?
No.
Talk about a slave master. I thank you for letting me know. I didn't know he was a slave master.
Amazing. It sounds kind of fun.
It was.
Sounds like Harvest Moon or something.
What were we talking about?
slavery sounds like Harvest Moon. 2026 Sam Hyde crew. In every shitpost, there is social commentary. And then Sam Hyde makes you think, maybe I'm just watching a man esoterically shitposting through his existence. And, it's kind of hard to derive some lessons to actually discuss with people. While my brain is slowly frying itself on, bro, are you serious? Come on, man. Come on, man. There's no way. Come on, man.
Cotton?
Cotton and slavery. So you were saying, what does cotton have to do with slavery?
Right.
I said it's a cash crop that slaves were known for picking. That's where it comes from.
But that's not a negative, right?
Are you asking me if it's a negative?
Yeah.
I'm just telling you it's a factual thing it's a thing that people associate in their minds.
So,
it is factual that those two things are culturally linked.
So would I hire white people to work for me as I do right now? I hire white people, I yell at them, make them do their job.
What's new?
Are they enslaved?
Do you really need...
I mean, the definition of slavery is the line between where a person has the ability to do jobs and services at will. If a person is effectively pushed into it by contract that they did not necessarily sign and they're instead forced by force, and then are contracted and obligated by force, that is a case example of someone being effectively mercifully pushed in this position because of something that would be akin to slavery. It wouldn't be the only way, but it'd be one of the ways.
Need help answering that?
Yeah.
No,
I'm the head of the plantation.
As far as I know, they are not enslaved.
But I'm the master of the plantation.
Of what plantation?
Mine.
Is it an actual plantation?
Well, it's a job. It's a business.
So you're saying all jobs are plantations?
If when I was picking cotton, I was on a plantation, right? Then when I hire people to work for me, they are on a plantation. What's the difference?
You don't know the difference?
What?
You don't know what the difference is?
No.
Between the guys that work for you working in media and you picking cotton on a plantation?
Right.
You think those are the same thing?
Yes. They get paid to work for me as I got paid to work for them. Am I right? You make such a good point. I had not thought of it that way before.
Thank you.
Isn't that a good point, though?
Was what a good point?
That if working for the plantation was slavery and I got paid, then when people work for me, it's the same thing, right?
I've kind of lost track of where we are logically here.
Picking cotton.
Picking cotton. That's what we gonna do, Jesse Lee.
That made me homesick.
How do I do it right, Jesse?
They say it's easy, but it's hard, from what I heard.
Is it a trick to it?
There
It's
you
like
go.
that.
Have you picked cotton before?
This is my first time.
Good job, man.
This seems easy.
It is easy.
So now I remember that I did that as a gag. So, picking cotton is not a hard thing to do. It's picking cotton efficiently that's a hard thing to do. But you don't even need slaves to do this anymore because we have machines that do this much better and much more efficiently and bale the whole thing and then harvest the seeds and then re-extract them back to the field. The innovations of technology just made all of that much easier. And yet, and alas, we are hostage to the situation. I cannot leave. I want to get out.
Why would people complain about this?
Because they want to make you mad so they can make money off your anger.
This is easy. Oh, you got. I screwed this one up. Yikes.
But that's okay. Sometimes you mess up.
Okay.
You just go to the next button. There you go.
Almost done here.
She loves me. She loves me not.
Very nice. And now I'm getting bored, so I'm just gonna rip it all off so I can do songs and dance.
Just save one for
Django
Jesse.
dance
There
on
you
the
go.
field.
I mean, you could say that both people are shitpost baiting, Buster. You could say that both people are shitpost baiting. However, for sake of argumentation, let's just cut our losses here and move to the next video. Namely because I won't have much to say in reaction to this, because it feels like every video has been somewhat of a level of a shitpost. But of course, that's what Sam Hyde does. But it's like, the content that I feel that I could be able to extract from his conversation with Jesse Lee Peterson will not offshoot the amount of nothing that I will have to say in response to it. So instead, we're going to get a double whammy. I have here a hit piece from Movies with Mark attacking Teresa Caminata, aka Jesterbell, friend of the channel, and a video from Jesterbell herself where she goes on an impassioned rant about how her local movie theater closed and how that directly affects her. Girdle your loins. The wispy queer begins.
Garbage, junk, in the theater all year long, just sitting there screaming my head off at the junk that has to fill my head.
Remember King Kong? Remember Ferris Bueller? Remember War Games?
Remember Ready Player One? I think it's safe to call that a guilty pleasure movie. Now, I like the film.
I mean, it's a guilty pleasure movie that was much better in book form, that did not truly convey the entire message because it had to end off with the message of, hey bro, just be a super duper elite chudmaxer and you too can get the girl with vitiligo, but not. With a person who definitely in no way, shape, or form could ever play the character of Mr. Fantastic in any universe, ever. Which is half the problem with YA novel adaptations, but you know. Fortunately, because of Divergent, it completely killed the YA trend, so unless the book is really good, it's not getting adapted anytime in the future. Suzanne Collins' throne is secured! And we have Divergent to thank for it.
Film for its unapologetic bashing of geeky odes spanning from Gundam to Krull, but also there's undeniably some embarrassing storytelling. One of the many problems with the movie is that most of the challenges for the hero Wade involve pop culture trivia. Wade is portrayed as the real deal geek. He's the dork who watched every movie, played every video game.
Okay, I know where you're going. I'm gonna let you get there, and then I'm gonna repeat the same thing I'm about to say. Him being a chud autist who knows everything about the life of his idol meant that the story said he was the best fit to inherit the Oasis and thus the throne, because he had the correct mentality about how to view the open source internet and dissemination of free information, where corporations would seek to privatize it and thus nickel and dime you to the point where you cannot even use it for normal things, as well as actively poisoning your mind to try and sell ad space on it.
game and read the most comics. Well, okay, not every title, just, you know, the main ones that are concerned with the geeky pop culture zeitgeist of the digital realm known as the Oasis. Seeking to take over the Oasis is Nolan Sorrento, a greedy CEO. Sorrento is portrayed as evil because he wants to turn the Oasis into an advertising dumping ground, but also...
Yes, that is an actively bad thing to do. It is an actively bad thing to take a resource that not only serves people and also serves the function of business and turn it into a shithole. Because the Oasis is basically a home away from home, which allows people to get through life easier. If you destroy something like that, you are directly responsible for adding misery to the world. Especially when you're doing so for no other reason than corporatistic greed.
So, he's not a real geek. He pretends to understand John Hughes movies and classic video games to deceive Wade into believing he has the Oasis' best interests at heart. Sorrento is what pop culture fandoms refer to as a tourist. A tourist is typically defined as an unwelcome newcomer to a fandom who is inflammatory or uninformed on the subject.
That is not a tourist. A tourist is a person that, in its positive connotation, like was discussed last night with Bloomer, they are a positive, neutral affinity group that are visitors to a place that they are not commoners of. If I am a regular, that I have property in Path of Exile as a player, if I go to VR chat with people who are VTubers, I am now a VR tourist. In my time in the VR space, there's going to be rules and etiquette that are going to be applied to me. When those rules and etiquette get applied to me, it is my job as a tourist, taking up the timeshare and looking into a timeshare, if it becomes a regular thing that I choose to engage in, that I need to learn the shibboleth, the lingo, the etiquette, and the behaviors that are acceptable and not acceptable for me to be welcomed as a potential timeshare owner, where I'm no longer, in the negative sense of the phrase, a tourist. Instead, now, I become an enlightened regular, maybe even approaching a veteran, if my status is to overlap long enough that I can benefit from such a status. Doing this in any particular way that matters is the definitional example of how one should approach the issue. If one approaches the issue in such a way where you do not explain this as a part of the affinity, is a failure on the people. Again, definitively. Because that means you don't understand the part that is actually causing it to be a requirement and an accusation. God, it's so expensive. That is either negative or worthy of that expansion. I have a chance of risking this item to brick. Ugh.
Bear in mind that not knowing a wealth of pop culture trivia does not make you an interloper if you want to partake. Some dedicated hardcore fans might argue otherwise, but that's a mindset that only further stokes gatekeeping and isolation. You do not need to read every issue of Action Comics if you want to watch and discuss the latest Superman movie.
Pause. You don't need to consume all content inside of Historia, but if you wish to speak on things in which you are not an expert, you are expected to do the baseline work. And you are not allowed to make excuses and say, nuh-uh, 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 because that is you abdicating responsibility to yourself and others. Which is very fucking annoying, no matter what way you go about it. It is the case that it is annoying as fuck. It will always be annoying as fuck, no matter how you choose to preserve it. Things being equal as they are, assuming that you have respect for yourself and others, and you are not wasteful with your time and interests, it is God damn, frustrating orbs are expensive. It is then your job to demonstrate an understanding of this knowledge and refusal of abdication of the position. Because if you abdicate it, then you're responsible for what happens next. I guess we just have to fucking slam and hope that we don't hit attack speed. I feel like I should fill this up with 1 out of 4. Take it to 1 out of 5.
However, Sorrento is an interloper for pretending that he understands the Oasis and its geeky iconography. He's only pretending for his own financial gain. He is a villain who does not care about being seen as a less astute geek. Lying about his geek cred serves his greedy ambitions to invade the Oasis and remove its ad-free utopian freedom. This is why pointing out tourists is not so much about not knowing every pop culture detail. It's more about the intention behind that ignorance.
It's not about the ignorance. It's about the malicious desire to push one's will onto other people, which is why the term is usually described as tourism. The thing that is bad about tourists is not that they are ignorant of rules. It is that when they become informed, they then become indignant about how they choose to say that they can control how other people should engage in content, and that things should be made for them for their specific viewpoint. So the negative affinity group of a tourist, which is a fucking tourist, is when somebody demands to have things changed for them, and they put in no time to actually invest themselves in the work, because they would rather be accusatory and lazy about how they go about the process. And thus they decide to assume and assuage that they can just antagonize people without actually having to do the effort. All logic tells me that I need to do the craft first, but then I can end up hitting the craft and it's whatever. Let's do it like this.
Because it is so easy for somebody to claim they're a geek, spout an uninformed assertion, and use the opinion to advocate for the most abhorrent of politics. It is pop culture criticism with bad faith takes. And there are plenty of tourist dopes like this on YouTube, so let's find one. Algorithm. Fetch me a jester of the tourist variety, a fool who spouts absurdities and falsehoods on movies to entertain me so. Ah, here we go, a jester by the name of Belle. I have heard tell of this figure before, but I've yet to observe her opinions. She has a rant video talking about how 2025 was a terrible year for movies, and
because it was, overall.
I don't know, I thought that year was pretty good with films, you know, like Superman, Weapons.
Superman was not good. Weapons was already fantastic, but you're conflating.
One battle after another, Sinners,
Sinners was mid. I do not know about that other film.
Secret Agent, Marty Supreme,
not good, not good.
Sentimental Value, The Long Walk, and...
Long Walk is debatable, but I guess it's alright, which is mid, which is not good. Mid means passable because it didn't piss you off, which is a 5 out of 10.
If I had legs, I'd kick you, but, you know, maybe there's something I'm missing about this year. You know, maybe there was...
You know, like context?
Something else that made these movies terrible, or there were, you know, an abundance of other terrible movies that I might have missed. So,
or trends in the industry that are leading for content that is both marketplace value and also entertainment value to be absolved of greater problems that then lead them to themselves be unenjoyable because it is impossible to have fun with the thing. You're finding more time being absolved with the thing than having fun with the thing. You can't tell me there's really no stock available for fucking cynical decorations. Aww.
So let us see what Jester Belbo Bagans has to say in her video, 2025 is the worst year of movies I've ever lived through. Oh, okay, this must be serious. I mean, she's holding her head in her hands. Well, let her rip, Jester Belfry. Air your grievances and make your case.
Since we've just had Halloween and now that we're coming into the fourth quarter, the biggest time of the year for movies, and going into a 2026 that is going to be quite different, I thought it would be a good time to just express what I've been feeling this year reviewing movies.
Okay, that's a bit of an odd time to review the year in movies. I say this usually because the best films of the year, you know, the movies that studios expect to win awards, tend to be released in the final months of the year. So she's really jumping the gun here, considering this video debuted with 2 months left in the year.
So we should wait like a buzzer beater? Therefore, she isn't allowed to have opinions about anything? What an interesting opinion.
2025 is the worst year for movies and movie watching that I have ever experienced in my life.
Okay, that's a very bold claim and a bit of a hot take. Very well, Jester Belzer. Make your case.
Now, when I was really little, my parents didn't take us to the movies as much. That's why it became such a novelty for me, because I didn't get to go so much when I was younger. But, you know, ever since more so in my teen years, I've just been an avid moviegoer and trying to check the box of all the big movies to see each year. And each year, there would always be something for me. Not to say that there weren't years that disappointed in the past, but there would always be something. Even last year, even in like years prior, like 2023, the year of the strikes, that had stuff like Oppenheimer, for example, or 2024 had Dune Part 2, even though I think aspects of that film disappoint, but it had Dune Part 2 and The Wild Robot, a movie that I absolutely love. So there's always been a movie that came out in the theaters that was for me and that I absolutely loved.
Okay, so in past years, there were a few films that you could resonate with. Mind you, these are very mainstream movies, like Oppenheimer and Dune Part 2. And even if you're...
Therefore, if it's a mainstream movie, you're not allowed to have an opinion about how it is effectively mid, because Dune Part 1 and Part 2, my dude, are the definition of industry mid. The filming techniques are nice, the black and white was nice, but the film is mid. The film is mid. The film is mid. And the lead actress was bad in her role, as is she usually is in most roles, because she isn't actually doing much acting, with the exception of Challengers. Which, we weren't watching Challengers because it was a good film. We were watching Challengers because we were watching Zendaya Coleman effectively get two guys to kiss each other. Yes, sir.
Looking at 2025 from that narrow vision, there are still some good mainstream movies that American audiences gravitated towards. We had the movie Sinners, an original horror film that brilliantly wove music and cultural concerns within a vampire horror story. We had Superman, which reinvigorated general audience interest in DC Comics movies. And speaking as a fan of the Superman comics, that film was such a treat. Weapons was another dose of original horror from Zach Krieger, and it was a fantastic film with great offbeat direction. One Battle After Another was a highly reflective and engaging thriller from Paul Thomas Anderson, which debuted in IMAX, no less. But maybe those films just didn't work for Jester Belladonna of Sadness, and she'll explain why.
2025, like, sometimes, and I just learned not to listen to this, sometimes I get people like, you only give negative reviews towards movies, and it's like, well, that's because there has not been a single movie in the theaters this year that I've enjoyed. Now, I want to give a caveat to that. I know that people bring up that a lot of people loved Sinners and Weapons. I have a little bit of a line in terms of like what I'm going to watch in theaters. Real ones will remember I didn't go see Deadpool and Wolverine because the humor was not my taste. Sinners and Weapons, there were a couple things in it that I thought I don't want to see that in the theater. I will probably watch them now that they're on streaming and I can skip through them, but...
Oh, okay, so you didn't watch the films that most people seem to enjoy from 2025. So...
So, most people's opinions means that the year is not that bad, which is the exact same fucking answer that I'd expect from a person who's not hearing what she's saying, since it's clear that you're clip-chimping her.
qualifies you to say that 20...
You are getting put on double time, sir.
2025 was a terrible year for movies when you haven't watched the most talked about movies. And the year wasn't even over when you recorded this. I'm sorry if you just decided to duck out of the theater because you weren't interested in Sinners or Weapons, but considering that those are the most talked about horror films of 2025, you should probably watch those if you're going to, make such a blanket statement about the year in movies. You are really showing your ass here by admitting that you haven't seen the most popular movies of the year when that's kind of your whole deal.
In the past, it used to be if there was a movie where maybe it's really good, but maybe the content isn't your taste or you're not comfortable with it, then there's something else for you, right? Just because like this horror film, like horror films are always going to be more niche. If this horror film is not for you, then something else will be. That's always been the way it was.
Look, you don't have to like horror movies. You don't have to watch horror movies. But if you're going to talk about the 2025 movie year and leave out horror, you're not making a comprehensive case for this being a terrible year of movies. You haven't even talked about the films that sucked yet, and you're already setting some concerning omissions for your analysis. Like, how am I supposed to argue that there were good movies at the theater this year when you've completely rejected an entire genre that has been very popular? So you're already losing authority on this subject a mere 3 minutes into your video.
But this year, there's been nothing for me in the theater. And I know people in real life who just haven't even been to the theater this year because there's been nothing for them. And
okay, come on. Was there really nothing for you or them? Or were you just that checked out of movies in general? Granted, it's much harder to get people interested in...
I mean, considering that there is an actual case of fatigue in the industry, there is an actual case of fatigue in consumption, yeah, it is actually possible that a person can have that. It is possible that a person can have exhaustion with the business and say, bro, there's nothing good to watch, and I don't trust the industry to serve me something that I want. It is the case. It is the case. It is the case. Let's pray that I hit the Anamamu again and I have a new mace.
And films that are not based on familiar properties or don't have the biggest marketing campaigns to spread the word, but if you don't care for superhero or horror films, there were plenty of quality films in 2025. You just had to look for them. And not even that hard. Like, do you prefer comedy? Well, go see The Naked Gun. Do you want to...
You didn't have to look that hard. The Naked Gun is a mainstream example. Do you have some off-stream examples? Like Off-Broadway, for example.
Historical wartime dramas akin to Oppenheimer? Then go see Nuremberg. Do you desire action film?
So, you want people that usually watch the majority material of what's consumed by fan culture to watch war films. That's your take. Based. I have a new weapon.
That have nothing to do with superheroes. Then go see Ballerina or Warfare.
It's not even that there hasn't been a movie that I particularly liked in the theaters this year. It's then just the magnitude of how bad the big tentpole films that were supposedly these big tentpole films have been.
Okay, look, I'm sorry that the 2025 tentpoles sucked for you, but as someone who has been reviewing movies for a long time and by greater volume, welcome to the fucking club. But also, you didn't even cover all the blockbusters from this year because you made this video too early. You didn't even cover the Thanksgiving movies of Wicked 2 and Zootopia 2. You didn't cover the Christmas contenders of Avatar Fire.
Wicked was not good. Utopia, not good.
Ash and Marty Supreme. You jumped the gun far too early to make such an idiotic statement.
This year kicked off with Captain America: Brave New World and Snow White and later the Minecraft movie.
Yeah, those are all bad films. That came out in spring. I would argue that Spring had a fantastic movie with Sinners, but we can't talk about that movie now, can we? Because you didn't see it, even though it was one of the top performing and most critically praised films of April 2025.
By black people. Which is not a very good opinion to go by. Not at all. Not at all. Wormy!
This has been a terrible year at the box office. Like, there was recently an article that came out that said the October box office this year is the lowest it's been in 27 years. Like, not even considering inflation and excluding the pandemic. Like, it is insane how bad the box office has been.
Wait a minute. Why did you zoom directly to October? You completely skipped over the spring movies that you were just talking about. It is bizarre that you diverted to this point when you mentioned a Minecraft movie, a film that grossed nearly $1 billion worldwide. And look, I didn't really care for the Minecraft movie, but I'm not going to lie to you. That film made money. In fact, it's one of the top performing films of the year in terms of box office, just behind Lilo and Stitch and Zootopia 2. Now, you can claim these films are bad all you want, but to go from that criticism to then complaining about the box office in a completely different season for one particular month is jarring. And if you want to talk about the bad box office from October, why not talk about the problems with movies like Tron Ares, Black Phone 2, Roofman, or the Chainsaw Man movie? Well, I mean, discussing that lacking appeal would require, seeing all those movies, and somehow I doubt you actually went that far in depth. But also, who gives a shit about the box office? Do you really need a strong box office gross to validate if a film is good? One of my favorite movies from 2025 was The Secret Agent, a bonkers Brazilian thriller about trying to survive.
Obviously, no. You do not need to have a giant blockbuster film do gangbuster numbers domestically and foreign in order for it to be good. But what we're defining as a case example of good within broad appeal is half the problem of why the industry is bad. So you don't like her opinions about the content that she wants to consume. So you're ignoring what she wants to watch for content and saying, actually, there are so many good things out there, bro. You're blind to it, bro. What an annoying person.
In 1970s Brazil amid its authoritarianism. Do you really think I give a shit if that film cracks 100 million at the box office? And I mean, forget my choice. Let's say somebody else tells you that their favorite film from the year was Sinners or One Battle After Another or Weapons. None of those films made $1 billion. And do you think the box office is a good argument for why those films suck? Because it sounds like a lazy excuse by someone who spends more time reading business headlines than actually watching movies.
But even the movies that have done well at the box office, it's like the Minecraft movie. Just awful. And then Lilo and Stitch live action that completely changed the ending and the point of that film. That's the highest grossing film of this year so far.
Yeah, people keep returning to crap they recognize. They fall for nostalgia, but Jester Labubu, come on, do you seriously think you're any better? You won't watch...
So, it's okay for people to keep consuming soulless crap, and it's okay for you to excuse it because of the marketplace. Oh my god, I can't escape this fucking argument! We can't escape it. We can't escape it. We're going to keep hearing this argument over and over and over and over and over again. We're going to keep hearing this argument over and over and over and over and over again.
All right, your order is
an original film like Sinners or Weapons for what I can only assume is that you find the horror genre icky. You have nothing to say on Sinners or Weapons, but you apparently have plenty to say on Fantastic Four and Superman.
Even the films that they said were better. Fantastic Four, I do not think is a good movie. It failed to Fantastic Four again. Superman, I think is even worse than Fantastic Four. I think that Superman is an absolutely terrible film, even as the Superman fans were trying to defend it. But it's just like everything this year has been a disaster.
Just to clarify here, you think that Superman and Fantastic Four have been a disaster because you didn't like them. Not because they were box office failures, I mean, they weren't, but you just didn't like them.
And one of the films that I was actually looking forward to because the trailers looked good was Tron Ares. The trailers of that looked good, and then we all know how that turned out.
And it was really bad as well. And that was also, too, supposed to be a blockbuster that was supposed to bring people in. And all it ended up doing was pissing people off. Fervently. Fervently pissing them off.
Lugosi, you were just complaining about how Disney fucked up films like Captain America 4.
Also, your word analogies are not funny. And they're also not cute.
Or Lilo and Stitch and Fantastic Four. Why are you now disappointed that after a string of bad movies from 2025 from a studio that has consistently disappointed you, that they also didn't deliver on a Tron sequel? At some point, the onus is on you for being duped.
It's just been insane, like how nearly every single tentpole blockbuster that isn't horror has just become this disaster of quality this year.
How would you know that? You didn't watch Sinners or Weapons or Bring Her Back or Black Phone 2. How would you know if these films are good? Are you only judging by box office? Because we've already established you don't give a shit about that, since a Minecraft movie and Lilo and Stitch are two of the biggest box office titans of 2025, and you found those films to be disappointing, even by your own.
Because they are. The Minecraft movie shouldn't exist, for one. And two, Lilo and Stitch shouldn't exist. For the same metrics. You shouldn't be rewarding the industry for a corruptive message that is inherently bad. Period. End of. End of story. No further arguments. There is no excuse for this. There is no excuse for it.
Dumbass metrics that you've established, you can't stick to a cogent idea to form your thesis for this video.
I have never lived through a year where there just hasn't been one movie in theaters that I've actually liked. I know I liked K-pop Demon Hunters, but that was streaming on Netflix, and even though I liked K-pop Demon Hunters, I think it's a great movie, I don't think that I've been as involved with the mania behind that as other people are, and that's okay. It's okay if you like something, but it's not necessarily your new mania. But like, that was a streaming movie.
I mean, K-pop Demon Hunters did eventually go to movie theaters, but even with that exception, are you seriously telling me you enjoyed no other film at the theater in 2025? If that's true, I suppose I could look at your 2025 videos and see nothing but disappointment. Let me take a look here. Let's see. Let's see here. Oh, wait, hang on. You did like F1, that racing movie with Brad Pitt. That was only in theaters. Oh, and also, you did like Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, which was in theaters before going to Netflix. So you're already lying in this video based on your other videos. Jester Bellapalooza here must really be counting on her audience having amnesia.
But this time, this article finally acknowledged, hey guys, a lot of these films that have been coming out haven't been resonating with audiences, which I guess is a nice way of saying they're trash and audiences don't like them.
And which films, specifically from October, were not resonating with audiences? You covered Tron Ares, but not much beyond the movie just being bad. It might have something to do with being a sequel to a Disney film from 15 years ago that was rather polarizing at the time. It might also have to do with the movie starring Jared Leto and its concerning aspects of him, well, being being Jared Leto. It's also very amusing that in order to prove that 2025's box office was abysmal, you had to specify one specific month through that article instead of highlighting the rest of the year overall, which you couldn't do because the year was not over yet.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of films out there that resonate with audiences.
No, there were films that were resonating with audiences even around October. Because you know what films were gaining ground at the box office? It was one battle after another. Black Phone 2, the Demon Slayer movie, and the Chainsaw Man movie. I'm sorry if Tron Ares sucked for you, but there were better options out there that other people were watching. You just didn't watch them because you keep watching Disney movies despite apparently hating Disney movies.
On Disney's angle, a big part of it is that
You keep watching Disney movies despite hating Disney movies. Because she wants to see if the Disney movie is going to be good. And when the Disney movie is bad and wastes her money, which couldn't be me, I'd pay for something different by not paying for something different with my time. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yo ho ho, yo ho, yo ho ho. All pirates like for me. That doesn't absolve the film from having to do the job of making good content. It doesn't. It doesn't absolve the film from having to do the work. It doesn't. I need attack speed. It doesn't absolve them from having to do the work. How much money do I have left? Enough, I think. It doesn't absolve them having to do the work, unfortunately. Disney should be forced to continue to make product that people want, and not make product that people don't want. If they keep making product that people don't want, and people take their time to see if they will finally listen to them, and they don't, they should be punished with no money. People will keep looking into it to see if they finally listen to people and want to give them what they ask for, which is money. If they don't do that,
I'll fill that in as soon
it's
as
going to be a thing that's going to piss people off. Yes, sir. And they're right to be pissed off. But apparently, they don't have the right to be pissed off if they follow through with their own opinion in their own time to see if it's worth it, and it's not worth it. Okay.
they are behind on the times and they're like desperately trying to catch up. They thought a lot of this way of thinking and a lot of their version of progressivism was going to be really popular, but it's not. So they have to put out all these films that they had in the works that were going to follow that. Like Captain America: Brave New World was originally supposed to be a very, very politically charged film. They thought it was unreleasable. They reworked it. Snow White was reworked, and I didn't realize this. I didn't know how long it was going to go. But Tron Ares is another movie that adheres to the same kind of pattern where it was going to be a male character from the original franchise is gone and the girl boss takes over, and it's all the same pattern that is institutionalized with Disney. They just have all of these leftover films that no one is asking for, that they were in their own bubbles and diluted, that thinking that this is what mainstream audiences want.
Jester Jones, are you seriously implying that those Disney films were a failure because they were too progressive? I can only speak for myself, but artificial social progressivism is not what made those movies suck. Captain America: Brave New World sucked because it didn't shake up the Marvel Cinematic Universe and favored this Manchurian Candidate plot, which I found entirely underwhelming and politically neutered. Snow White sucked because it didn't retool much of a Disney animated movie beyond a few more songs and some pointless arcs that didn't add much of anything to the film. Lilo and Stitch sucked because it fumbled the thematic core of its focus on family. And I like Fantastic Four, but even I'll admit that the movie did not spend enough time with Ben Grimm to make him a more enduring character of the ensemble. And I can assure you, nobody is buying the casting of Jared Leto as a progressive move, considering all the shitty things he's done beyond his awful acting.
Like, it doesn't say, I was looking forward to Tron Ares, but it didn't even occur to me that, yeah, that film would be with the same mindset of Disney and how they've been making films for years now, too. And who knows how many of those films are less. I thought that we were just going to have Brave New World and Snow White and then we'd be done with it. We've been moving on, but no, all of these films were made in that era, and who knows with how long films take to make, how much more there's going to be.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me several times, and I must be as big a fool as Jester Jellicle here.
Yeah, the reason why films are so bad this year is a combination of, one, the strikes, and that's why there's far less films releasing this year. It's been an empty schedule.
Yes, it's been an empty schedule for movies in 2025. So saith Jester Belvedere, the woman who did not watch Sinners or Weapons, or even wait for the year to end officially before making this rant.
But also just because of the mindset of the people behind the scenes, whether that is a certain progressive mindset that perhaps Disney tried to double back on and tried to run away from, like in the case of Elio. It was supposed to have a lot of gay and queer themes, and Disney was like, oh, we can't have that, and so they got rid of that. And I'm not saying that I don't think that the original Elio film was going to be good. I don't think that at all. I don't think for one second. That would, I guarantee that as Disney is running scared from that, that would have been very controversial. That would have been a disaster too. But the thing is, I think that Disney, when they have these people behind the scenes who have like these progressive themes that they want to put in these movies and such, just taking them out, just gutting the films isn't going to all of a sudden make them better. It might make them a bit less controversial, but when you just take a completed film, whether it would have been good or not, and in this case I just don't think these films would have been good, and just gut them of all their themes, like that, you just can't rework these films all of a sudden. You're just going to take away what the intentions of the authors were and just leave these hollow shells behind.
Wait, if Elio was going to be bad with or without queer themes, why would progressivism be the issue? It sounds like the problem.
Because if they go with their intention of making a product with the full confidence of the work presenting what it has, which is the progressivism, the politics, the writing of the story that involves the progressive politics, and how it makes a complete story based in its own ontological inertia without the removal of the content. And they panic and say, wait. We can't have the gays in this! And they then rip it out of the plot, rip it out of the material, and put this in place of it. It is the case. I'm going to buy 2 of them.
All right.
it is the case that when they do that mechanism, and then they attempt to market for the thing, that they are effectively adding, go to the suffix. Okay, good. That they are effectively adding for something that they are correcting for. And correcting for this kind of course correction at this level of production will lead to nothing but bad outcomes and bad money, because they are actively sabotaging the work, because they're not giving it a chance to even breathe, to even live before it gets gutted. Do not hit attack speed this time. Fuck me in the ass!
Problem is more that the movie was just poorly made and has nothing to do with queerness. Also, do not fall for the foolishness being spun by Just for Saved by the Bell here, because Disney was pushing back against creatives who wanted these queer themes even before Elio's production. You know that lesbian kiss from Disney's Lightyear? You know, the few seconds of absolute nothing that sent conservatives into a tailspin of homophobic outcry? Well, Disney wanted that scene cut, but it remained after those at Pixar argued for its inclusion. So no, Disney did not go full-on gay with their movies, since a mere 1-second kiss required the staff to rally for it to be in the movie. But of course, Disney's queer themes would be considered too much if you're so homophobic that same-sex hand-holding or a little peck on the cheek is skating the edge of indecency.
Because you're choosing to present sexuality and homosexual tendencies to children. And you are choosing to do so in the children's film with the intention of putting it front and fucking center. That would be something a person would complain about. No matter how you fucking frame it. It would be a problem no matter how you frame it. Because you are explicitly going out of your way to add and correct for something that you do not need to add and correct for.
I would say the main cause, apart from the strikes, is just the complete out-of-touchness of the people behind the scenes, that they just do not have writers and people working on these films with ideas and vision that actually reflects what a lot of people in real life want to see.
Ah, yes, it's the filmmakers who are out of touch with what the people want to see. Unlike Jester Bello Pudding here, who is in tune with the audience's desires. Well, with the exception of Sinners and Weapons. And likely the vast majority of films that came out...
The audience and the audience that are a part of the progressive queers and queer Marxists are not the same audience. What the normies are consuming and buying because they're trying to find something for the kids to watch is not the same thing as people who go out of their way to effectively, actively put their fist on the marketplace and put their hand and crush it down towards their desires. You cannot claim that the progressive opinion is the audience opinion, and that the audience opinion should be abused.
This year that weren't Disney. If Disney is so out of touch, why was their most successful film Lilo and Stitch, a remake that you despised? Technically, Zootopia 2 made even more money, but it wasn't released when she made this video. But for the sake of argument, why were Lilo and Stitch and Zootopia 2 the studio's biggest box office hits of the year? Why did those films...
Because they were slop. And they were kids' films. That parents brought their kids to go watch because they thought, oh, I was a person who liked Lilo and Stitch as a child at your age. Certainly this wouldn't be that bad. And because they're uninformed people that are not looking at what's happening in the industry, they put their money on a bad product. And they were rewarded for doing so. Disney was rewarded for effectively tricking them with nostalgia. You sit there and say, well, it's a mercantile issue. That shouldn't be the problem. But it's also a writing issue from the people who decided that actually the single custodian over her sister should give her up to child protective services and immediately try and change her life for the better. Because it's about what I should do. Because Ohana means, bitch, fuck you ass. Apparently.
Films succeed where Disney's Snow White and Tron Ares did not. Well, when comparing the films, it's not hard to find the reasoning based on what they're drawing from. Zootopia 2 was a sequel to a Disney film from 9 years ago that was critically praised and grossed over $1 billion. Tron Ares is a sequel to a movie from 15 years ago with polarizing reviews and a gross of less than $500 million. It also downgraded with the casting of Jared Leto, and it was directed by Joaquin Roning, a director most notable for Disney live-action sequels that you've probably forgotten about. Lilo and Stitch likely drew audiences for the same reason that all Disney live-action remakes bring in the families: nostalgia. Millennials who grew up with Lilo and Stitch in 2002 likely wanted to share that experience with their kids, just as they turned out for remakes of Beauty and the Beast and The Lion King. Comparatively, the live-action Snow White remake does not have the same level of nostalgia. Everybody who originally saw Snow White when it first came out in theaters is dead. That's pretty depressing now that I say it out loud. So you can really tell how out of touch somebody is when they use the box office to argue about the declining quality of movies. And don't get me wrong, 2025 was not a good year at the box office. It was just as middling as last year. But there are a variety of factors that contributed to this beyond the lazy excuse of...
Last time I can make this gamble. Please do not land on attack speed. Thank you.
woke movies.
I think that there's going to be more hits next year potentially, but I still think that there's going to be big bombs. Movies that I think for sure are going to be box office hits next year. I think the Super Mario Galaxy film, I think that for sure, I don't think it's going to be good because of how they want to make the Mario films lack all character development substance, but it'll definitely sell at the box office. Going forward for the rest of this year, Wicked for Good and Avatar I think will definitely sell. Next year, I think Dune Part 3, as long as it doesn't get moved, that'll definitely sell something. Moana live action remake, unfortunately, that'll sell.
Yeah, I agree. They will make money. Why do you think that is?
But I still think we're going to have a lot of surprise bombs, especially
because they have built up an idea that the first film was good. So people will go to the film and think, oh, the second film couldn't be bad. Look, the first film was good. And thus they would be tricked by marketplace opinions.
I'll post it right
and not researching for themselves. Like most people would. Please do not steal something I need. I just want to live, bro. Bro, I just want to live. This can still be saved, but I need to get it more material.
from Disney. I think that people are going to be odd at how bad Mandalorian and Grogu as this Disney Plus streaming movie in the theaters, how badly that is going to do. And I think that is going to create such a conversation about what has happened with Star Wars since it's going to be its first film back in theaters after all of these years.
And what's your proof that it's going to bomb? I mean, I read speculation that the film won't crack $1 billion and might only reach $500 million, if that. But I'd also argue that the most relevant pop culture addition made by Star Wars in the past 5 years has been Grogu, aka Baby Yoda. People who have not watched The Mandalorian know about Baby Yoda. Now, I'm not saying the film won't be a box office bomb, but I'm not as confident as Jester Belko Experiment that it will definitely be a bomb. Because in her mind, it has to be a bomb, and it has to be a poorly made film so that she has something to talk about.
Other films, I think that they are going to be odd at how poorly Doomsday is going to do, because that is a film that I'm not saying it's going to do as badly as Mandalorian and Grogu, but that is the first film from the Avengers that essentially doesn't have the Avengers.
Had she waited just 2 months, just a mere 2 months, she would have seen the first trailers for Avengers Doomsday, which revealed Steve Rogers and Thor. You know, the Avengers you keep bitching about not being in this film. Maybe you should actually wait until there's more information before you say dumb shit like this.
And it doesn't have any build up with the mainstream public. And it's like when I talk to people in real life, just casuals, like they checked out of the MCU back and at Endgame. Like people aren't paying attention or caring about this movie. So while I think that we're allegedly getting a trailer for it with Avatar, I think that that's going to get a lot of discussion. I don't think that this movie is going to do well.
Yes, let us gauge how well this Marvel movie will do by talking to people who no longer go to Marvel movies since Endgame and didn't contribute to 2021 Spider-Man No Way Home, which made nearly $2 billion. It's not like that's a terrible way to gather information on a piece of media. What a fascinating method. I think I'll use it myself and go ask some adults who haven't watched anime since high school if they're excited for the new season of anime. That'll prove my point that nobody is excited for anime anymore.
Doomsday, I think that they're...
That's not the point that she's saying. She's saying that the market is exhausted, which is an opinion that is shared by multiple people. The market is, in fact, exhausted with the material that is going through, mostly because it's exhausted with things that are bending on nostalgia, and it's exhausted with things that are bending on being uninformed and being victimized by the marketplace, doing it on that standard. You just go out of your way and say that that's not the case. Then you are, again, abdicating responsibility and effectively saying, nah, this person doesn't know. They can't possibly understand.
There's probably not going to be anything controversial in it in terms of like all these meta culture war battles that movies have become, because I think that this is the first film that they've made after all that stuff.
Unless, of course, there's a same-sex couple who holds hands or give a little peck on the cheek. Because if that queerness most mild graces the screen, then the culture war is on for folks like Jester Bozo here.
Even still, I wonder how many more films in Disney's arsenal are these films that were going to be a bit more heavy on the messaging that they've gutted. Like, I've been wondering that about the upcoming Zootopia 2, because the original Zootopia was so heavy with political messaging. I'm sure they must have done that with the sequel. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that's part of the reason why the sequel got greenlit. But then I'm wondering, is this going to be another film where they gutted some of those themes, and we're going to see that in the final film? Because, like, and right now, they're saying pre-sales for Zootopia 2 do not look good, which could just be that, you know, family movies have a walk-up business and pre-sales.
Wonder no more, Jester jokes. I'm from the future where Zootopia 2 came out, and it didn't dampen the message about cultural erasure that it aimed for. It was also Disney's biggest box office hit of the year, having enough legs to carry it through Thanksgiving and well into the Christmas season, which you would know if you actually waited for the film to come out, or, you know, just learned how to read the room. You don't need to be a box office oracle to see that a Disney animated film released for families during a holiday season with no comparable competition was going to do well.
It just seems like there's just a whole lot left in the arsenal of Hollywood. There's just so much more sludge that are reflective of different decision-making of the past, that we're still in the era where all that we're watching is sequels and remakes and franchise films, and they still have not fixed the actual problem.
You know why studios keep making those types of movies? Because that's what gets people to go to the theater. And you're guilty of this too, Infinite Jester Bell. Disney made a Tron sequel because they knew people like you would go see it. You fell for it. Like
no, because the last time that there was a Tron sequel was Tron Legacy, and they carried on none of the plot points that came from that film. and went in an entirely different direction to make a film that was a commentary on AI, artificial intelligence, transhumanism, and effectively creating yet another insertion of the type of remake that's made to suggest that people are going to be invested in material because you invoke it as such. It was bad. It was a case of a bad sequel that nobody asked for, like the Crow remake, and Morbius, and Madam Web. It reaches in the position of superhero exhaustion, which is half the fucking reason it's a problem. But, you know more than us. No problem, bro. No problem, bro. No problem. No problem, no problem, no problem. You know more than us. You know more than us. You know more than us. You know more than us.
Everybody else who saw the movie that month. You're no different than those ranting dorks online who piss and moan about how there are no original films and that everything is just a rehash, and then the only films they show interest in is stuff like the Mario movie or a superhero sequel. At some point, it's on you for continuously falling for this stuff. If these movies really depress you that much, maybe you should stop going to Disney movies. Like, you already don't go see the more talked about movies like Sinners or Weapons, so why not do the same for this studio you despise? But of course, if you did that, you wouldn't be able to make a whole series of videos bitching about Disney movies you hate. This is the box you built for yourself.
Like, I just don't see an end for this bad quality that is before us. And it's just so obvious to me more than ever how things have changed. Where I'm just thinking about how, years ago, we used to get bad movies like Aquaman and Captain Marvel and Venom to sell.
It's cute that you think the worst movies of the 2010s were only superhero movies. You couldn't even...
I mean, they were some of the worst because the audience fatigue continues to be the case. But apparently we don't know what we're talking about, and we're crazy people. We don't know what we're talking about, and we're crazy people. So let us be crazy. I don't know, man. I think you might just be addicted to being an asshole. And so you can't see the forest for the trees.
Pretend that you watched anything more than that.
Like, it wasn't that long ago that the box office was thriving, and all these decisions have just destroyed it.
Oh yeah, the box office was just destroyed, and people aren't going to movies anymore. Well, except for Spider-Man No Way Home. That film made nearly $2 billion, but that's it.
Marvel. Superhero. Superhero Marvel. Marvel superhero.
Put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Lord have mercy, man. Like, I don't... What is your point? Is your point, oh, you didn't watch enough films. Therefore, I'm going to tell you that you're not that you're not intelligent. You didn't watch enough films that don't interest you, so you're not intelligent. And you cannot do criticism because you did not watch these films that do not interest you. Let's convert this into a video game argument. You can't talk about video games ever because you did not play this genre of gaming that does not appeal to you. There is all of these games out here in the world, and you didn't play them. Therefore, the industry is dead. While I ignore the thing that you're asking for continues to happen in the industry, and they have not addressed this problem for the companies that are supposed to be producing something of value. It's literally the one-to-one slop argument that they gave me on fucking Wick. One-to-one, it's the same slop argument. This genre, that genre, this game, that game, this movie, that movie.
Well, okay, there was Avatar: The Way of Water, which also made over $1 billion, but that's another exception. Okay, fine, a lot of people went to go see Barbie and Oppenheimer for the whole, Barbenheimer double feature thing, but okay.
People went to go see Barbie and Oppenheimer for the meme, yes, but there are also people who went to go see Barbie because at the end of the day, it was an enjoyable film for them to go watch. And also, it was a zeitgeist moment where they got to see something that effectively was made with nepotism involved and in mind. But allegedly, that's not the important part. Allegedly, that's not the important part. Which would then beg the question, what is the important part? I hope it ain't what you think it is. Because that'd be concerning. I feel like I might have to gamble. But I can't afford chaos. Or what's a chance? No. Not really. So I'm just going to have to wait for another cash payout. Come on, double Omen of Light, double Abyssal Echo Drop. Make me a rich man again so I can gamble more in the marketplace.
Outside of those exceptions, there were no other successful films in the 2020s. Okay, fine, Mario Brothers movie did make, once again, the overall box office is struggling.
The Mario Brothers movie is a perfect example of elimination continuing to do the thing that most people would consider to be repugnant and impossible. Which is, they took something that cannibalizes the voice acting industry and continues to do the ink suit acting that makes people not want to go watch most animated films, unless they are ensemble pieces. And it is being used as a means of, ironically enough, reinvigorating the career of people like Soft Cheese Larson. Of course, you'd have to make the argument that her career was in need of revigorating, which, yes, it was. But that goes outside the point that this is, again, a case of looking for good films, cannot find films that I consider good on the standard that I actually want and accept. Therefore. It's kind of rough, don't you think? Just a little bit? Don't you think it's just a little bit rough? Any at all? Like, even in the most general sense? No? Everybody's coping? I mean, if we take a word for it. 3 rerolls.
But minimizing the issue to merely being a product of bad movies is far too reductive that it's a childish perception of the problem.
I still think that it is very important to keep up the shared experience of the theater, the shared experience that people lost because of just how bad it's gotten and how bad the quality of these films are, and they're just not reflecting us. I still think that it is very important to keep that alive.
Why do you even care about the movie theater at this point if you only go there for Disney movies you hate?
And I was just so happy to see how many people wrote to me after my video a couple videos ago where I talked about my filmmaking ambitions and what I've done in the past and what my ideas in the past were and what I am doing going forward. And I want to tell you guys, I just really appreciate all of you guys who wanted to become a part of that. And what I want to say right now what I'm working on is just finishing the last revisions.
Oh, okay. She still wants you to go to the theater for her film. That's what's being sold here. So let's skip her whole plug.
How long is it going to take you to actually...
I mean, is she not allowed to plug her own film and her own work if she feels passionate about it? Apparently the answer is no, she is not.
These round hammers are something else, aren't they?
She is not allowed to do that if she feels some type of way about it. Because you said.
Realize what you need to do, and what you need to do is not go to AI. You need to get rid of the idiots who are currently writing your films that are antithetical to what the audience actually wants to see, and you need to get new creatives who can actually make good works and are actually in touch with people. I just don't know when Disney is ever going to realize that, and I am just nervous next year, even as I'm seeing more films that I'm interested and curious about seeing. I mean, Spider-Man Brand New Day, that is definitely going to be a big film at the box office.
Watch a second studio's films lineup for the year. I'm begging you. Okay, I'm just going to skip towards the end here because she's mostly just repeating the same points over and over.
If you see me just doing negative review after negative review for movies this year, it's because it really has been this bad. 2025 is the worst year for quality I have ever experienced at the movies, and it just breaks my heart to see how far things have fallen, but I've vented enough about this.
Of course 2025 seemed like a terrible movie year. That's easy to say when the few movies you went out to the theater to see were mainstream Disney movies. You've deprived yourself of quality films. You could have watched Sinners, and yet you chose a Minecraft movie. You could have watched Bring Her Back, but you decided on Lilo and Stitch. You could have watched Black Bag, but you chose Snow White. You have chosen your movies poorly. As you might have expected, plenty of people called out Joker Horn for her.
As a film reviewer who makes content in that sphere of influence, I believe that is what we call her prerogative. Who are you to judge her and tell her that she's doing it wrong? Who asked you to make this hit piece? Better question. Alas, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud.
Goodbye.
Her rant laced with so much ignorance. Well, she had a response to that, so let's read it. Occasionally, when I talk about how bad movies are right now, I'll get some snooty film snob in the comments saying, your problem is you're only watching Disney and superhero movies. Broaden your palette.
And that's exactly what you're doing. So you're doing exactly what she's calling you out about.
I need to be watching more obscure indie films to find something good. Not even obscure or indie. People knew about Sinners. People were talking about weapons. A lot of people were talking about one battle after another.
I mean, those films already exist. They're not in her purview. It's not what she watches for channel content. If she does choose to watch it for channel content, are you going to change your tune? No, you're going to keep bashing her anyways.
You're just out of touch. First off, when I'm talking about how bad movies are now, I'm of course comparing the mainstream blockbusters of today with the ones from the past. As much as some people grit their teeth about...
Yeah, so Sinners is not a mainstream blockbuster. It is just a film that is co-opted by blacks and then gets pushed to everyone else the same way that Black Panther did. Both of them. One, because, oh my god, I love this black actor. Wakanda forever. Oh my god, the black actor died. Wakanda forever. And damn, black people being able to make films that have never been made before. Except that they have been made before. And the same thing is going to happen when Ready or Not 2 comes out, because it's going to have a double feature with They Will Kill You with Zazie Beetz. So the same way that you could have had the same energy for, Betty Gilpin and The Hunt, you're going to abdicate that and you're going to ignore that film having been good from the film series that, like, for the film year that it came from, and you're going to immediately say the same fucking thing with that film when it comes out. And it's not going to be just because it was a good film. It's not going to be because it was a good film that you were looking forward to. It's going to be because the consensus. That's not an argument. Especially when we're talking about the customer and their matter of taste. And if her goal is to look at the mainstream films that are coming out from the zeitgeist, from the people that are responsible for the forever war against the fans, that is a separate argument. Then here's a foreign film that stars Lea Seydoux, and you really being in love with it because you saw that she was in 2 of Hideo Kojima's games. Actually, no, 1. No, 2. I swear she was in the second game. Am I coping? I don't think I'm coping. I might be coping. Anyways.
About Disney and superhero movies, they not only used to be of much better quality, but factually, Hollywood released more high-quality original movies for the mainstream as well.
Which they're still doing, but you wouldn't know because you're not watching them.
The indie space is not much better right now, though. Similar to mainstream Hollywood, the indie space is incredible gatekept, so that it's still the same pool of rich, well-connected people able to get their films into the best film festivals and get.
And that is true, because that is the case. But, you know, foreign marketplaces are able to get across from that if they get entered into such competitions. But let's hear what the asshole has to say.
Exposed to distributors. It's incredibly difficult for anyone truly independent to get exposure for their film. And I'm sorry, I just haven't anything interesting coming from the elite indie filmmakers film snobs watch, pretending it makes them intellectually superior. It's essentially just more of the same slop to me by the same small group of people.
More of the same slop to me. So saith the fresh Jester of Bel Air, who exclusively watches Disney and superhero slop. Notice how Jester Bell's Batman Smells here doesn't list a single indie film to make her point that they all look bad. Which indie films look bad, and why? Or did you just make that blanket statement as an excuse not to watch anything besides the same old mainstream slop? I do find it interesting that she says that non-mainstream films are loved only by snobs because they like to pretend that they're intellectually superior. It's a tone that is reminiscent of the time Bill Maher gave his opinion on Akira Kurosawa, a director of movies he has not watched.
Kurosawa is one of the most important directors that you need to pretend you care about. I've always said. Wait, you don't like Kurosawa? I have no idea. I've never seen the movies. I should. Maybe I'll get to it. I certainly know.
Bill, I don't want to yell at you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know it's your show. But what the fuck, man?
Dismissing any film that isn't part of the mainstream as a snobby indie film loaded with pseudo-intellectualism doesn't make you sound like someone who loves movies. It makes you sound like Bill Maher, and nobody wants to sound like Bill Maher. But from Jester Jilliker's perspective, it must have been such a letdown for her that 2025 was a terrible year for movies. Maybe 2024 was just too good? Let me check here. No, apparently 2024 was terrible as well because Hollywood killed movies.
Like, I'm tired of how modern movies look. I'm tired of how they barf color grading over everything and make it look awful. I hate how modern movies sound with auto-tune. I hate how modern movies smell.
What the... Smell? Did Smell-O-Vision come back or something?
She was making a bit about hating the way it looks, the way it tastes, the way it feels, the way it smells. Obviously.
Did she smell a movie just now? It doesn't look like she enjoyed it. Honey, you gotta quit shoving that Disney junk up your nose. It's not good for you.
I'm gonna be 100% real with you guys. This is just...
Men with full beards shouldn't be catty. It is extremely feminine and gay.
It's 100% a candid conversation I'm going to have with you guys. 2024 broke me. 2024 reviewing movies just straight up broke me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What films ruined your year at the theater?
Borderlands, Joker Folie à Deux, Venom 3, Madam Web, even though I love that movie, I think it's the greatest thing ever made. Gladiator 2, movies that I skipped, The Crow, Craven. I had to skip terrible films because they were just coming at me all at once this year.
Wait, how did you know those last 2 films were bad if you didn't see them? Because I've seen those films, and don't get me wrong, they suck, but my opinion, Hollywood killed movies.
Like, I'm tired of how modern movies look. I'm tired of how they barf color grading over everything and make it look awful. I hate how modern movies sound with auto-tune. I hate how modern movies smell.
What the... Smell? Did Smell-O-Vision come back or something? Did she smell a movie just now? It doesn't look like she enjoyed it. Honey, you gotta quit shoving that Disney junk up your nose. It's not good for you.
I'm gonna be 100% real with you guys. This is just 100% a candid conversation I'm going to have with you guys. 2024 broke me. 2024 reviewing movies just straight up broke me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What films ruined your year at the theater?
Borderlands, Joker Folie à Deux, Venom 3, Madam Web, even though I love that movie, I think it's the greatest thing ever made. Gladiator 2, movies that I skipped, The Crow, Craven.
So, in her example, Borderlands, shit film. Completely broke the canon of Borderlands as a franchise, tried to combine the first and 2 games into a hodgepodge of non-stop memery, horrible content. Joker Folie à Deux. You chose to make a sequel where you antagonize people for choosing to make affinity to his portrayal of the Joker because you wanted to stick it to your critics. Then in The Last Dance, a horrible way to send out the Venom character. Just cuz. It literally was just bad. It was literally just bad. It's not an ultra. It's 2-time. Also, there you are. Okay. I have 2 copies right now. This was the one that I was just wearing before I finished the one that I'm using right now. What is your in-game name? While I wait for that, let me get back to this. So, Borderlands, bad. Joker 2, bad. Venom, horrible send off for the Venom character. The Venom character, great. The characters in his world, great. Venom itself, and how you chose to create the symbiotes, not that great. Not that great. Just literally not that great. There you go. Have fun. Remember that the damage that the mace does is based on the damage of your shield, and that you need to have a source of melee physical attack leech on an offhand object in order for it to properly apply your damage. So if you're breaking armor with this and trying to get the extra, it needs to come from damage on your shield. And you're pretty much good to go with this. Yeah, that's okay. That should get you to tier 15. You're probably going to want to aim for something that's going to go over 1,000 armor. I bought this piece just to fit for that purpose. I eventually will have to craft something better. Which is ironic because this is actually tier 1, but they ended up putting a life desecration on it. But yeah, this mace can only get better if you get a double socket, and then if you corrupt a third socket. So the one that you have technically has a Nebulok rune in it, which is the Farrell's Rune of Hunt. What you want to put in this is the Venomous Rune of Agony, and then a Venomous Rune of Agony, and then a Sawal's Rune of the Sky, and whichever one of these is the +1 poison. Where is it? 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 I cannot recall where it is. Or am I thinking of a soul core? It might be possible I'm thinking of a soul core. Am I coping? Am I crazy? I might be coping and crazy. Ah, it's an idol. My brain is stupid. Third slot would be Idol Thurunda. So, you'd need an Idol of Thurunda and a Venomous Rune of Agony and a Sequals of the Sky as your 1, 2, 3. Venomous Rune of Agony for one, and then your second on a exceptional, should you wish to recraft this yourself, needs to be that one as a number 2, and then number 3 would be idle. I think you would probably prioritize idle over the +5 of all elements, because this gives you access to more poison, and then the +5 gives you access to it gives you access to electrocution, so that you can attempt to start doing shocks. Since you already have a +1 inside of your herald from escalating poison, so you can go without having the Thorunda. So you don't have to have 3 poisons going at the same time, but it will help your damage for its maximization. But you can definitely go without it, because it is very expensive. I literally spent down 800 Exalted trying to craft a 2-hand right now. And I need to go get the materials so I can then perfect this. So that I only lose it. Because I had 2 pieces before that are currently sitting in my Ange that I have to make back my money on, because I tried the craft twice and it ended up eating my attack speed. Because I was going without protection. Because all the protection shit is overly expensive. Other than that, you're good to go. Have fun. I'm distracted. Now I'm back to this. You're welcome. So yeah, Venom: The Last Dance is probably, of these first 3, the most tolerable film that you could probably say you could break even on. From, like, being passable, and it's only because Tom Hardy and his supporting cast are good. Madam Web was absolute dog shit and is definitively the example of what people hate. Gladiator 2, same thing. Crow, same thing. Craven, same thing. Because this comes at the back of superhero exhaustion, and in The Crow, a desecration of what the character could be and is. It's worse than the actual direct-to-TV films for the 2 sequels that came after the first Crow. It's worse than those 2. And that's fucking saying something, dude.
I had to skip terrible films because they were just coming at me all at once this year.
Wait, how did you know those last 2 films were bad?
How does she know they're bad? Damn, it's almost like there's this thing inside of film criticism called film critics and reviews, and that a person can watch those reviews and do that content. And by knowing that, they're able to make content and consume content that helps them achieve a goal. Damn, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, that's crazy. Crazy-ass work, that is. It's completely impossible for you to be able to achieve that without having that notion given to you directly. Weird. Weird. Weird, 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 weird. Weird.
If you didn't see them. Because I've seen those films, and don't get me wrong, they suck, but my opinion holds more validation because I actually watched them. Also, The Crow came out in August, and Kraven the Hunter came out in December. What do you mean they kept coming at you? They were 4 months apart. What is with you in bad movies? Like, are they surrounding you? Are they swarming you? Are the bad movies in the room with us right now?
It was just like an endless barrage of not just bad films, but bafflingly bad films. Like, unbelievably bad films. I got accused of, you can't call everything the worst thing ever, but it certainly felt like that. Like, the magnitude of just how bad these films are.
How would you know? You watched 5 mainstream movies that pretended that the 2 you didn't were also bad. But then she divulged some good movies from that year that kind of dismantled her argument. So she still has to pull back and say that those movies were good, but not that good. I mean, we can't let that ruin this video about how this was the worst movie year. We can't have that.
Inside Out 2, good film overall, but it's Pixar on the upswing trying to change itself. There were still a lot of flaws in it. It wasn't on par with any of Pixar's masterpieces, but I was just grasping at straws, honestly, to get anything good, and which I think most people...
She is considering the quality of the work to what came before and what is following after in its wake. I would say a studio that is known for making absolute bangers should continue making absolute bangers because they have learned from their lessons and know how to turn out a good product. If they are instead going the trend of trying very easy things and failing to deliver something of value, that is a bad thing. He blew up.
people are. Dune Part 2, excellent cinematography, excellent performances, but then there's still things that hold us back. And
Carl, you forgot Rainer Temples. Fuck!
Shawnee and Zendaya, and that just didn't work for me, which I've talked about elsewhere. And one of the things that takes me out of it is I feel like they wouldn't have made those decisions with their character. They wouldn't have decided the final frame of the film needs to be on Shawnee if it wasn't for the day and age that we're in and saying that Shawnee needed agency or whatever. All the things that they did with her character that I thought were counterintuitive to the narrative they're going for. So that holds that back.
Shawnee is more interesting because she's the only one who notices that Paul's rise to the ranks of Messiah among the Fremen is dangerous, which if you've actually read the other Dune novels, makes sense for what is coming. And I found it more appealing for Shawnee to adopt a more critical stance towards the familiar events of the book. But sure, yeah, it was held back because Denis Villeneuve shouldn't have added anything to the story and just stuck strictly to the novel, even though he changed.
No. This is not an that's not an argumentation of they shouldn't have changed anything. It's an argumentation of Zendaya, can you please serve some cunt? That's what it was. It was Zendaya. Can you please have an emotion that doesn't look like you are suffering from a wet turbid shit? It's the same thing you can say about Millie Bobby Brown and her many facial expressions in Stranger Things. Or you're going to make the argument that Stranger Things Season 5 was not actually bad. Because I saw that shit. I saw that shit happen in front of me like a train wreck. The best part was I didn't have to watch it myself. People watched it for me. Oh, wait. Because I didn't see with my own eyes. That actually means that I don't know. Except that I do know. Because there's this thing called videos on the internet. And people making them. And people who made them informing me of the content. And showing me by example with argumentation. That's not a good thing. That's not allowed. That's bad. That's not a good thing. That's not allowed. That's bad. That's demonstrable in his argument, not my argument. Oh no.
Plenty of the previous film.
And then Wicked, I gave that a very, very positive review, but I still think it is held back by its ridiculous runtime, and I'd be lying if I was saying that this experience wasn't tainted by Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande's hijinks.
I'll spare you this.
Yes, it quite literally is the case. The film quite literally would be better if the lesbian triage that was going on between those two, that very clearly happened with some level of hysteria, was not the case. And yes, the runtime of the film was too goddamn long, because they cut the fucking thing in half and made it take an extra fucking year that it definitely did not earn or deserve. That is actively something bad about the work that they did. Why are you acting as though that is not something a person is allowed to say? Why is she not allowed to have that opinion? It's a correct opinion. It's a salient take. I, for one of the people that believes that movies should not be bloated into part twos. And I know exactly where it started from. It started from the YA novels. It started from things like Harry Potter. Harry Potter could have earned it because it was one of the quintessential things. And it was a gamble that they started with to begin with. That you have now metastasized into this need to make something longer than what it deserves to be. If it serves its time, if it serves its function, and it's able to affect a very consistent narrative and a consistent follow-through, it should not be allowed to waste my time. As these films are wont to do. Apparently, that's not something a person gets to have. They don't get to have that opinion. That opinion and that take is not a fair take. It's a gay take. It's a lame take. It's a take that should be antagonized as bad just because you said. Not because you proved, just because you said.
The 17 seconds of her complaining about how she finds the two actresses of Wicked annoying, but not for anything that they do in the film.
Here's the thing, I just don't think that Dune Part 2 or Wicked, like, there used to be a certain standard of movies. Like, every year used to be when I would see at least a handful of films where I said, that film will stick with me forever. There is only one film this year that I can really say will stick with me forever. The Wild Robot. Nothing's distracting me from the outer world of whatever the actors had said or anything like that. No decisions made with it that I felt like this was being influenced by outside factors. It was just an honest, straightforward, tight animated film. My favorite film of the year.
Okay, you really like The Wild Robot. That's good to hear.
Yes, I really love Sonic as well.
Okay, and you also liked Sonic the Hedgehog 3. I gotta tell you, I'm not buying 2024 as a terrible movie year that broke you.
There hasn't been anything in years to really ignite a fire in people and make them really excited.
Well, Sonic 3 is an extension of goodwill that was precipitated by people actively having standards and saying, you better put that murdered girl on my screen or so fucking help me, we will burn it down to the soundtrack. And they got what they wanted. That is definitely a success in the category of most people, but it's 1 success. In total, you could count maybe like 10 successes out of 260 Snake Eyes. I would not call that a good year for film. You would!
For movies in general again.
The year prior of 2023 saw Barbie and Oppenheimer, two of the highest grossing and award-winning films of that year.
Now, as we consider that, I want people to consider the quality of movies a decade before 2024.
Again, it goes without being said, 2 different genres of film. If she's not looking at that genre of film, that doesn't mean she's gonna enjoy it, man.
And I was in a conversation with my sister about this and about how good the movies in just 2014 used to be. And I want to read to you the movies that we were getting in that year compared to 10 years later. The Lego Movie, Captain America: Winter Soldier, John Wick, Whiplash, Interstellar, Paddington.
Okay, yes, Paddington did come out in 2014 in the UK. In the United States, however, we did not see Paddington until 2015, which you would know if you saw the film in the theater that year.
Gone Girl, Nightcrawler, X-Men: Days of the Future Past, Godzilla.
Wait, hold up. That's the wrong Godzilla poster. That's clearly Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. It says so right on the poster. How did you make such a big error like this?
Big Hero 6, How to Train Your Dragon 2, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, The Battle of... they can't all be winners.
Can't all be accurate either.
But it's like, this year, when the list of Razzie nominations came out, there were more recognizable movies on the potential Razzie nomination shortlist than there were on the potential Oscars contenders, or the Golden Globes that are going on right now, which I don't care about.
Okay, I think that says more about the movies you watch than it does about what the Academy nominates.
Even on the Oscar contenders, it's mostly, like never before, it's movies that I just cannot recognize at all, more than any other year, and even the ones that are on there feel like just a courtesy to try to get people to watch, and not movies that are really that high a bar.
Then maybe you should watch them instead of complaining about how you don't recognize these movies. I really think you should watch films like Anora, The Brutalist, Conclave, if not to understand the accolades, then at least to watch some better films. But also, you said you don't care about the Oscars, so why do you give a shit about the nominations? So we get some more whining about 2014.
Because you want the nominations to actually reflect a good year in film, instead of reflecting deviations towards people who desperately would like it to sound like it is a replacement for something that is good, but actually isn't. Yeah. So what you're saying is you want the film to actually have good outcomes that you can agree with? Yes. 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 I'm gonna get my ass blitzed off for having no chaos.
Being a better movie year, and then Jester Bellagio showcases how bad she is at recommending movies.
And like I was talking to a friend, she knows what I do, and she hadn't been to the theater in a while, and she's like, is there anything that I'm missing? Is there anything me and my family should go see? And I told her flatly no. It's like there's some movies that come out, like Nosferatu or The Substance, and they're technically well made, but it's like you can't, let's say, recommend them to people with kids. They're not bringing the whole family to see them. It's like even then, with some of the good films that come out, it's like they're not for everyone, and there's so few good films that come out and even get the marketing push behind them, even play in enough theaters, that it's like it's just not enough for anything. My sister hasn't been to the theater since June Part 2 because there's been nothing that she's been interested in, and this is the longest stretch since then.
Please do not seek movie recommendations from Jester Beffoon. She exclusively watches mainstream crap and actively avoids better films. Instead of actually watching new movies, she decides to retreat to the old.
This year, the movies that have stood out to me the most are the ones in the past. Popeye. But you don't know what that movie is? It's a movie from decades ago with Shelley Duvall.
Yes, Jester Bababooey, I know about Popeye. I know enough about it that he buried the lead by not highlighting Robin Williams in the central role. She then spends over a minute just gushing about Popeye's production design and how we don't see that quality of movies nowadays without offering any direct comparison. I also find it snobbish that she acts as if her audience hasn't heard of Popeye. To all the fans of Jester Jelly Belly here, I want you to know this. This is how little she thinks of you. She then boasts about Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven and then brings up his recent film, Juror Number 2.
This year, he did a movie called Juror Number 2, and I watched it, and I thought it was pretty good. It was one of the few solid films I saw this year.
Well, then why didn't you recommend it to people? Like, I didn't see any videos from you on Juror Number 2. I did, however, see plenty of videos about you ranting against Rachel Zegler and James Gunn and Star Wars.
Golden Globes are on tonight. Every time I see all these actors, interviewing people, just putting on these fancy dresses and stuff, and mouthing off these very expensive-looking venues, I'm just thinking, what are you celebrating? What are you glamorizing? There's no glamour to Hollywood right now, if there ever will be again, because all of the magic has been sucked out of movies. It's something that people don't love anymore.
No, it's something you don't love anymore. Or at least it's a medium that you need to convince others not to love anymore for the sake of your YouTube channel.
What am I supposed to think?
Why would she need to be convincing people not to love film? If she loves film, this comes as a definition of how she definitely loves it and wants to see it improve and not be considered dog water. It sounds like you're putting words in her mouth. Which, that's fucking abysmal.
These events, Todd Phillips is given complete control of the movie, one of the few directors given complete control of a movie anymore, apart from someone like Clint Eastwood who actually does a good job, and he spits in the audience's face? How are we supposed to celebrate all of this when you allow something like that to happen?
Oh no, another franchise film is bad. Whatever will we do? And now it's time for some performance art with Jessica Boone Chakalaka's one-woman performance of Online Lady at Cinema.
I can't describe it. I'm just so filled up with everything modern movies as I've been just sitting through endless deluge after deluge of utter crap, garbage, junk in the theater all year long, just sitting there screaming my head off at the junk that has to fill my head. Like, I'm tired of how modern movies look. I'm tired of how they barf color grading over everything and make it look awful. I hate how modern movies sound with auto-tune. I hate how modern movies smell. I just want to escape from them.
And see. Okay, I have some notes on your performance. First and foremost, stop.
Secondly, if you're going to stress how 2024 was a terrible year, don't meander from your point with films you like or older films that don't correlate. Thirdly, you want to establish authority, and you can't do that if you didn't watch the movies that you're talking about. And fourthly, find some new superlatives and pejoratives. Like, mix it up a little. Buy a thesaurus. From these two end-of-the-year rants, Jester Highway to Bell clearly lacks insight into movies. Her blind spots in talking about the medium reveal a self-induced rage that is built more on disengagement than anything else. Her problems within these videos, however, are fixable. She just has to watch more movies. I mean, the volume of film that she talks about in these videos is just pathetic. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up. So let's look at a subject that can't be resolved with mere exposure. Let's see how she fares in this recent video regarding gender titled, Why Are We Afraid of Alpha Male Hero Anyway? This video starts with her discussing Paramount's pledge to produce more media featuring alpha male heroes amid its attempt to buy Warner Brothers. She doesn't go into much detail about who was behind the pledge, namely Paramount CEO David Ellison. David was a failed actor and producer on the film Flyboys, who eventually formed his own production studio with Skydance Media, funded by his rich daddy Larry. The most concerning aspect of David is his affiliation with Donald Trump. And when I say that, I don't mean that David has played a few rounds.
And there it is. And there it is. Why is he coming at her? Because it's Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome every time. Every time, boys. Every time. I don't like Trump, therefore Trump man bad. Poor little Tink Tink. Poor little Tink Tink. Poor little Tink Tink.
With Trump, or that he donates money to the president's causes. No, Trump was directly involved with the merger evaluation for David. Even worse than that, David told President Trump that if he gained ownership of Warner Brothers and essentially CNN, he'd ensure that CNN would be nicer to the president in news coverage. And there are many more red flags regarding David Ellison. I mean, he's a good friend of Netanyahu. He hired Barry Weiss as the editor-in-chief for CBS News, who has been doing a horrible job so far. And also, David's father Larry has self-avowed as a uber alpha. So that was cringe as shit. But I'm looking too deeply into a topic for a video that isn't going to talk about any of this. Jester Bellabong really just wanted to use this issue as a springboard to talk about alpha male heroes in movies, which, as you'll see, she doesn't fully understand.
There were just all these articles pearl-clutching about the idea that Paramount or any studio at all would want to focus on alpha male heroes for their movies. And I just have a question about that, because I'm like, okay, why are we so afraid of that in the first place? Why are we pearl-clutching about that? And what also brought it on is I recently watched the movie Die Hard. Believe it or not, it was my first time watching this movie. We didn't watch R-rated movies growing up, so I just finally got into this.
Oh boy, I sure can't wait to hear what Jester Rubella has to say about alpha male heroes in movies, despite only having recently just watched Die Hard.
It was Christmas time, so I finally watched Die Hard.
So she's not allowed to talk about the subject matter of having a leading male in a movie that is not the standard of the Longhouse because she hasn't usually talked about it. Because watching them, there are plenty of examples, but the examples presented by modern Hollywood are, again, bad. Not accounting for actively choosing to pigeonhole and henpeck your main lead characters with the going trend, they are bad. They are not very good. Oh no. Now I have to wait for the client to unlag. Oh no.
Die Hard, and I have some things to say about it. First of all, Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Wow, you are really late to the party here. And now watch as she attempts to engage in the most tired movie discourse of the last decade.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and anyone who says otherwise is insane. I heard someone say that you could swap out the holiday here for any other holiday, like St. Patrick's Day. That is
Getting mad about a fucking take. That shouldn't matter about the content that's happening. You're daring her critique. You're ignoring her critique. You're ignoring her critique. You're ignoring her critique. You're being an asshole. You're ignoring her critique. Engage with her material. Engage with the critique. I don't know. What's bad about her saying that the film is a Christmas film? Oh, no. How dare she? How dare she have that opinion about the film being a Christmas film? It is such a bad thing that she did that. Oh my. Oh no. Oh gee, oh joy. Oh my. Whatever will we fucking do? Please. Please gag me with a spoon. Stop this. Stop this madness. Stop this madness, sir. Please, sir. Please have a point. Please have a fucking point. Please. What is the point? Because if the point is just Trump derangement syndrome and I don't like her because she's supposed to be serving the chuds, whoop de fucking do, dude. Whoop de fucking do.
It's absurd. who returns home with gifts for their family, trying to patch up their marriage and their family life on St. Patrick's Day. Who has an office party on St. Patrick's Day? You only do that on Christmas. This is a Christmas movie, you insane fools. Anyway, so I'm watching Die Hard, and this is definitely an alpha male movie. It's got the alpha male hero, and it reminded me of why the alpha male hero is popular in the first place, and why all of these alpha male movies were so popular. First of all, Die Hard in general is just a really tight, well-made movie. You know, you've got the beginning that sets up why he doesn't have any shoes, so he's gonna have to do this action movie barefoot. You know, all the pieces are in place. Why his wife had the picture turned down, so they don't immediately see the connection there.
Yeah, it's good filmmaking, but I don't see what that has to do with alpha male heroes. I know you're probably still, starry-eyed from having just watched Die Hard for the first time, but try to stay on point here.
Why is the alpha male hero popular? Well, it's actually, the superhero in general is just sort of an upgrade version of this. We like having a character that takes control of a helpless situation, because we wish we had that. We wish we were that character. When you set it up, there's the office people, there's the terrorists, they're helpless to do anything, and then you have the super capable guy who can just talk down to these terrorists.
Okay, first off, John McClane is not the most capable hero. Right from the start, John has problems. He has marital issues, he's terrified of flying, and isn't always in complete control of the situation when terrorists take over. He springs into action, sure, but he also makes plenty of mistakes. For starters, he doesn't have shoes, and his feet end up very bloodied amid the carnage. There are also several scenes where he's frantic about what his next move will be, and not all of his plans work. He's even deceived by Hans Gruber, who poses as a hostage at one point. Now, I bring all this up because those flaws are what make John unique and challenge the alpha male perceptions for manly movie heroes from the 1980s. Actors like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone have starred in plenty of physically demanding movies where they fight like unstoppable killing machines that never endure brutal injuries and rarely miss a shot. Bruce Willis previously starred in Moonlight, a romantic comedy series. This was the appeal of Willis, playing John McClane as a believable everyman who could fail. He's a regular, ordinary guy who runs counter to the larger-than-life characters portrayed by the likes of Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger. So while I am glad that you finally saw Die Hard, Jester Culpepper, I think you chose a bad example for a film that exemplifies the alpha male hero.
And yes, he goes through a ton of struggles where you feel for him, you wonder if he's gonna make it, and that's what I question throughout the entire movie. How is he still alive? How is he still alive? How is he still alive? But that's the basic idea behind it. You like having this character that's larger than life. It's the same thing as a superhero. This character that's larger than life.
No, he's not larger than life. He gets hurt. He makes mistakes. He's not as powerful as a superhero. And that's why you care about whether or not he'll succeed. This isn't just me saying this. Here is an interview with Bruce Willis from the LA Times where he talked about his Die Hard character. Quote, Sly Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger movie characters are larger than life. But my character, even though he's a hero, is just a regular guy. He's an ordinary guy who's been thrown into extraordinary circumstances. I haven't seen a film like this in a while that has a nice build to it, a nice character chaos. This film satisfied me in a lot of masculine ways. And I agree, I think John is fascinating because he's not an invincible slaughter machine. Men don't have to be that larger-than-life hero to save the day. They can struggle with relationships, become stressed when under attack, and bleed when they're hit. I think that makes John far more appealing than merely having him machine gun a bunch of terrorists without spilling a drop of his own blood.
And the thing about it is, it's not toxic at all. Once again, we like putting ourselves in the shoes of a character that is larger than life and has all of these abilities. And they don't even have to be superpowers so that we can root for them against the bad guys. That's the entire fantasy.
Wait, what abilities does John have? Like, yeah, he can fire a gun and he improvises during dangerous moments, but there's...
She didn't say he had superhuman abilities. She said that the character seems larger than life because he's able to take on the dynamics of the situation and adapt to the situation as an everyman. You're putting these words in her mouth by trying to contradict her in the middle of her statement by clip shipping her. Which is ridiculously fucking gay, dude.
There's always that doubt about what he's doing. It's not that much of a fantasy, considering I don't think most people fantasize themselves as a hero where they painfully pull glass out of their feet.
But also, there's all this talk about how this is like toxic, this sort of masculinity is toxic, and I just want to look back in the past and say, why?
Wait, who is saying Die Hard was an example of toxic masculinity? Where did that argument come from? I have never heard anybody argue this point. And when I looked up this topic, I mostly found articles talking about how Die Hard wasn't promoting toxic masculinity. I did, however, find this video from the conservative YouTube channel Rebel News, where Die Hard was part of their Toxic Masculinity Film Festival, where they used the term either ironically or positively. So yeah, that was fucking awful to watch, but I don't think anybody is unironically calling out Die Hard for being an example of toxic masculinity. This is enough.
So, what you're claiming is that they did it in irony, and you're upset about the fact that they would choose to do it not in irony, which means they were doing it straightforward. Play that section you just said back again.
Where they used the term either ironically or positively. So yeah, that was fucking awful to watch.
Ironically or positively.
But I don't think anybody is unironically calling out Die Hard for being an example of toxic masculinity.
There have been plenty, especially with the way that he chooses to behave, because it falls against the feminist critique of what a man should behave like and act like, is to say... And if they're doing it positively, that means they did not do it in a negative way. So your idea is that actually they shouldn't be allowed to speak on it even positively. Because if they're not speaking positively, then they must be speaking ironically. Self-referential, of course. That's retarded. I cannot begin to tell you, bro, how fucking retarded that is.
This is another manufactured problem. So then Jester Bells and Whistles explains why Die Hard is the opposite of toxic masculinity, given how John reconciles with his wife.
I want to ask the question, what is really toxic about that?
I think a more important question would be, who said that in the first place?
It's like they're also afraid of these movies coming back, but we look...
It would be the feminist dialectic that said it.
in the past, you know, at least the more recent past, and we see that there's not really a toxicity there in these famous movies.
Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. You just read that people found the pining of alpha male heroes to be cringe, and you assumed that they were talking about Die Hard, because that's the most recent action movie with a male lead that you watched.
And that's the thing, Die Hard, famously, a Christmas movie that people watch every year, so it's lasted even decades later, and people still love it, and I haven't seen anyone go after this movie, even though it is an alpha male movie. So I'm asking the question, what is really the negative element here? What is the toxicity? What is the fear behind this alpha male movie that we have, that everyone loves? What is the problem of the persona of a character like John McClane being capable, but still being flawed, still taking his licks, still being a character that we want to see succeed at the end?
Nobody has this problem with it. You made up this problem in your head. Nobody is complaining that Die Hard is an example of toxic masculinity. You just jumped to that conclusion because you're a tourist trying to frame a narrative based on a film you recently watched for the first
Here comes the T word.
time.
Now, I want to make another comparison here, and this came up again recently, that last year I was ranting about Gladiator 2 and the lack of masculinity in that movie compared to the first. And Paul Mescal, who starred in that movie, was talking about how that old toxic masculinity is going away. But Gladiator 2 was an awful movie, and I just did not see the masculinity in it, in a main character who let his wife go into battle and then was in good spirits about a scene later after she died. I didn't even know if he was supposed to be devastated about this or not. It was a weak performance.
Okay, I need to preface this argument by saying that I did not like Gladiator 2. It's a mess of a movie that rarely finds a good flow among its characters and the sword and sandal pageantry. But Jester Bells of St. Mary here gets so much wrong about how the film is bad because in her eyes, it's lacking in masculinity. Paul Mescal's character is Lucius Aurelius, the son of the previous film's protagonist Maximus. In the opening of the film, Lucius lives among the kingdom of Numidia with his wife Arishad. When the Roman army attacks them, everyone who is able defends the kingdom. Jester Bell Lollipop here frames Lucius as being happy that his wife goes off to war and dies, even though they are both fighting for their home. Right before the big battle that ends with Arishad dying and Lucius being enslaved, they share this very tender moment where they kiss each other. They then pledge that they'll also be by each other's side forever, no matter what happens in this battle. Also, I don't know how Jester Beltway thinks that Lucius was in good spirits about his wife's death. I mean, the scene where she is shot to death has Lucius freezing up after witnessing the woman that he loves fall to her death. Immediately following Lucius being knocked out and into the sea, he witnesses a vision of death taking his wife away. And when he awakens, he finds her body in the water and cries over her corpse before the Romans enslave him. The love and grief that he has for his wife couldn't be more stressed. There is a scene after more devastation to the kingdom where Lucius connects with one of the enslaved on their transport, and they share a brief chuckle about warding off death. But Lucius is not happy about his wife's death. It hits him pretty damn hard. This isn't even an inability to read the film's nuances. Jester Delta Force is flat out lying to you about this movie. And just, this is what I hate most about people like this. I hate that she's forcing me to defend a film I don't even care about because she's too stupid to understand movies.
And the first...
Shouldn't you be happy to force to defend a film that she supposedly doesn't know about because it gives you the opportunity to introduce her to a film that she may be able to like, as well as others? Or is it more about you harassing her about it through the proxy of the internet? Because bullying her is a more important avenue. It appears that the bullying is the more important avenue. That's gay. That's gay! That's gay! It's gay. It's gay. It's gay. That's gay. That's gay. That's gay.
I'll do what I
That
can.
is gay, 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 gay.
Someone is bound to buy that.
Gladiator is very much an alpha male movie, but once again, where is the toxicity in it?
Once more, Jester Beltaroon is misreading so much of Gladiator here. I don't know if she's actually watched that movie, but there are a lot of flaws within Maximus. If he really was the alpha male hero, why was his rightful place as emperor stolen from him by Commodus? Why was he unable to stop the murder of his wife and child? Why did he succumb to his injuries and was then forced into fighting as a gladiator slave? He also dies after eventually defeating Commodus, having completed his revenge. Now, does that really sound like the alpha male hero that men want to be? Do you really want to be the guy whose government betrays him, has his whole family murdered, be forced into slavery, and then die while getting your revenge? It is a rather dark and depressing film in that regard that I would never want to be in the shoes of Maximus, even if I do get to, slice people up with a sword in a coliseum. I don't think it's worth it.
And you can see now that as they actually went to the new form of masculinity, I guess they think we have now, they actually took away that moral center of his character by canonizing the affair.
Okay, this is subjective, but I don't really think it ruins Maximus that Lucius succeeds where Maximus failed in taking the throne. Lucius doesn't even hate his father. I mean, his father's spirit inspires him, and by the end of the movie, he even pays tribute to him. So no, I don't think it's a tarnishing of the character of Maximus, considering that he was Lucilla's former lover. So it kind of tracks that Lucius would be his son.
I realize it's another movie where a man's relationship with his wife is really put on a pedestal. And this is the alpha male hero that we're supposedly so afraid of from the past that's supposedly toxic in some way. I do not believe that that is actually the case.
Yeah, it's not the case, because nobody is saying this. This is all just speculation in the head of just...
No one, also known as the feminist lobby.
Jester Bell, insert funny suffix here.
Now, all of this is pretty rhetorical on my part. I know the answer. Like I said, the entire trope of something like Die Hard, it's a similar thing to like a superhero movie where the alpha male hero is supposed to be the character that you want to put yourself in their shoes, that you're super capable and tough talking, and that you could do anything. It's the same fantasy as the superhero, and I don't think they want that. I don't think it's about whether or not the male character is, noble at heart or moral or non-toxic. They just don't want the male character in a position of power and control, because that would ultimately be what you would get in those movies. No matter what, setbacks that the male hero has, ultimately we see them as a figure who does have the ability to exert some control out of an out-of-control, very dangerous situation. And I don't think that they want a male character in that positive position.
I can name at least 3 dozen films from the past decade featuring male characters in positions of power. And I could list them here, but I mean, what's the point? Jester Best Buy here hasn't watched any of those movies, and she doesn't go out to that many films, and she's terrible at reading films, which is why she continues to say dumb shit like this.
Well, if you actually look at a lot of these original films, like, the toxicity that they claim was in these films wasn't even there. There is nothing negative about these heroes, apart from the idea that people just don't like the norm of having the male character portrayed as strong and tough and in a position of power. They just actually don't like masculinity in general. It's not that it's toxic. But to admit that would be admitting that there's actually nothing wrong with these old masculine heroes, and there actually aren't good motivations behind the people trying to push that, and that there's actually nothing stopping us from doing the alpha male hero. In fact, it would probably make a lot of money if we went back to the alpha male hero, because it usually does.
Okay, I feel like a broken record here, but nobody was complaining about this shit. Ever. You just manufactured this idea that when people cringe about talking about being an alpha male, you thought that they were referring to Die Hard or Gladiator. They're not. I'm pretty sure the concern is that when people say they want to make alpha male media, they have a perceived notion of the criminal and embarrassing behavior of Andrew Tate and similar entities within the manosphere. The only people who think talking about alpha male...
Why are you going after that? Holy. What a fucking pivot.
Manufactured this idea that when people cringe about talking about being an alpha male, you thought that they were referring to Die Hard or Gladiator. They're not. I'm pretty sure the concern is that when people say they want to make alpha male media...
Well, considering that we're talking about standards of male action heroes of the past concerning the standard male action of today, it is actually the case that they would be having to talk about film characters. But since we're pivoting to the other thing...
they have a perceived notion of the criminal and embarrassing behavior of Andrew Tate and similar entities within the manosphere. The only...
Most people don't know what the Red Pill is, and they don't know the creators that are in it. They only know about the dramas that would be funny from them, because people in society are not exempt from the same shit that would affect Loghouse in the field. Okay, baseline 60. I have to liquidate all this.
Only people who think talking about alpha males refers to stuff like Die Hard are people as media illiterate as Jester Bellabotomy here.
You know, I think bringing the alpha male hero back would actually bring a lot of money to Hollywood, and that's certainly what they need right now. And the more they keep clutching their pearls about this and trying to follow, you know, this sort of mindset that doesn't even make sense and isn't even positive in and of itself, the more money they're gonna lose.
Okay, so when I think of alpha male heroes in classic movies, I think of stuff like Conan the Barbarian or Rambo in First Blood Part 2. I don't think of Die Hard or Gladiator as examples of larger-than-life alpha male heroes, considering all the terrible stuff that happens to them and how much they get hurt. But this is the core problem with someone like Jessica Lord of the Rings here. She doesn't have enough insight into male heroes in previous movies, having admitted that she's only recently watched Die Hard for the first time. And yet, she claims that Hollywood is losing out on a core demographic by not tapping a type of hero that she does not know how to read. And since we're on the topic, let's talk about a film that actually addresses toxic masculinity. The Art of Self-Defense is one of the funniest films I've seen from the 2010s. Jesse Eisenberg plays the timid Casey, an office worker who gets attacked by a gang. Trying to find a way to defend himself and feel more confident, Casey enrolls in a karate class run by a local sensei, played by Alessandro Nivola. The sensei doesn't just try to teach Casey how to fight, but tries to instill a perceived notion of masculinity. This includes such actions as listening to angry music, owning a more threatening dog, watching porn at work, and punching your boss. However, as Casey moves up the ranks at the dojo, he soon realizes that all his devotion to masculinity is a lie. The sensei is using his students for his own financial gain, either through selling tapes of the violence that he forces them to commit and extorting money from his students if they leave. Eventually, Casey realizes the game that's being played here. The sensei tells the tale of the dojo's Grand Master and how he perfected a fighting technique that allowed him to punch through an opponent's skull with his index finger. But that technique is really firing a gun, which is what Casey does to the sensei. After then taking control of the dojo through their dumb rules, Casey passes the leadership down to Anna, a woman who is sexually abused and denied promotions despite her capabilities. The Art of Self-Defense is darkly comedic for the absurd road that Casey pursues. The sensei tempts Casey with a lifestyle that will make him a more manly man. And while it does make him more aggressive, it also makes his life worse. He attacks innocent people and watches as those in the class are either sexually abused or commit suicide when they believe that they are, not living up to the standards of being a man. The masculinity that Casey has bought into is not real. It's a manufactured idea of what it means to be a man, targeted at the most vulnerable and desperate enough to believe anything that will make them feel empowered.
Except what you're describing is a film that is a satire. And that film plays as a satire. That is not a hard critical read on the fucking business. That's not a hard read on Red Pill. That's not a hard read on anything. It definitely it's definitely taking the shit out of Red Pill. But it's not a deeper criticism, because this is an absurd thing to see. Who's gonna go into a McDojo? Who's gonna go to and think of a McDojo and think, yeah, every single person in that McDojo, they went there for self-help reasons. And they getting raped all the time. Children, raped, frequently, constantly, effervescently, raped. Makes you look at the Karate Kid different, and Cobra Kai different, and Karate Kid Legends different, don't it? Just every single time. 1 out of 5 characters potentially can be abused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Karate Kid, the new Karate Kid, Karate Kid 2, Karate Kid 3, Karate Kid Remake, Cobra Kai, Karate Kid Legends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops! Hilary Swank! Looks like you're getting fucked by Mr. Miyagi! Bam! 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 You must suck on, and then suck off. Bam! 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 No! That film is not giving you a worldview into a criticism about the red pill. It is satirizing the nature of the incel, at best. But unfortunately, it is doing it from a place where it has beatified it. Beatified the Judd. And then turned him into a postal character. Does that sound at all like it's deep and gritting and gripping? No, it doesn't. Do you know what actually tells that story? You know what film actually perceives that? Magazine Dreams! Magazine Dreams does. The performance anxiety, the embarrassment, the trying to do something that effectively ends up not succeeding well and being a little bit cringe that gets him antagonized. The crippling weight of pressure and how it consumes you. The criticism and the opinions of people that tell you that you're not living up, and the damage that that does to someone's psyche, and what happens when that person snaps. Because they either don't have the right kind of support, or there is no person in their corner that's there for them. Because words of encouragement can go a very long way. I find it interesting that you didn't reach for Magazine Dreams here to try and describe it, and you said reach for this. Because you want to talk about the red pill, which is adjacent to the right wing, which is adjacent to the far right, even though they are not adjacent to the far right. We probably try to make fun for something that would appeal to the far right, but appealing to the far right as an African American who makes money off of people who are downtrodden is like trying to appeal to a farmer as a cow who wants to be bred for slaughter. It kinda doesn't go the way you think it would. So, I don't know why you would go in this direction for that, but you did it! You did it, and you can have the reward for being wrong.
You must listen to this music, or you are not a man. You must hide your feelings, or you are not a man. You must be violent, or you are not a man. You must reject any seemingly feminine trait, or you are not a man.
Yeah, that's hyper negative toxicity, which is all consumptive and blackpilling. It is not divine masculine, and it's also not in tune with divine feminine, because there is no divine feminine in most of the marketplace of the industry, because most of the people who are making those films stand alone from the rest of the sludge. And we're talking about the sludge, sir.
Script and damaging pressure on what it means to be a man is what defines toxic masculinity. It's not Die Hard. Jester Besser does not know what she's talking about when it comes to masculine portrayals in movies, but that ultimately doesn't matter to her. What she wants to sell you on is that movies have become less manly than the movies of the past. She does not make a good case, but she's not trying to convince those who are critical of movies and masculinity. She is targeting those who already believe this idea of masculinity being under attack by woke Hollywood and just want to hear it reiterated by her. And that is why for her video complaining about Anora winning the most Oscars, it's no surprise that she hasn't seen the film. Well, okay, she said she tried to watch Anora but found a movie with strip club scenes could be too icky. But that's not going to stop her from talking about the film and how she's mad that it doesn't demonize sex work. She also finds the term sex work icky as well, because...
I mean, that is her choice to have, dude. That is her choice to have. And yes, actually, it's right in the same theme with substance, Foster. Like, remember the female rage of the elderly towards the younger female? And how a woman is willing to sacrifice anything to obtain that reach, even including the destruction of herself? It's the same kind of nothing burger story that you're talking about there. That effectively is pseudo-intellectual at worst and cerebral at best. You just have to be able to actually tell if it's cerebral or not in order for it to be effective. Which is asking for a lot. That is asking for a lot. It's asking someone to do a lot of work. And there's some people who don't want to do that work.
it doesn't make the job of sex sound inhuman enough for her. And if you don't like sex workers, it's pretty bizarre that you'd watch a film by director Sean Baker, who is known for movies that feature sex workers as protagonists, which you would know if you watched more movies and weren't such an embarrassing tourist. This is not a video for people who have seen Anora and want to talk about it. This is a video for people who have not seen Anora, don't care to see Anora, and want to feel rewarded for their choice not to watch a movie. It's movie criticism for people who don't watch movies. So, you know, morons. Now, if you're getting a little steamed at Jester Bells of Steel and her lack of media literacy, she has apparently made a response to all these criticisms. So let us dig into her video, a response to the haters. If you're mad at me, watch this. And I get the feeling with how she framed this video, it's kind of like a hold your beer moment. It's like, oh, if you think you're mad at me now, check this shit out.
You're always negative. You're way too negative. I do, in fact, do positive videos on my channel. I did a positive review for Dune. I did a positive review for Inside Out 2. I recently did a positive video about how I want the MCU to get better. I did a positive video that I worked on for like a week about the Star Wars prequels. I did a positive video about my favorite comics. Guess what? No one watched them. Because here's the problem. Even while I do positive videos on this channel, the YouTube algorithm never pushes them. The YouTube algorithm just does not push positive content. And I've heard that from other content creators in different spaces, that everyone thinks that they're negative all the time because the YouTube algorithm never pushes their positive content. And I don't really know what to do about that.
Okay, so your excuse for being so negative towards movies is essentially...
That's not an excuse. She's allowed to have her ability to have opinions. You say that she's using an excuse because you're not willing to accept that she's allowed to have negative opinions and positive opinions and post them on her channel. Because you're telling her that she's basically not allowed to have emotions and opinions. So you're being a dick, trying to mansplain to a woman she's not allowed to speak, because how dare you, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you. This is some actual unironic longhouse behavior.
The YouTube algorithm made me do it. And look, I get it. The algorithm does favor that type of video. But if you're only being negative for the sake of the YouTube appeal, that vitriol is going to come off less genuine over time. The performance is going to become so artificial for the sake of engagement that your credibility on these subjects is going to plummet. Do you really hate this movie, or are you just playing up that frustration for the views?
That is my response to people who say that I'm always negative. It's like, I do positive videos, but when they go up, no one even knows they exist because the YouTube algorithm just does not push them to people. And that's very frustrating to me. And I don't want to just be negative here on here all the time, because that's not who I am all the time. But unfortunately, only my negative videos ever really get seen. And that's just very frustrating. But hopefully I'll crack the code to get some more positive content out there. But no, it is not that I'm just always negative. And it's not my fault that the YouTube algorithm only ever pushes negative stuff. So don't blame me. Blame the audiences who only ever look for negative stuff. Blame the YouTube algorithm and how it works. It is not that I'm always negative on here.
It's not my fault that most of the videos are negative. It was the algorithm, and you. This is all your fault. Don't blame me for making these videos where I shit on movies I misinterpret or don't watch. I have no control over what I produce for my channel, so I can't be held responsible for the videos I make or the words I say.
This is all your fault. You grifter. You're a grifter. You're just grifting on everything. You grift. That's how you get your views. Okay, this one is the one that I wanted to address the most, because I have heard the word grifter so overused. I have heard anyone who has any kind of online presence, doesn't matter what niche they're in, doesn't matter what kind of content that they're promoting, I have heard literally everyone in every space today accused of being a grifter. For those who don't know, grifter means you basically just say and do things not because you believe them, but just because you're trying to make money, just because you're trying to get attention.
I mean, you just said you made negative videos because they garner the most attention. You even...
No, she makes negative videos because she sometimes has a negative opinion, not because it garners more attention in the algorithm. It happens to be the case that you could end up garnering more attention in the algorithm, but she does not do it to garner the attention in the algorithm. She does it because she's not going to write off something that is going to be piss poor towards us, the potential audience, for the consumption, and act as though it is okay to turn in that product, and act like it is not going to be at our mercy in a facious product for us to subsume that is responsible for how we are consuming the content, and how that directly affects us as the market that is consuming the content. Sounds like you're abdicating responsibility, bro. Lost a coil.
blame the algorithm for making those videos. And while I don't think that's enough to warrant the label of grifter, you certainly do seem like a grifter based on the artificial problems you created and the refusal to engage in movies you write off as bad.
Here's the problem with that. Now, I think that the word grifter has kind of lost all meaning, because when people use it, I'm like, do you mean anybody who is trying to get views or subscribers for their channel or their content or whatever, or do you mean the people who are legitimately lying and saying things they don't even believe just to get clicks? Because there is...
The word that we should be looking to here is not just baseline grifter, but media grifter. If you were to call them media grifters, then you would be accurate. If you can accuse them of being like Smash JT, then that is an accurate example. But they have to be called media grifters, not just grifters. Because if you just hate somebody and you call them a grifter because you hate them, and you want them to be hated by other people as well, then you're just antagonistically upset about them. And that is not justification to then call them grifters. You actually need to demonstrate that they are in fact grifting on purpose, and they are purposefully doing it. Just because people disagree with them does not mean that that is the case. But that's the argument that we're going for here. So, we're inherently coping at the end of the day, is what's happening. We're inherently coping. And it's not helping. It's not helping. But what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud.
There's a difference, because in terms of trying to get build an audience for your platform or whatever, literally everyone is trying to do that. And I think it's funny when people accuse me of, for example, you did Acolyte videos because you thought they would pick up on the algorithm. I mean, yes. I mean, it's funny that people use that as kind of a gotcha. Like, you did this because you thought it would get a lot of views. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her, call the Fed. She wants views and subscribers for her channel.
No, a grifter is not just someone who wants views. But if you attain those views from either lying to your audience or selling them a faux solution to a self-constructed problem, that's what makes you a grifter. Writing off that descriptor as merely wanting views is as disingenuous as saying that hucksters of phony medicine are just people trying to make money. Like, they're just, like every other capitalist. There's a lot more that goes into defining grifters and their motivations, so I'll refer you to Anthony's video on the subject, and you can find a link to that video in the description below. So then there's this long rant from Jester Bojangles where she stresses that she's only talking about stuff she's
Jester Bojangles.
still chasing the algorithm. She then
Jester Bojangles, bro.
counter to the grifter accusation.
So
Man said Jester Bo fucking Jangles. Alright, buddy. Okay. Alright. Alright. I feel like I'm naked, but I'm not naked because my armor is covered by elemental hits. But I still feel naked. Definitely gonna have to get divines. This should be okay.
You can disagree with my opinions, and you could even think that I said the stupidest thing that you ever heard in your life, but just know it is always coming from a place of honesty. And for the last time I'll say it, that is the most satisfying way to run a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't think this entirely writes her off as a grifter, though. I mean, it's not like a grifter is going to come out and say, I'm just lying to you for your attention, because that runs counter to their whole operation. Like, a snake oil salesman is not going to admit that they're selling you worthless crap. But if she really is speaking with 100% honesty in everything that she says, then she's just dumb, because why else would you talk about Anora if you never finished watching it? Who cares if the movie won the Oscar for Best Picture? Do you really hate the Oscars that much to talk about a movie you never cared to finish? Or did you just need to talk about it because it was trending? Because if your passion only lies in being angry at mainstream movies, including movies you don't watch or fully understand, then it really does make you come off as a very angry person who does not enjoy the medium. It's so hypocritical to say that you mean the things you say in your videos, but also that you're really not that angry all the time, as though you were only playing a character. So let us see how Chester Belligerent responds to the criticism.
I mean, sometimes you can play up how bad something is for humor. And that's a bad thing to do if you're doing it for reasons that are very, very manipulating at the end of the day. But it seems to be the case that you would be angry no matter what she did. So she might as well not even try in this capacity, because it'll piss you off should she do so. And it appears that she, in case, does so. Alright, boys. It's constricting time.
That she's too negative.
One of the biggest criticisms, if not the biggest criticism I've ever received on my channel and continuously received, is that I'm just too negative. And I've heard other YouTubers in the movie space get that criticism, and I've heard other YouTubers in general, whatever niche they're a part of, get that criticism that they're just too negative, that they just need to create more positive videos. And that is a frustration to me, because as much as I get these criticisms, I'd like to point out I do make positive videos, and they never get the viewership that the negative videos get.
Yeah. We've heard all this before. You'd like to make positive videos, but it's the YouTube algorithm's fault, not yours. Let's find another excuse here.
Here's the reality that the criticism that YouTubers only ever cover negative content or only ever cover things negatively don't understand. What these people seem to accuse me of and accuse other people of is that we are the cause of what people are watching and what people believe. Like, everyone believes that everything is terrible right now in Hollywood, or that there's a lot of bad stuff because we keep telling them that that isn't true. Plenty of people are doing positive reviews on good content that comes out. It just doesn't get a lot of viewership, because here's the thing. The YouTube algorithm is a real thing, and the YouTube algorithm functions based on audience behavior, not what we're putting out, based on audience behavior. So if you click on a video, that means you're going to get a lot more of that video, of the specific buzzwords and thumbnails and the topics and all of that. Meaning, for someone to criticize that they're only ever seeing negative videos, or that they're only ever seeing my negative videos, means that they've probably been clicking on a lot of negative videos. So it's essentially their fault that they're not seeing more positive content in their feed.
Yes, we've heard this one too. It's the audience's fault, not yours. What else you got?
Because here's the thing. The reason why negative videos on YouTube, and when you're talking about movie YouTube, and the reviews and all of that kind of stuff, the reason why they're picking up so much is because people feel very negative on the movie industry and movies in general right now. And that's just the people who still care enough to get mad about it and seek out videos to validate their opinion, or not validate their opinion. People come to YouTube because they have feelings about the way franchises have gone, and the fact that it seems that movies aren't as good as they used to be and stuff like that. So they come to YouTube to see if there's anybody else who feels that way, and that's how these communities get created.
You are feeding a community that wants that negativity validated. You've consistently proven from the videos I've watched to be incredibly wrong about movies, in effect, spreading misinformation beyond a subjective viewpoint. You also run your mouth about movies you admit you either haven't watched or never finished, to say nothing of the films you have watched and misinterpreted. The community that you fostered from this type of commentary will be grossly misinformed about movies, incurious about the medium, and become even more media illiterate. She then gets all nostalgic for the days when there were popular YouTube channels that talked positively about movies. But I do think she's painting the past to be way more flowery than it really was.
Even though there were problems with movies in the 2010s, they were not anywhere near the way they are today. People still had a lot of films they were excited about, they wanted to go see, like when Star Wars The Force Awakens was coming out. People were still positive once upon a time on the live-action Disney remakes, and there was a lot of hype around various movies coming out.
Oh yes, people were excited for 2010 movies like The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, Ghostbusters, and the live-action remake of Beauty and the Beast. And sure, some people didn't like those movies, but, you know, it's not like there was a frothing
negativity online that spilled over embarrassingly. I mean, it's not like there was a right-wing provocateur who went on a racist tirade against Leslie Jones for being in a Ghostbusters movie. And it's not like there was a, an embarrassing...
You realize that the reason that there's a pipeline to the alt-right is because people like you, sir, are responsible for ranting about them and making them seem like they are cool people to be with and to be around. You are directly responsible for him having that monetary success because you cannot stop saying his name. You are responsible for the behaviors that are happening. It is your fault. It is your fault, and we will hold you accountable until you stop doing this behavior, because you cannot help yourself. For everything that is sacred and good, please, for the love of fuck, stop. Stop today, stop now. Secure your home with a Sloman shield, and stop making it everyone else's fucking issue. And now we farm for divines.
Embarrassing petition by fans of the DCEU to dismantle Rotten Tomatoes after there was a negative score for Batman v Superman. And it's not like there was an even more embarrassing petition by irate Star Wars fans to make The Last Jedi non-canon because it was so bad. Yeah, none of that happened because film discourse during the 2010s was completely rational.
And that you blame that on incels, not on the film itself being bad. Now I have to take a relevance position. That film was dog shit garbage because it inherently insulted the fan and insulted the legacy it was supposed to be upholding. Because it was explicitly made to counterpose what was done by J.J. Abrams by Rian Johnson. That's why he's forever locked into making Knives Out films. Because he quite literally botched his opportunity by trying to put his finger in the pie and put his finger in people's face and say, "Nan and a boo boo, I know better than you do." His fault. Not ours. His. Not ours. His.
Some of these topics, like talking about how bad Rey from Star Wars is, or talking about how bad Captain Marvel is, like I think that my videos on female characters actually probably would have done a lot better if they were closer to that time, because that was a topic that was still fresh. But now, like saying that Star Wars is dead or something like that, people have been saying Star Wars is dead for almost a decade now. Like it's been a long time at this point since Star Wars: The Last Jedi. So a lot of these topics have been kind of talked about to death, and Marvel as well. They've been talked about so much that people are getting tired of it. So in that sense, I think that the movie space on YouTube is getting smaller because the industry is getting smaller.
Yeah, that daily rage bait got boring, but it also became far less credible as the narrative grew ever more implausible to maintain. Because if you frame your YouTube channel based on getting mad about Star Wars, Marvel, and DC on a weekly or even daily basis, the more you're going to just start making shit up for attention. So maybe you should figure out something else to talk about if you care that much about movies and you're not just spewing negativity for popularity's sake.
Except for the fact that it's reflected in the films, because the films have continued to not improve themselves over time. They are actively demonstrating the point that the films have actually fatigued the audiences because they have not improved themselves. It is the fact that they actively are showing this to be the case basis because they continue to demonstrate the point that many people are coming up with, which is that they want the work to represent what it is they want to support, and it is not doing so because it is not building so. You can blame people as much as you want, but it's not going to help, dude. It is the case that it is affected. It is the case that it is happening. It is the case that it is happening, and it also sucks when it's happening.
If I do 5 videos about because there's a negative topic that I need to cover and then one positive, that means the positive video is less likely to pick up, and it won't change until we get more better movies out, better shows out, it's more consistent, and that there's more of a fan base that wants to see content that is positive on this stuff and breaking it down and all that. Because I'm even thinking about myself, like Dune Part 2, I know it's a good movie, but did I really feel excited enough about it to watch a whole bunch of videos on it explaining why it's good? No.
Okay, so now you're part of the problem?
And I'm hoping that maybe one of these days when we get to a time when there is more positive content, that maybe some of my positive videos that I did in the past will finally pick up. But that's just not the reality now. And the fault is not of us YouTubers. The fault is of the audience.
Okay, so now it's the audience's fault again?
So it's not really a fault. It's just the reality that when the movie business isn't in a good space, then more negativity around it is going to abound, and it's going to pick up on the algorithm, and it's going to keep feeding into itself, and it's not going to change until movies change, until audiences start seeking out different kinds of videos on YouTube. And so that's just the reality. I'm not being too negative. I am making videos on different subjects. It's just that the negative ones are always going to be the ones that pick up more because they are the ones that the audience is seeking out. But I just want to get that off my chest. Stop blaming us YouTubers for things that the audience is watching. If I wasn't doing negative videos covering the realities of what is going on in Hollywood right now and how bad, in what bad shape the movie business is in, then somebody else would be doing it. If we weren't doing negative videos, somebody else would be.
Okay, so you're just trend chasing like every other rage bait YouTuber.
No. What she just said was, if we weren't the ones that were making the negative opinion, then it would be Nick Fuentes. If we, the critics, were not the ones that were creating the negative opinions and presenting the arguments with arguments that aren't based on something other than audience reaction and engagement, it would be Nick Fuentes and his like doing so and then using it to spread into politics. You want to blame Milo Yiannopoulos, and you want to blame the alt-right, and all you're doing is handing and ceding power to Nick Fuentes. You have to have an answer that's more than Trump derangement syndrome. Because if you don't have one, and you're not willing to hear one from people who just are passionate, and they're not Nazis, they're not alt-right, they're not alt-left, they're not anarcho-primitivists, they're not accelerationists, then you're going to be surrounded by accelerationists that are going to use your fatigue and your desire to attack people as an easy way in. And then you're fucked. And then you're fucked. And then you're fucked.
If we weren't doing negative videos, somebody else would be, because that is what the audience wants to watch right now. Or if no one was doing them, then there wouldn't be an audience for this stuff at all on YouTube, and they would just find an outlet elsewhere to talk about this kind of stuff.
Okay, so if people would stop watching these awful videos if nobody made them, why are you contributing to it? You are actively making the situation worse with your tourist takes on movies. And you don't care so long as you get attention. Because who cares if you're grossly misinformed on movies or flat out lying about them in your negative bile? This is what YouTube wants. Don't blame I, Jester Bar, for I am innocent. I was only following the algorithm orders. I didn't contribute to making movie discourse worse. I didn't do this. I'm not responsible for the videos I make. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
The best movie I saw in 2025 was Resurrection, an epic sci-fi drama from Chinese director Bi Gong. Taking place in a future where people have traded their dreams for the ability to live longer, one dying dreamer is granted one last experience of the sensations of being alive. Through a film projector installed in his body, the dreamer is treated to an anthology of stories that range from a conversation with a spirit to a romance with a singing vampire. And the film is mesmerizing. It's an ambitious, colorful, spiritual, and philosophical wonder of what movies can offer. The film's ending, where a theater showcases the end title card as the audience disperses and the theater decays, it's just such a beautiful reflection of our own mortality and how we experience so much through this medium. It is nothing short of a movie masterpiece that made me feel so good to be alive, and I've been trying to recommend it to as many people as possible. But Jester Bellreeve not only doesn't want to talk about films like this, but make you feel good for not even knowing about them.
You know, you still are doing that thing where you're calling her out of her name. You should probably stop calling her out of her name, as that is disrespectful and rude, and is demonstrative of the reason why people would not probably want to hear your opinion. Because you're constantly being toxic and rude about your opinion. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud. Kappa Pride.
Even if she did watch Resurrection, which, let's be real, she won't, she would not make a video about it because it runs counter to what her channel was built on. She thrives on negativity, and her only excuse for her perpetual pipeline of
It's nice that you project that she would never watch the film when you spend the entire time shitting on her. Yes, the retardation is strong with this one.
rage-bait sludge is that it's just the way the algorithm works. Jeepers Beepers likes to pretend that it isn't her fault and that someday the algorithm will favor positive videos about movies, and only then will she embrace more positivity in talking about movies. But that day will never come if she refuses to take action and continues to blame everyone else for the videos that she is producing. A paradigm shift is not going to ring her doorbell when it finally arrives. She has a platform where she could be a part of that change, but she won't do it. This is the box that she has built for her.
Except that she does do it. She just doesn't do it all the time. So you're just coping now. You're just putting words in her mouth and you're just coping now. Man, that's disrespectful.
Seems like a good deal.
For herself. Much like the story of Resurrection, she has traded the dreams of genuinely talking about movies she loves for her YouTube channel to live a little bit longer. Jester Bellevue has created a YouTube channel made by a tourist for tourists. Her channel is not bad because she hasn't watched as many movies as other film critics. It's bad because she refuses to grow. She is incredibly curious about films and doesn't seem to expand beyond her lackluster understanding of the medium in forms past and present. And
You're just Anthony Cramuccio with the longer beard, dude. That makes you just as toxic and just as aggressive.
What do you think?
I don't care what your opinion is. Why would I want to listen to your opinion when you spend most of your time shitting on her throughout, assuming that she is incapable of learning or growth? Oh good, I have enough hint.
those who buy her rage bait are going to end up just as media illiterate as she is. Jester Bell, it's not YouTube's fault that your channel is so negative, nor is it the audience or the movie industry itself. You chose to make these videos and further contribute to the toxic waste plaguing movie discourse. You made this bed, so don't complain that you now have to sleep in it.
I hate how modern movies smell!
Hey everybody, thanks for watching my video to the end. If you enjoyed it, be sure to like it and subscribe for more video essays and movie reviews that I do on this channel. If you're interested, I also have...
Oh, to be a film critic that criticizes other people and has to do no deeper work and research into one's soul. Oh, what it must be like, the joy to be an asshole online. It must taste like candy cane and raindrops. Now let's watch that bad taste out of my mouth. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, where's my film? Where's my thing? Here we go. Jezebel. Center stage. Take it away.
Hello everyone. Jezebel is back. And this is going to be a really hard video for me to get through. So, the other day, I had just finished a major part of the revision of the screenplay that I've been writing, that I've been telling you about. And if you guys think that I am harsh with other people's work, you should see how harsh I am with my own work. You know, it's hard for me to not hate the stuff that I write, not be the worst critic of every single sentence and line of dialogue. But I had just, working with other people, I had just come through a big revision of my screenplay that looks like it's just about finished. It's just completely done. And I was actually feeling good about it, which is a big deal for me. I was actually feeling good about what I had done and what I had worked on all this time. And, looking forward to going forward with this film. And then I got some very bad news, and unfortunately it wasn't unexpected news. I found out that my local theater was going to close, and that it had one day left to be open. Now, this is a big deal for me. This is a bit like me losing an old friend. You have to understand, this particular theater and I had been through a lot together. It was the theater I saw my first movie at, which was Chronicles of Narnia. It was the theater that I had unforgettable experiences at. I remember when I saw Captain America Winter Soldier there.
I'm sorry, I'm immature. I had a thought of the last thing that Star and I did in the theater, and I just started giggling to myself. It's not PG-13.
And my mind was just blown by that
I'm a
car
child.
chase
I'm a
sequence.
child. I'm a
and
child.
just
I'm a child. I'm a child.
The amazing time I had seeing that movie, and we came out of it, and I was so looking forward to that movie, and it defied expectations, and we were just so pumped and inspired after that movie. It was the movie theater where I saw Infinity War, and that was one of the most unforgettable experiences ever, where went there, and it's a small theater in a small town, but it was a line out the door, and everyone was dressed up in cosplay. It was filled with Marvel fans, packed to the brim, and every time a new character would come on the screen, there was just an uproarious applause from everyone, and at the big moments and everything. It was the best theater experience I'd ever had in my life, and one of the best experiences, period, that I've never been able to recapture since. Seeing Infinity War, opening night, opening screen, with all of those Marvel fans. And what made it so great was seeing it with all of those strangers. Had no idea who they were, but all of a sudden we had this thing that connected us that we all understood, which were Marvel, and were this experience where we had all been paying attention to these movies, and we were all passionate about these characters, and seeing where it would go, and seeing the final journey of these characters together. Infinity War was one of the most unforgettable experiences ever. And like I said, me and this theater had been just through so much together. It was one of my favorite things to do, to go to this theater and see the next Disney Pixar movie or whatever it may be. And I just loved that escape. I loved just going out and having nothing else matter than watching that movie in that moment. And more or less, back in the 2010s at least, usually you would get a good movie. Sometimes a bad one, but usually. The rate of me getting a good movie, the ratio of me getting a good movie to a bad one, was far more weighed on the good movie side back then. So oftentimes I would leave the theater feeling inspired and feeling reinvigorated, no matter what was going on in life. And that's why I would go to the theater so much. It was an experience that you just don't get at home. Not that you can't find great movies and feel inspired by them at home as well, but the theater it amplifies the experience of a good movie, and it leaves you with inspiration, and it gets those shared moments where all of a sudden you and a bunch of strangers realize you have this big passion in common. Anyway, it was very, very important to me, and hearing this particular theater that it was going to close was a gut punch. A complete gut punch. It's like hearing that an old friend is going to die, but unfortunately it didn't come as a shock. Now, during the release of why this theater closed, they gave the usual excuses that, well, COVID changed attendance and streaming, you know, everyone just prefers watching it on streaming now, which is the typical excuse that they give when theaters are not doing so well or a theater closes. And I have to tell you now that if I knew that the reason that this theater was closing, the reason why attendance had become low, was because of a streaming service and people preferring streaming, then it wouldn't hurt so much. In fact, it might not hurt at all if it was just the idea that, well, the audience made a different choice now, and that's what happened. However,
But that's not the case.
The problem is, I know for sure, that it did not close because of streaming, and it did not close because of COVID. Because yes, I had a lot of amazing experiences through the decades at this theater, a decade and a half. I'm not that old. I had amazing experiences at this theater, yes. But over time, I watched those experiences sour, where less and less was I coming away from a movie that left me inspired, and less was I coming away from a movie that gave me a happy experience. Because, yeah, I saw movies like Infinity War and Winter Soldier and the first Frozen and Disney Pixar films and Disney animated films and Christopher Nolan films. Saw all those films there. But I also saw films playing at this theater like The Last Jedi and like Thor: Love and Thunder and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness and Wish and Strange Worlds and Lightyear, and I could go on and on. And at the beginning of this year, I looked out, before I had seen any of the movies, I looked out and I looked at the slate that they had offered up for blockbusters this year, and I said, and I'm pretty sure I might have even said it in a video, that there were basically no movies to see this year. And what I mean by that is, I looked out at the slate and I said, there are not movies coming out this year that mainstream audiences are actually going to pay to watch. Almost none of them. And throughout the year, I saw blockbuster after blockbuster, and with the exception of a couple horror movies that actually did well, almost all of these blockbusters were horrendous, where I could not ask someone to pay for them. And I gave my honest reviews of what was in these movies. And but it also ultimately doesn't matter. People don't allow YouTube critics that much sway. But these were awful movies that were not going to create any word of mouth to make people think that it was worthwhile to go see them. Backing up for a minute, though, let's discuss that, because COVID did not kill these theaters. COVID theaters got a bailout, and some people said no one would ever return. But then in the years after COVID, 2022, for example, I saw Top Gun Maverick 6 times. 6 times in the theater, that very theater that is now closed. And each time, that theater was packed. I saw Top Gun Maverick 6 times in that theater, and each time it was packed. I saw them bring about Marvel movies, coming back to the theater with those. And those movies, the box office bounced right back up for those movies coming back out. But what was the new contents of the Marvel movies? And were there any more movies coming out like Top Gun Maverick? Let's rewind a bit. because this might not be knowledge to people who are normies or who casual audience, and maybe they just assume the reason why there isn't much shared experience or hype around going to the theater anymore is because of streaming services. But if you're a person like me who is so passionate about this art form and movies in general and the experience, and you've really been paying attention to everything behind the scenes, we've noticed something. We noticed that gradually, at the turn, especially at the turn of the decade, we saw the experience of the movie theater and the experience of the movies we were getting turn from something that would excite us and inspire us. It became something about deconstructing and tearing down the stories that they were using and changing things and trying to find a new audience. And if the old audience wasn't on board, then they were just up a creek. Tearing down everything so that that inspiration that I would feel and that I think others felt leaving the theater wasn't there anymore. And it just became more of a thing of misery. So let's back up a little bit here, because I've known this and many other people know this as well, but maybe there's a casual that doesn't know this. You know, a lot of people out there who love movies and have noticed a decline in quality. And that is not something that they are ever going to mention in any of these analytical pieces about why a movie theater is closing. This is not something Hollywood is ever going to readily admit. The decline of quality. We have seen the worst movies, worst shows, but here we're going to stick to the movies out than ever. Once again,
I feel like you shouldn't abdicate the worst television shows. Number one, because you're all going to hear my pain if I have to watch dog shit content like Interview with the Vampire. More specifically, if you abdicate the television shows, you are really doing a disservice for exactly how abysmal that work is to the industry and how badly it needs to be punished for the level of content that it is actually providing for people as a frequent constant for their Carl, do your fucking labs! Oh my god! How many times have I forgotten to clear my 12 crystals off the board? This time for certain he's gonna remember. You would be abdicating a lot of responsibility and doing a lot to just simply not dogpile and pack in what should be a very clear example of this failure of this kind of content across the board, not filling out what it needs to fill out for the purposes of most people's enjoyment and integrity. It is the case, in my opinion, that you actually should have a lot of people looking into this content in this way and looking into this material in this way so that this abdication does not continue idly. Because this is what is at the core of everything. We're going to do this and this. That is the core of everything that speaks to what people are trying to entertain themselves with when it comes to the marketplace's standard. We want people to be provided this kind of material so that they have this kind of inspiration and experience that's going to bring them closer together rather than take them further apart. We want these people to be able to speak to this level of energy so that they are not abdicated from this problem. Because it is the case that if you were to abdicate them from this, that they would then have this desire to simply not speak to the thing that is going to help them actually address across the board a love of film rather than a hatred of film, and thus an abdication of film. It is the case that you want this to happen because you need to have people speaking to that energy. Because if you have people speaking to this energy, then you have the people to have people. You have the ability to have people communicating this desire in the work, and it not being an abdication made out of a lack of love, and instead focusing it on love first and works and materials second. You have people putting in the time, not removing the time. You have people putting in the interest, not removing the interest. And then from there, you just follow suit and plate. Very easily so. When you stop having headhunter businesses that only specialize in their favorite pet peeve queer shows being the only things that are supposed to be able to be watched, and instead they start opening up to other shit, you will see people start to actually reflect a world that actually includes this content and does not make you feel like you're a nutcase, or feel that you are being disserviced by the business. Because they are not solely focused on only one interpretation, and one example, and one piece of content, and one lockstep opinion. That if you're not in agreement with it, it means that you are a Nazi. Because that thing did not appeal to you. Well, we are definitely staying alive. But for how long?
Ratio of movies that would be good that I would go see used to far exceed the ones that would be bad. And this year, as an avid moviegoer myself, if I wasn't doing this channel and making reviews, there would almost be no movies that I would be willing to go see because I would already know these are probably going to be bad. I know the track record. I know what these are going to be. I am not going to waste my time seeing them. And that is not the fault of movie theaters. It is not the fault of them what they are given on their plate. It's not the fault of them this October, recorded as like the worst October in movie theater history in 27 years. It is not their fault that what they were given to play at that time was a crap film like Tron Ares. And I saw it, and I know that it was absolute garbage, and of course no one was gonna go see it. And that was after a trash summer as well. But yes, talking about the decline in the quality of movies that has happened gradually over the years. A lot of us, you know, avid moviegoers who just love movies and TV shows in general, we question what exactly is happening here. How did this world that was Hollywood, it always had its flaws, but what has happened so that everything seems like the quality is just trash and there's all this deconstruction and everything is all of a sudden changing? Well, there's been a lot of documentation on this, but perhaps we can just go to just one recent article that really nails it out. This was an article from a man who was once an aspiring Hollywood screenwriter in 2014-2015, and he documents in this article how hiring practices across countries, companies had changed in this new era we're living in, where identity and hiring based on identity is the most important thing. It's not based on hiring off of merits. And yes, in this article, he does document different industries this has affected, but he focuses in on Hollywood, and he talks about his experiences there, how he was making headway as a screenwriter, but he had doors closed on him just because he wasn't the correct race, just because he wasn't the correct person they wanted to hire. And he documents in this, and we have seen this, and we have seen other people do exposés on what has been going on behind the scenes at these big companies and what has been happening. Hiring people for their identities, not because of merit. Hiring activists. And how this is widespread, and denying people coming in as writers, even regardless of the scripts that they write, just because of the identity of the person, because everything has become political, and it's all about the perception. And this article documents, but there's definitely been other documentation about how this started in Hollywood back in 2014, 2015, back when, you know, you had the Oscars controversy and all of that, and how just gradually the regimes behind the scenes at Hollywood would change, and it would not be about hiring off of merit anymore. And yes, there is also a problem of these movies becoming more corporatized, of only being made by tech companies and people in the business world who don't actually even watch these movies. That is also part of it. But you have this new regime of people who are not hired off of merit coming into this business and making the decisions and writing the scripts. And this started perhaps back in 2014, 2015. We see it gradually get greater and greater and greater until we see it come to a head in the 2020s. So let's talk about that there. Let's really zero in on what is killing movie theaters and what killed my movie theater. What is something that used to bring people into theaters? I mentioned Disney animation, Disney Pixar. People used to love seeing those movies. An original Pixar film, Coco, made almost $1 billion at the box office. And that was, you know...
$100 gorillion. But see, there's a caveat here. Coco is a case example of a current year quintessential classic, actively demonstrating its chops. because it was allowed to be an actual Disney film. A positive Disney film that had a message. It had a message, it didn't deviate from that message, and it was able to deliver that message even though it was focused on minorities. Minorities! Specifically Mexicano. And the funny thing about their focus of that, the funny thing about the fact that it did that while creating and making space for it to allow for more material rather than less material, is that you have a clear need. You have a clear need that allows you to see a need and fill a need when it comes to that interest. And it is that interest affecting and reflecting, affecting a lot of the content that allows you to show that a lot of people's desire for that material has to do less with something that was a failure of the budget, of the handle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I think it starts splitting off in that direction to get essences. Yeah. You have something that was being spoken to by the marketplace that wasn't being necessarily respected by the people in regards to the marketplace. And what you had here, the thing that was really necessary, I think I have to do this. I need to do this so I can do this. The thing that was being abdicated by the marketplace was a desire to try and reward people with a good film that all around was not rejected for the stuff that it wanted to offer. With Coco, you have a family story that doesn't have to have a message to sell you on. It doesn't need to sell you on progressivism in order for its message to be received. Carl, run your temple. It doesn't need to have progressivism in order to be understood. It doesn't need to have that content produced from it in order to be received. It doesn't need to have that welcome with Ohio in order to be allowed. It just exists. It exists. It exists in spite of people possibly trying to make it into something that it isn't in that regard. And it is the case because it is done from that medium that it's able to succeed at that medium without having all the extra bells and whistles. The same thing being said of, say, fucking Toy Story, argumentatively up Toy Story 3, and then its story getting ruined in Toy Story 4, and then we continue with Toy Story 5. So, good messages, good morals, good stories, without progressive politics, then good examples of stories that are able to pivot this in spite, nice roll, in spite of their politics, and succeeding at landing something that doesn't put you in a position of hating it for those reasons. They aren't able to replicate that success because they have a vested interest in not doing that.
I have no idea.
Whoever you want to blame for whoever you want to blame is whoever you want to blame. But I'm telling you,
yes,
they gave up. And people noticed that they gave up. I need to keep this. They gave up, and they noticed that they gave up. And they will continue to not give a shit. And they will continue to not care. Because of the fact these films were able to find success because they were able to find the audience that they were designed for. Not the audience that they were being made for in the modern space, but they were able to find the audiences that actually enjoyed them for what they were and what they are.
No, in a time when people were even saying that original movies couldn't sell then. No, an original film made by Pixar made almost $1 billion. What happened to Disney Animation and Disney Pixar? Well, after the Me Too movement, it was used as an excuse to rework the people behind the scenes making these movies. A lot of leadership changes happened. There's been documentation and word behind the scenes and leaks and discussions about it, and even seeing it visibly about what happened. Jennifer Lee, who worked on Frozen but not as the lead person, was hired as the head of Disney Animation because they wanted the optics of having a woman on board, and she was not qualified. And we see the changes that occurred at Disney Animation and Disney Pixar. Pixar had a certain way that it was run. It had a certain way that it made a movie and a certain way that it marketed that movie. Pixar made films with a certain style of animation people found appealing, and it made films with universal experiences that everyone could relate to and maybe even learn from. What happened at Disney Pixar? The animation changed drastically to this cow art style everyone hates. The stories went from universal stories anyone could relate to basically autobiographies about the directors behind the scenes. Just going on with that ideology, it's all about self. So all of a sudden, these movies became, once again, autobiographies about the experiences of the directors behind the scenes. Turning Red is all about this pent-up anger that the director had against her mother and that experience as a child of having a traditional mother and how she felt about that. Elio was supposed to be about the experiences of the queer director until they changed it behind the scenes to save face. Disney Pixar...
Yup. So the whole thing, the whole rigmarole he goes on, where these films, they were able to have their points in spite of their politics and in spite of their content. You gutted them behind the scenes, and then you ultimately couldn't find the audience for them because the injected audience you wanted no longer wished to have anything to do with it because they didn't have the part in it that they specifically wanted there, so they could say, look, my representation, my representation, my representation. What does that sound like? Long beard hair man standing in for the longhouse? It sounds kind of like the first openly gay character, and that open gay character is the most softest form of representation imaginable. Does that mean it's bad? Does that mean it shouldn't be done? It means if you're going to do it with confidence. Why are you scared of putting it out there? You should be doing it with confidence. If you can't do it in confidence, why are you doing it?
Our movies became outrooted from the bottom up with different animation experience, not like the traditional ones. People who were told to write about their own experiences rather than universal experiences. All of these movies became very, very motivated by ideology. We saw that with the movie with Strange World. That was the way that they advertised that movie. Traditional Disney animated stories. You used to have traditional animated romances that really sold, but that does not fit with the ideology of today. That is why the original story of Wish, that was supposed to be a romance in large part, was gutted. But that's also why you saw worse animation from these companies, because they got rid of the old animators because they weren't the correct identity and got in the new people who had the correct beliefs, and they did not have the same experience. So Disney Animation and Disney Pixar, these two great companies that used to actually make great movies and bring people into the theaters, those were gutted. And what did we see with the other franchises? Well, like I said, at that theater I'm talking about, I saw The Last Jedi there, and I will never forget the distinct feeling I had when that movie ended. It's the same feeling I felt a couple days ago where I heard my theater was closing. I thought it would never happen. I thought we would always have Star Wars. When I saw The Last Jedi, I saw that part just gutted out of me because I saw the death of it. I saw them take away everything that people loved and gave them inspiration about that universe and just gut it. And they doubled down after that. And that is the same thing that happened with Marvel movies. Look at Marvel movies post-COVID in 2022 when all the theaters were opened up again. Spider-Man No Way Home, $2 billion. Almost $1 billion for Doctor Strange 2. Thor Love and Thunder, almost $1 billion. These were regular numbers for Marvel movies to make. What did they do in Doctor Strange 2 and Thor Love and Thunder? All of a sudden, it's this deconstruction of the heroes, this deconstruction. And they're horrible movies on top of that. Because the same thing happened with Marvel, where whether it was on screen or behind the scenes, it was not about hiring people with merit anymore. It was about catering to people because they think that a certain ideology is going to be popular in the future or something like that. Will they put any of this in an article about theaters closing? No, it's not popular to say, or maybe it is, but some people will shut you down because it's unfortunately a political thing to say. But I can't help it. I didn't want the theater experience to become this politicized, but it did. And I lived through all of it, and I watched all of it happen. I watched the events that made people not love Star Wars anymore. The biggest franchise in the world that no one would have ever said would die. I watched it happen with Marvel. I watched it happen with Disney animation. These things that people loved and that would bring people into the theater being systematically deconstructed and not caring about what the audience actually was or what the audience actually wanted. On that note, where are the original films? Well, guess what? It's easier. It's still easier to sell something with brand recognition than it is an original film, and that's always been the case. It's easier to sell a bad film, even if it's a bad film, and most of these films have been, if it has brand recognition, than an original film that's bad. And that's the thing. We aren't getting original films that are good or the audience wants to see either. Why? Because this is the same result of an industry that does not hire people on merit. They're not making anything good. They're not letting people who might actually write anything good into this industry.
And they're also not bringing in the people that represents those desperate communities and those desperate minorities that could write said films for those perspectives and for those audiences in a way where they feel like they will then properly be represented. They feel that they are being let down, and that they are being underrepresented and actively left behind. And instead of feeling like they are a part of the decisions and choices, they are instead abdicated of the positions and choices. And they continue to be treated like they are an afterthought, when they should actively be a decision and choice that gets reflected with the rest of their decisions and choices. And they continue to be treated this way as a decision from people that otherwise generally do not want to respect them. And that is half the fucking issue. That's half the fucking problem. There is an abdication of responsibility that is causing them this pain and this suffrage. And there's no one that can address it, because nobody can speak to it, because none of those people can be able to find the energy and the time to say something of value. 75 item armor innovation rating on item. 973. 75. I need a quick calculation. 973 divided by 75 is 12%. Yeah, it's 12% increased. Not 12% more. So I actually get more using Lay Siege.
You know, we still have a couple directors left, like Christopher Nolan or Ryan Coogler, who built up themselves over years and learned the craft and are legitimately good directors. But when people
when he's not obsessing over black excellence. He's a good director when he's not obsessing over black excellence. When he's obsessing over black excellence, he gets very repetitive, very annoying, very fast. It's something that he can work on. Any more than you could say that I could work on it. Ha 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 ha. Self-critique. But no, seriously, he could work on not being this constant shuck and jive champion. Because as long as he continues to be a shuck and jive champion, it feels like a decision that makes you want to break your fucking neck. Because it ultimately is a failure on behalf of all the people that it accounts for. And it's frustrating, because you can do better than this.
ask me these days, okay, you want that movie to be made? Who would you want to write it? Who would you want to direct it? I can't say because there are so few writers and directors left that I think are amazing. Where are...
I mean, I can answer this question easier than you could. I could answer that question easier than you could, Jester Bell. But that's me. But on the issue of what you're saying, I can stand with you and say, I get that. Because realistically, it's easier to come up with a premise and the actors who should be in it than necessarily coming up with the writer who's going to be capable of writing it. Because a lot of different people are capable of a lot of different fucking scripts. But Hollywood is looking for a very specific type of script right now. Which means they're looking for a very specific kind of response from the people who are making said scripts. So no matter what you do, you still end up in the same position. So, like, take the writer of American Psycho, but that film featuring Jesse and Kristen Stewart. I think that's American American something. Maybe I'm wrong and I'm thinking of something different. I need to look it up. 1 second. Kristen Stewart. What was that film that you were in with Jesse? What was it called? I can't remember. Give me your movie filmography. What was that film called? No, not Charlie's Angels. It was a different one. Where is it? No, not Camp X-Ray. It was from like earlier in that year. What was it? American Ultra. There we go. American Ultra, 2015. If you were to take the director of that film, which was Nima Nurizadeh, who has been doing an okay amount of films. He was responsible for Project X. He was responsible for American Ultra. And you say, got a director that was a tie-in between people like him, ow. Ryan Coogler, ow. 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 Between him, Ryan Coogler, and the guy that did Adventureland, whose name is escaping me. Greg Bellotta, which was the director for Paul, Superbad, Adventureland, The Day Trippers, blah, 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 blah. And were basically lifelong writing partners with people that were able to either do their same screenplay, which would be Judd Apatow and Greg Bellotta himself, as well as people like Parker Posey to do things like Screen, Dazed and Confused, The White Lotus, Party Girl, etc., and all the other people that are coming up in the industry demonstrating their ability to do the same, then you would be able to come up with content that succeeds at this level of design. Because while her movies leave something to be desired, the kind of writing that you need for shit like fucking The Big C, You Got Mail, Lost in Space, The White Lotus, you can't achieve because people don't want to write for that shit. What there are people trying to write for is trying to capture the younger audience to transform them into progressives with politics in Netflix. The fucking writers of shows such as The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, who happens to be the same person responsible for the fucking shit as writing the comic, production, executive producer, director, editors. I'm looking for the editors and the director. Guess I'm going to have to go with the developer. With people like Roberto Aguirre Sacarza, he is only interested in writing queer shit. Because that's what he has to his degree and to his credits, as well as to his desire. Like, he is a #1 constant nominator for GLAAD Media Awards. He is a winner for the Fringe Festival for Playwright Experience, with Harvey Award for his Best New Talent for Marvel Knights 4. And he does have multiple comics going back to 2004 under his belt, with a consistent run of The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina from October 2014 to present, as he's still making said comic, even though his show is dead. Same thing with Afterlife with Archie, which is him fucking with Archie Comics and blending it into the universe he ended up making in Riverdale, which I believe is now finally fucking dead. It is his desire that he wishes to write for television, and he wishes to write for content that is basically for a queer audience, as was the case with Riverdale and Sabrina, and again with Katie Keene and Jake Chang in Pretty Little Liars Original Sin, as he is the writer, producer, creator, and developer and showrunner for them. He is the 4 category for Pretty Little Liars, the 4 category for Sabrina, and 4 categories for Riverdale, and with a little bit of help with writing and producing for some episodes here and there across HBO, Fox, and the CW, especially for major shows he was directly involved in. They don't want to just make good content that has their politics in the particular themes of the film while still telling a complete story. They want pandering tripe is the problem. Nobody can think of a writer that is able to deliver the actual fucking thing they want because they keep delivering fucking tripe. They keep delivering fucking trash. They keep serving garbage. Garbage. Onset, ontological garbage. And in the case of things like Robin Hood, they wish for you to eat this garbage and watch this trash and say it's not that fucking bad. But it is that fucking bad. Whether it be the one I just described, or Director X from Robin Hood, or the fucking person who was responsible for the trash fire that was Catwoman, which is to say Batwoman, I misspoke. Batwoman, both seasons. Both with the black one and the white one. They are responsible for having writers that in the field cannot rise to the occasion because they must put their politics into everything. And they are not able to do it good. It's not that you put the politics there. It's that you did it shit. It's not that you put your politics in the game. It's that you did it shit. And unfortunately, they only look at the monetary feedback for whether or not it is a quintessential classic. Because the immediate response, much like the cope that they actually tried to do with Star Wars and all the Star Wars shows that were bad, with the exception of Andor, is that, well, you don't understand. You need to get the fan base on board, and then they're going to make $1 billion. No, actually, you need to get the fans on board that show that there's a remaining there consistently, season after season after season after season, with no downturn, only increase. So that when the market tries to correct to say, yeah, but they're going to reject it for these reasons, it's like, no. No, they won't. Let them cook. Let them cook. Then it actually shows the case that they'll support it for good reasons, for popular reasons. And that it not lead to the position of being downtrodden. Because unfortunately, it currently leads to the position of being downtrodden because they're not able to actually show how it's going to be an improvement on the marketplace. They're only able to show how it's going to be an improvement to the wallet. And unfortunately, the shareholders and the bean counters do not see eye to eye with the fan base. The bean counters and the shareholders who may be trapping you to fiduciary duties, and the bean counters that are at places like Chicana that are reporting back on the monetary side of the business are not showing you the passion side of the business. So you have critics in your ears kissing your ass and blowing smoke up your ass that are actively leading you down a road of tragedy, and not listening to the fans and the critical reviewers that have made a name for themselves and are trusted with the marketplace. That will tell you, actually, no, you have something here. You keep listening to people that want you to be ruined so they can be able to get their hand in on the business and try to get their hand in on their own self-ran series before the whole thing goes kaput. Instead of people who are telling you, listen, I'm just a queer with a dream. I'm just a queer with a dream and a vision for fag hags. You trust me with your vision and I will make you your money back. They don't do that. And they can't do it amongst the demographics. Collectively. This is the real linchpin. They can't do it amongst the demographics, where you're bringing the chuds together and the... well, we'll not use the word woke in this sentence. We'll use the actual term, which is the cultural Marxists and the queer Marxists together. You're not able to make content that satisfies the queer Marxists and the cultural Marxists that want to see conversion and diversion. The Fleabag lovers and the Stranger Things enjoyers that have non-stop delusion in their own hug box, together with the chuds that want to see Kino, whether it actually serves their worldview or not, but actually entertains them for a time, so they stop talking about the same monotonous doom pill shit that they shouldn't be distracted with all the time. You're not able to bring these two groups together so that despite gender demographics, despite audience demographics, despite interest demographics, you make a blockbuster fucking hit that swings for the fences and lands it, and everybody's running with the ball to say, pick this one. You can't do it because nobody wants to write it, because nobody has an interest in doing it. And it's not because there's not a monetary benefit. It's not because there's not a business benefit. It's not because the asking isn't there. It's because they don't want to do it, because they see it as a loss of cultural power.
Are the new directors like we once had a Steven Spielberg or Christopher Nolan? Where are they? Well, they're not coming up through the system of Hollywood for the past 10 to 15 years because that Hollywood does not hire people on merit. So that's why we're not getting original films that actually connect with the audience. And that's why we're not getting innovation when it comes to the marketing of these films. When you have an industry that does not hire on merit, this is the result. They say that streaming services are why people aren't going to theaters anymore because it's more convenient. Time and time again, I have seen that people will go see movies if they actually have incentive to go to that movie. I didn't finish the...
Or they will pirate that movie if they have the incentive to actually watch it, because it demonstrates that it's actually worth it's worth the time. If it's not worth the time, I'm not fucking doing it. You can't make me. Fuck you. That's all that's there to it. That's all that's ever mattered. You cannot make me like something that I'm going to hate with a burning passion, because you desperately want to put me in a position where I have to accept it as such because you say so. Fuck all that noise. Ichi. Carl, what did you just yell at yourself about? That's right. Take it out. Take it out. Go do your temples.
The story about my theater closing. I went on the last day, and guess what? The theater was packed. Why? Because a lot of people love the theater experience, and when they heard that this theater was closing, they wanted to just go see any movie there, no matter what it was. But I just thought, wow, what a waste. People would have gone to this theater that I had seen the audience decline and decline, and I knew why. When I'm sitting there in movies like Tron, Ares, and Predator, Badlands, and Captain America, Brave New World, and Snow White that I could have told you 2 years after the bomb, of course people aren't gonna come. But I thought the other day, what a shame. I think people would have actually come here if they actually had something that they actually wanted to see. But guess what? Streaming services are part of the reason why movies in theaters were killed.
Yep. Why should I watch this film here when I can watch it better in my house? Why should I watch this here when I can steal it and watch it better in my house? Yes, sir.
Part of the reason is it gave Hollywood a revenue stream so that they didn't have to worry about catering to the audience as much anymore. And that's how you get a lot of this crappy stuff, because they felt that they had this anchor behind the scenes that was going to give them that money. That is how the quality of films, another way that it is declining, because they don't make movies for theaters to be an experience anymore. They make them with the intention they're eventually going to be more just disposable content on streaming, because with streaming it is also not based on merit. It's just based on getting people subscribed to the service. But even on streaming services, and this is just another testament to the decline of Hollywood, there have been multiple studies that say that when people are on streaming services, they watch older content. They are not signed up for new content. They are signed up for
100% true. Based. Maybe silly question, but what if your favorite local cinema was flooding now? What was the last movie you would have watched in it? For nostalgia reasons that only make contextual sense to me and Star, Ice Age 3: Dawn of the Dinosaurs. But if I had to actually choose something that I had to watch in my favorite local cinema for the last time ever, a double movie matinee. Pokemon, the first movie, and a Japanese cut of... No, Pokemon, the first movie, and Detective Pikachu. Pokemon, the first movie, and Detective Pikachu. As much as I hate Ryan Reynolds, literally the best double feature.
For older content that they love that was actually good. But as people are signed up for that older content, we continue to get slop like Greta Gerwig's Narnia with female Aslan and rock and roll music, or Stranger Things Season 5. People did not abandon theaters because streaming...
Or, I can give you an even better cut. Odessa. A modern reinterpretation of the play featuring people like Sadie Sink, who they keep using like fucking cheap fuel for their desires.
Streaming services are so much better and providing such better content. People stopped going to theaters because theaters weren't providing any kind of movies that offered a good experience to go to. So when I looked out on this year and I see 3 Marvel movies that are coming out that are supposedly being these big blockbusters, I could have told you immediately, these are likely gonna bomb. Why? Because I lived through them destroying this universe that people loved and taking away what people loved about it. I could have told you Elio was gonna bomb because I saw them gut Disney Pixar movies, and this new bean mouth style is not gonna be popular. I can tell you in this coming year, there are at long last some more movies I think people will actually gonna go see. I can tell you Mandalorian and Grogu is gonna bomb because you've gutted the Star Wars fan base. I can tell you Supergirl is gonna bomb because you didn't bring up new directors and new producers to be able to handle this stuff, so you have to rely on a hack like James Gunn who can't make anything new. So that is why I'm so upset here. If people were really leaving theaters because streaming was just this amazing space with the most quality content and respect for the audience, which it absolutely is not, it wouldn't feel so bad because that would be the audience's choice. But instead, the audience was forced away from these movies. They were forced away. And my theater died needlessly. It closed and lost business needlessly because it wasn't the fault of the management or the people working there for being served up crap from Hollywood to serve audiences that no one wanted to go see. Is Hollywood finally changing from all of this stuff that ruined their own industry? Quietly, incrementally, we see them trying desperately to do things the audience actually wanted. All of a sudden, all that deconstruction I was hearing from a movie like Snow White, out the door. Now for Tangled, they're hiring people that actually look like the characters, that actually maybe can act like the characters. I haven't seen anyone bashing the story of Tangled like they did with Snow White and is talking about how we need to uphold whatever modern values we have with this Avengers stuff, this Avengers Doomsday. They are desperately trying to at least give off the impression that they are bringing back the characters and stories and heroism that people loved. But is it too late? Because they're definitely changing at the twilight where people are talking about it might be time for all theaters to die. So Hollywood is changing a bit off of this last attempt at desperation because they finally lost enough money that they can't do anything else. But guess what? These rich Hollywood execs who allowed all this stuff to happen in the first place and were unaffected by it, well, they're still going to be rich. Who is really affected by all of this stuff is theater owners, theater managers, the employees that work there, the communities that benefited from these theaters, and the people that once enjoyed the movie-going experience for actually being inspirational and encouraging before it just devolved into the misery that it became, before it devolved into just deconstructing everything you love and being made by people who cannot make anything good on their own. What we're losing with that is the experience that would elevate these movies, because the movie theater experience elevates movies. If it's a bad movie, it'll elevate it. If it's a good movie, it'll elevate it. We're losing that shared experience. Like I said, like the one I got in Infinity War, where you could link up with all of these strangers and you all of a sudden had this big event in common, and you all of a sudden had this shared joy at this thing that you love. We are losing that. We are losing that experience. And we're being punted into our houses to sit at our houses all the time where we own nothing. And everything is digitized. And what's looking more and more likely, we have a singular provider for all of these movies and stories, which, by the way, streaming services are not doing well comparatively either because their content is crap. So I guess we can all wait around the house by ourselves and watch Greta Gerwig's gender-bent Aslan Narnia provided by Netflix. What a great future that is. It might shock you guys to know, but I don't want to sit in my house all the time. I want to get out. I loved getting out. I loved having an escape. I loved being able to be with other people, even if they were strangers. And
I feel like I have to say, I fucking told you so. But I suppose that's too smug. So instead, I will sit here and smolder smugly. But no, I in fact did say so. Because she's exactly describing what I talked about as the pillars of a consumer base. People are getting tired of not being able to have conjoined experiences that they're able to share and have with other people. And it is the case that they are getting tired of being put in that position. I have died. That they're getting tired of being put in that position where they're being robbed of that experience, and it's directly attesting them with the worst shit imaginable from people that otherwise would want to contradict them and say that no, it's wrong and you're wrong for thinking it, when it actually is the case that they are being robbed of this experience by people who would rather them not be able to be a part of that than be a part of that.
Enough! No consequence. Pathetic idiot.
Ow.
be able to experience these stories. And no, it wasn't that the theater was too dirty. It wasn't that people were on their phones. In all these years that I had been at that theater, I never had a problem with people being on their phones too much. That's not it. The main problem was gutting these movies and gutting this art form for the sake of other interested parties behind the scenes. And there's no use trying to make any sort of excuse or be scared about admitting the reasons. You know, the strike was already a reason. You shut down your industry again, and I know that was taboo to talk about. Why are there taboos about talking about the different facets that destroyed the industry when it's already dying? Who are we trying to please at this point? I'm losing something important while I'm seeing this art form of that I love, movies, my favorite form of art, seeing it get consolidated and taken away from what it once was by these people behind the scenes, the very people that destroyed it, that are just going to continue to make content like that. And the other people that are still, referencing Netflix, but the other people that are still in the business of trying to make movies for theaters, I think that they're changing too little, too late. They had to reach rock bottom for anything to change, and they are still faced with an industry that is flooded with people who are not there by merit and who are there because of activism. And I get that. Every time I see a whine session from the employees at Pixar, that Pixar decided a couple of years ago to finally change direction and try to make movies that were widely appealing again. But they still have movies made by these people that are left over and that they're still putting out there that theaters have to suffer with. And it's a death spiral because once you have less people going to the theaters who have been pushed away, then the theaters try to compensate with more ads and higher ticket prices to make up for the money they've lost. And that just makes even less people want to go. Imagine paying an even higher price for a movie that isn't even good after having to wait for 40 minutes of commercials. But it's a death spiral that is not the making of the theaters themselves. They couldn't help what they were served up from Hollywood. But to go on to my conclusion, though, is there any kind of optimism that we can have through all of this? For us who love movies, who loved the movie theater experience, and who don't want to lose that. Because that's why I'm so upset. Like, those experiences that I had at the movie theater were so positive for me, it's just unthinkable for me to lose that. But then again, it was unthinkable to me that Star Wars would ever become unpopular, which it has, which is what they've done. I mentioned at the beginning of the video the screenplay that I've worked on, and that was always my dream, to write screenplays, to direct movies. I'm still gonna go forward and make that film, because here is my hope. It is the last gasp right now. This is the problem that independent filmmakers, and I mean legitimately independent filmmakers, have faced this entire time. Hollywood is so incredibly gatekept. Not just the studios, but even these supposed independent distributors like A24 and Neon. they're all owned by the same people, and they're all gatekept by the same people, and the same pool of either rich people or, in recent days, you know, ideologically driven people. They're the same people making those indie films, which is another reason why we don't have any, we rarely, we get some, but we rarely get good original films that bring people in. My hope, and that has been the problem with movies, is they've been so gatekept because with distributors and marketers, that's why they become so insulated. That's why they're in a death spiral. My hope is that now that we are in the end game, so to speak, now that we are in a point where it's make or break, there's no point in denying what's actually happened to the industry. And we see that from Hollywood itself, from Disney finally making changes at the end of it just because it's too late. The money is run out. My hope is that as theaters are on their last legs, and they're seeing that right now with the impending doom of WB, run by another person who does not care about movies at all, the impending doom of that being sold to Netflix, which is the bane of all existence at this point, that those theater owners finally look out and think, let's start distributing other people's films. Let's not be in this gatekept community anymore. Because I'm going to make a good film. I am going to make a good film because this film has to be good. That is my goal with all of this.
That's probably a backwards way to look at it. A better way to look at it is that you should make the film that you want, and you're going to make that film regardless of whether or not you think other people will make it good. Because there are worse people to sell to than Netflix. Netflix is pretty much fucking Satan. They are not the worst person you could sell to. And no, the answer is not China. And no, the answer is not Indians either. Because Bollywood is beating our ass 10 pounds to 1 every time. If Rise Will Revolt, or to say Triple R and Bahubali, the beginning and the conclusion, are examples of some of the shit that they just make for fun? Foreign films, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Bollywood, Indian, Telugu, technically even Nigeria. I don't even know what the fuck they call that version. Nigeria would. All of those different film markets are able to meet an expectation that the American market cannot, because it won't have the innovative design that can be given to people who are not on the inside. The worst thing you could have happen is have it end up in American hands from the likes of people who produce Santa Inc., which is to say people like Seth Rogen. That's the worst thing you can have. And that's an actual thing that can happen. Not only is it a thing that can happen, it's a thing that very dangerously has come close to happening. 5 times. I want to make a film, and I want others to get out there and make their films, and hopefully we break past this gatekeeping of Hollywood, and we make something that maybe people actually want to see, because it won't be just from the rich people in Hollywood, it won't just be from these people not hired off of merit, it'll be from actual people that maybe can come up with relatable experiences that people can actually want to see. My hope is that movie theater companies, at their last gasp of air, they actually look to independent creators who are apart from this Hollywood machine that is what killed the movie theater experience. They look to these people and they actually
allow them to distribute their films. And that we need more than that, though. We need the distributors, yes. And I've heard that Justine Bateman, like maybe she's getting something going there when it comes to distribution for independent creators. We need people to invest in independent people. We need people to invest in independent people for the marketing. Not so much the making of the film itself, but the marketing. That is what people who are independent struggle with. Distributing their films and marketing them so people actually know they exist. But that is what I am working towards right now. I want independent people. We've talked about this for years. It needs to actually happen. If you love movies, if you have any skill when it comes to writing or videography or anything like that, we need to band together to actually make stuff that is apart from this sick Hollywood machine that people actually want to see, to have a fighting chance to save this medium at all, because whether movie theaters survive or just die, if they all die and it's all based on Netflix and streaming, this medium is dying because those streaming services are treating this form, they're doing awful work with this form of entertainment as well. And I do not want that future. But that is what we need to do. I'm going to go for it, and I'm going to still make this film. I'm at the next stages now where I'm just looking for the right people to make it with. But what we need to do is we need to start finding the independent people who can actually make these films and that actually have good ideas. And we need to support them in their journey if we actually want to save this form of entertainment that so much of us love. And that is the only way forward, and that is the only way in the future. And maybe, I don't know. I don't know if they see the market start to change. Maybe that old theater of mine that closed, maybe it can open up again with a new chain. If they're finally seeing some of the marketplace return. I see that YouTuber Markiplier, I hope to goodness he made a good film, because he was the first who was able to get his film independently distributed by the theaters. I hope that theaters themselves start distributing films from new people. But we have to make them good if that's actually going to happen. So that is what I am working on for myself right now. I am entering the next stages of working on this film project. And that is what we need to work towards in the future. And I would encourage you guys, if you're not screenplay writers or directors or filmmakers yourself, find people that you want to support. Find independent filmmakers that you want to support on this journey. We need to link up if we're going to ever achieve this, because that is what we don't have that Hollywood does. We don't have any sort of unity in what we're going forward with this stuff. But that's what I'm
almost usually by design.
Going forward on behind the scenes right now, this sort of last gasp of air for the theater experience and this form of entertainment that I love, that I just want to see something good from it again. So if you guys want to support me in what I'm doing with my film, and my intention right now is to create a proof of concept to show you guys what this film would be and that we could actually make it into something good. That is my goal right now. If you want to support me on that journey, there's other people who already support me on membership and Patreon. Thank you so much to the people who already do that. And perhaps, maybe this low point, maybe the lowest point is where we needed to get to enact some actual change. And if we band together and are actually able to make something good and something that resonates with people, then maybe we will see more theaters open up. And maybe this is a shared experience, an escape that can give people inspiration again, and it's something that won't be lost. That is the light at the end of the tunnel that I can possibly see with this, that maybe it just took getting to the lowest point for actual positive change to happen. And my dream is to actually see those theater experiences like I used to experience when I was younger come back again, and hopefully be the one to provide that for other people. That's all I got for you guys today. Now, once again, if you want to support my work, you can consider becoming a member or a patron. Thank you all for watching, and I'm hoping for a better future, no matter how dark it seems right now.
I have a different plan.
That sounds like a fairly hopeful video. I was told by a leftist with a beard that actually she's a doomer and all she does is antagonize people about doomer shit. I've been cheated and lied to. He's a phony! He's a big fat fucking phony! Harum. Let's go here for damage for now. And now we have like 12 minutes before I call Stardust, or she calls me, whichever way it works out. Surprisingly, we got through all that today. But yeah, that's the problem with the scene, dude. You have people in the business that specifically do not want there to be things that are done for positivity because it benefits them to not have positivity. It benefits them for glad participation to consistently ask for trash content that effectively serves hatred rather than actual meaningful content that's good. They look for high sophistry like the 3 body problem rather than actual good content like Andor. They push for you to be doom-pilled on trash and also obsess with the socio-political bullshit of the boys. And to forever talk about the fun of something like Invincible that is at least capable of turning in a good product. There's more benefit to watching old shit from the past. Because all the things currently in the marketplace are precipitously garbage. Precipitously garbage. And yet. Ow. My legs hurt. But unfortunately, there are some people who still think if you don't have chud positions and chud opinions, that you can't be able to have satisfaction in any particular way. Anywho, let me check a couple of things, and then let me check in. I want to see what she chose to make of that picture she asked me for. Bum 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 bum. Did she post it already? Doesn't look like she did. She did retweet my post. I don't want to see what she put on it. Oh well, looks like I'll have to wait. Meanwhile, so many videos about Conformity Gate. So many videos about Conformity Gate and their lack of desire that Stranger Things Season 5 ended very much the same way as Season 8 of Game of Thrones. I'm trying to find something that can hold my patience for like 10 minutes, but between this and something like Tactical Templar, I do not think I want to pull the trigger on that. Oh, wait, nope. British Carl might save me.
I don't think it's going great out.
Save me, Sargon. Save me.
Are there, you know? I just Google percentage of young white men who support extremism, and look at the AI overview here that Google gives us. It's quite mad. I mean, they've got all the links listed with it. So rather than digging through it, I'll just give you a quick summary here, because this isn't the main thing I want to talk about. But of course, young men are most overrepresented, and of course, extreme right-wing extremism. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that anyone ever cares about, because the system itself is an extreme left-wing globalist system, and it can accept and countenance and contain any amount of left-wing extremism, because the system will be like, look, what are you doing, bro? Pushing against an open door. Or Islamic extremism, which, because of the proportion of the population, I mean, in Britain, like, the Americans have an oversized view of how many Muslims are in Britain. It's 7%, which, don't get me wrong, that's like 4 million, obviously, but, like, that's not that many, and it's not the predominant culture that we live within, so the system can contain that. But right-wing extremism, well, that could be many, many millions of people across the country, and so they're very, very worried about that, and so obviously this is a massive issue. But you'll notice right-wing extremism is only 19% of referrals where an ideology is specified. The second highest proportion, I wonder what the first highest proportion is. 42 of those cases were related to, 42% of these cases were related to extreme right-wing ideology. But the thing is, they're 19% of the referrals, but 42% of the cases that they take on. That's interesting, isn't it? Apparently, incels are an issue, but this is a lot of young people. So 11 to 15 account for the largest proportion of referrals across categories of concern, and the average age of youth extremists is found to be 17. Now, I can't help but wonder how much of this is very online left-wing women teachers who, like, have watched Adolescence recently and are just like, oh my god, I know some boys like that in my class. And so they're referring them, and, you know, I don't know, maybe a lot of them are being picked up, who knows. But this is a perennial problem they have. And you'll notice here it says, well, look, radicalization is not limited to a single background, but there are common vulnerabilities. But this is an issue, isn't it? It's like there's no one particular place that this kind of radicalization comes from, because it is the system itself that is set up against young white men. And so I found this article the other day, where the article itself is on a site called Notesa, I'd never heard of, but they're using they're sourcing this from a University of Melbourne research paper that found almost 40% of Australian teenage boys support right-wing violent extremism, and 1/3 white supremacist violent extremism. Just, I mean, that's a very large set of numbers. And if you were the government, you're like, how is it the case that nearly 40% of Australian teenagers, the boys, support right-wing violent extremism? I mean, if you took violent out of that, is that more than 50%? If they're like, yeah, we support right-wing extremism, just not the violent kind, obviously. How much further up does that go? But I like the fact it's Dr. Sarah Merger here. It's like, obviously it's the woman from Adolescence who's conducting the research. I don't know anything about it, by the way. I'm just guessing, joking. But they surveyed 1,100 boys and girls aged 13 to 17 and 2,300 adult men and women. And the respondents were asked if they disagreed or agreed with a range of statements, including, society demonizes whiteness today, so violent resistance is the only way for white people to have a fair chance in the world. And to determine whether they supported different types of so-called extremism, a quarter of the boys supported every form of violent extremism identified in the survey. 39% supported right-wing types, followed by white supremacists on 29%, anti-feminists on 28%, left-wing was 28%. Interesting that, isn't it? Even the left is quite radicalised. Incel at 25% and religious base at 21%. Who knows what the demographic breakdown of the people that they interviewed was. For girls, 17% supported all forms of violent extremism listed. That's quite remarkable. 30% of the girls supported right-wing extremism. It's interesting. That's quite high. Women don't tend to normally support right-wing extremism, do they? 21% for left-wing extremism, 21% for anti-feminist extremism, 19% for white supremacist extremism, blah, 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 right? Weirdly, 17.5% for incels. Women for incel terrorism. What are we... like, what? The research found that almost a quarter of the 661 teenage boys surveyed exhibited radicalizing intent. 18% sympathized with radical violence and 10% harbored violent intent. Man, so the reason I'm talking about this is that this is something that genuinely has to be gotten a handle on, and I think the best way to do that is by addressing the issues, right?
They're not going to do that, Sargon. Nope. Addressing the issue means saying you were right. There was probably a reason for us to not arrest people for mean tweets or silence people trying to talk about their sisters being assaulted by rape gangs, or etc. and etc. and etc. and etc. People are not going to ever forgive that. They're never going to apologize for that. They're going to keep calling us evil people. They're going to keep calling us Nazis. Because it's easier to call us Nazis than to say, actually, you kind of have a point. There are people who are assaulting the people in the world. I don't think they're going to change anytime soon. Because that requires shame. And they don't have shame. They do not have shame. And they're certainly not going to be made to feel shame either. They'd rather go down swinging and see the world burn first before they ever say that it was wrong of them to try to stop people from helping. From nothing for resonance. For nothing from resonance. For nothing from resonance. First, Infernal Cry, Enraged, Tireless, Life Tap, Raging. I do not need Life Tap in my Infernal Cry. Resonance, 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 resonance. I can search this later. There's not one for resonance. Equilibrium, Positive Doom. Equilibrium. Elemental equilibrium is over here. Nothing I want there. Trusted Kinship, Primal Hunger. Nothing from here that I want either. Lord of the Wilds. You could make an argument for Ancient Age or for Ancient Aegis. It's like the only thing you can make for an argument. Block chance, increased defense. Ancient Aegis. Not wide barrier. I feel like I want some chaos rings. I need to make a new pair of rings. I need chaos, fire, chaos. I need fire, chaos, fire, chaos. And then fire or chaos with leech. This can do that. But unfortunately, I have dog shit rolls. So there's no point putting fire quality here. I'll have to probably fish for the lines elsewhere. The armor is open, the gloves are open, the boots are open, the rings are open, the necklace is open. And the club is for the time being solved. Oh yeah. I think the next path forward is probably the necklace. The necklace doesn't have finished stats. This is just simply filler lines. That is a bad necklace. Yeah, those are bad necklaces. So the hard part here is you're going to have to find a way to afford replacements. There's going to be a lot of Alchem going. I hate Alchem going. And I hate gambling. Because they're telling me that in order to smash a +2 or a +3, I'm going to have to automatically give up a divine minimum. This is the same greed that we're supposed to have left behind in the old league, bro. Smash a plus, smash a fire, clap it with chaos. I think it's easier to go chaos, actually. Yeah, it looks a lot easier to find chaos. All res is debatable, which that probably needs to be put up here too. It's probably easier to find all res. Here's a 20. But it's 5 and it's cold chaos. Here's one that's probably closer to my desire, that it's not really for my build, but it's 2514. That is tragic. We're gonna have to create it completely from scrap. It's alright. I already came out a big winner. I'm already at Raslotha. I'm already at Constricting in Raslotha. Now it's just a case of getting the Divines to flip Constricting to 4. Easier said than done, chat. Easier said than done. The truth is, Reform are going to get voted in during the next election. They introduce himself, not nearly enough to make the difference needed, and that's going to only radicalize public more. It's lead to the barrage siding with the establishment, which he always does when it comes to the wire, which ultimately leads people down the conclusion of we aren't voting our way out of this. And honestly, it's just how the rich people have allowed themselves to put up the last 10 years. I hope the snapback is drastic because people need to wake the fuck up. Well, unfortunately, the unfortunate future that I see there, if I look at the people in the country and I compare them to the Americas, is that your people are going to get really tired of being sent to jail for mean tweets. And they're going to get really tired of watching the same thing happening in Minnesota with Somalis happening in your country all over with migrants. Because Infinity Migrants have already spent up your patience with the social fabric being absolved. So the only thing left at that point is antagonization coming through from parties that otherwise would seek to manipulate you to vote for them, or otherwise would hope for you to make your issues seem less important than they actually are, which is going to then lead to obvious civil war. And whatever civil unrest happens when the good old boys are finally told by the male and female operating sides of the people of this, like of your nation state, it's going to probably be a very bloody civil war by tale of whatever has been happening. I had this conversation before with people on Cassie's server, but I think it's going to get a lot worse than it was when we had that conversation then. Because it continues to be the case that your culture just keeps getting reamed in the ass. I haven't seen a positive change in the UK. And I haven't seen a positive change in any other country as well, for the most part, either. Not especially in my home France. They're already on the track to not exist as a country because the nature and the idea of what a culture is already being abandoned because of the fallout of UK Brexit and continued Infinity Migrants problems. Whether or not the rule of law continues to be the case, that is at fault for this, I Couldn't tell you to be certain. I think it ultimately comes down to how bad the issue actually is on the surface, and whether or not it is actually abdicated to the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few that may or may not be Chud-like. Because the normal natural citizen of America, and the normal natural citizen of the UK, and the normal natural operating citizen that is speaking online in the UK, they are not people that are meeting naturally on equal terms. It is the case that the natural citizen finding themselves, man, my ass has pushed that shit flat. The natural citizen is finding themselves in a position where civilian trust is eroding faster than they can beat you. Call it the Carl State Index. The problem with the CSI here is that you can't have conversations with normal people, because most of the normal people in the state don't have the ability to talk about things that are affecting them. And the people who do are in politics. So you kind of get the UNC status situation, where the people with the politics that are speaking to the issues are out of touch with the normal person. They're able to live and subsume a career off of the things that they're dealing with, but they ultimately are at the mercy of regular born citizens and regular born individuals. And everybody else, well, you better have a fucking funny Twitter account, otherwise nobody cares. And with the case of people like Lord Miles in your country, one could probably say he goes and does what he does because he knows that he could get treated better overseas than he would in your state, which continues to be proven true. Like, where is he LARPing right now? I can promise you he chose it based specifically on this exact analysis, because that's certainly how he's behaving. But can everybody go fucking backpacking and global trekking as an international man of mystery like him? No. They still have to deal with the problems that happen in their state. They can't abdicate the responsibility of their citizens if they want to have a go fun trip. They certainly can't do what Nick Fuentes is doing, because I'm pretty sure your country would have jailed him for what he does here. I think the closest person who's going to actually speak on the issues that actually is representative, and this is a horrible, sad truth, that is representative of the problems, is Uzulu and Sargon. Uzulu being the person that has the far-right politics, that would be representative of people not taking seriously what they need to address. But then Sargon, Benjamin, representing the person who is going unseen and unheard amongst those people. Because most people are aware that he has content, but they don't know that they are a part of it. Like, they could be making a lot of buku dollars. They could be making a lot of relative sense to a common person. But unfortunately, it is it is the case that the influencer is able to spice things up in a way that other people cannot see and cannot directly address without having the back and forth between the common man and the people that are actually present in the state. Either or, we are waiting for the Miss Stardust. She has informed me that she is still doing her makeup. It's a fun, it's, as we always do when we ask this question, it's always a fun mental experiment, Callum, with when will the UK snap and crackle and pop some bones. Honestly, I'm a little bit terrified when that day comes, because I'm not sure if you guys would stop snap cracking bones. It might be the case that an entirely new Mujahideen is born out of the desire to finally hear true extrication and freedom for the British people. Because you guys certainly are not being represented properly when it comes to online discourse. I hate looking at my computer pad because I remember when this was brand new, and now it just has my fucking nail marks all over it. I would definitely say a lot of it feels like it is in fact a punishment for Brexit. I would probably say that is in the affirmative. A lot of this looks like and seems like and feels like to me like it is in fact a punishment for Brexit. Like it is a punishment for them having stepped out of line and asked for more than they, quote, deserve. Which is gay. US is more diversified through mass migration than any other European country. Well, you see, I agree with you there. And that's mostly because those are democratic strongholds. That's why. Democratic strongholds are incapable of being red-pilled against the problem that is the outside invader that refuses to adapt to the cultural shibboleth is a danger to the toxin of what is happening in the recent states. And addressing that is actually a problem of the state and the judiciary from the position of forcing Trump's hand to uphold law so that order may be restored to the city. Otherwise, most of the people who are hearing and seeing about it are probably on the job and on the take because they agree with it in some particular way. Some particular way, shape, or format. They're either of the call, of the color, or of the opinion that it is something good to do. Finding killers some time ago to take on herd-pilling populations, a very specific cognitive hazard. Regular person being taken aback from the truth bombs being dropped on them. Well, in that sense, I remind you of the scene from They Live. The scene where Roddy Piper has to try and get David Frank to put on the glasses so that he can see the truth. And the constant fighting against that to try and disable him from seeing the truth. There are some people that specifically fight against it naturally out of its sense and desire. Ow, my leg. Out of this sense and desire that they have to actively resist all things foreign and domestic so that it doesn't directly affect them and it doesn't directly control them in some particular way. And this problem that I have with this, when you look at it for what it is that you have people effectively being held hostage by this ideal. And this ideal hurts them, all of them, and other people around them, specifically. For the same reasons most people would be affected by such discussions and adversities. And as much as you would like to be able to actually address any problem that comes with that, it comes with a specific disagreement that creates a problem for other people to interact with the reality of this issue, which is given unto itself as a criminy. Because it's one part acrimony, and it's an additional part backlash that directly affects them, and hurts them, and hurts you, and hurts me, and hurts everybody else in general. Because you don't have the ability to be able to actually make people finally take the information in. Some people, they resist being taught, and they resist the information because it does not service them in the business sense. Irrelevant is never going to be the kind of person who's going to listen to the fact that he's wrong about something in video games, because he is behooving to it. He probably wants what happens in gaming to continue to happen, to affect and poison it, so that he can make money off of it, because that best benefits him. I don't know why he would want that, especially if he quote does political content, because you need to have a place that is a home away from home where you can actually share camaraderie with other people outside of yourself, for one. Two, when it happens culturally, you will have no touchstone and no point of reference to which you can be able to help other people understand where you and them come from, because they are ultimately incapable of addressing the thing that you need to talk about, because they are specifically at the mercy of a bunch of shit that does not directly speak to the stuff that you are trying to affect change towards and move. Because of the fact that you have to address these concerns, and you can't address these concerns because you are effectively being left at the mercy of how the rest of the world chooses to move when it comes to the concerns of your deeper, darker interests. It is the case that they cannot be able to address this in a way that has you being able to properly address the deeper issues and products and problems of the social contagion in this social sense. Because then that requires you to have to make some basic analysis of the place where you live, and take stock in the fact that these things reflect the reality of what basically becomes race realism, for lack of a better term. Like, how is it that all these people here work and serve the city, and I've never seen their kids? It's because they might be hiding them. Why would Somalis inside of Minnesota be hiding their children? It might be because they're living in a hovel. That couldn't be the case. That'd be a massive amount of fraud. Because looking at the paperwork that Marcus showed us, for example, if they were moving people around the city to place them in housing and then having them subsidize the state for assistance, because their way of support is very different than my state's. It might be the case that it's an open blanket assistance setup where they give you housing for some kind of free and reduced status, and then they give you free money, government assistance on paying your bills, as well as some type of stopgap for healthcare, where these people are living basically where for queens and kings, while running real, reputable businesses and making actual money while paying nothing back into the society that's hosting them. And then when you look at where you are compared to them, and you think, why am I subsidizing this level of fraud? And then comes Lesbola telling you, don't you dare attack these migrants. You evil racist. You have to remind them, I'm not against these people because of their race or because of their ethnicity. I'm against it because it looks like they're committing fucking crimes. And then you have to have a hard conversation about what does it mean to do to help your fellow man, and whether or not you tolerate such a level of high fraud. Or in my state, when you have youthful commies shutting down and burning down facilities, businesses, outlets, you have to ask yourself, do I tolerate this because they happen to live here too, and they might actually be from here? Or do I make a certain beneficial effort to punish this kind of behavior and ensure that it does not happen anymore? All of these are hard questions that have actual answers. In my state's case, when we were dealing with the commies that were burning down places like Uptown because they felt some type of way about the politics, we made those motherfuckers clean the fucking fire up. Near 8 months of community service. And the old timers, even the old racists, put boots to ass. Because the reality of the problem at the end of the day for us was that you live here and we live here too. And we're the ones responsible for how we fix shit. If you're out here doing crimes and burning the city down, what kind of message does that send to people who want to live here, who want to move here, who want to do business here? Because COVID definitely did wipe out the hippie elite. Especially the fucking millennials and their businesses. Even though some of the business stores, they were a thing. You know, fucking hole in the wall. That have now been replaced by other businesses. They were able to make their way through stuff for a time. And this kind of expectation of this kind of thing meant that it led to us to be literally able to address it in such a good way. Oh my God, I see a tweet from Grace Thorpe. They were able to address it in such a proper, good way because of the fact that they literally have to be here with us. And if we have to look at them do this kind of shit all the fucking time, we're really, 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 really not gonna have a good time. To the point that it might make a boogaloo of its own. As for places overseas, it makes it much more likely. But the same mechanism is in play in the EU. And you could probably say the same thing also in the JP and the KR, and also in the CN, especially in the region that is known as Taiwan. Because you have the same issues that are bubbling through. You have the political overreach, you have the political correctness, you have the censorship from governments and states, and you have a cantankerous hatred of expats and foreigners that effectively hate the country and love the benefits the country offers them. Once again, new Prime Minister of Japan, you have the ability to do something really, really funny. Please make sure to push those foreign nationals out of the state and make sure that they take Sea Dog with them. Because national pride, and state pride, for where it applies, is key critical to being able to preserve a culture that you can then be able to share with the people who live there. This is not about preserving a future for our children. It's about actually preserving a fucking community for you to fucking talk to. There's more influence and power in the fact that you have an online social group that allows you to escape this problem. But you do have to have something social nearby, communal-wise. Between myself and my woman, we were able to build one for ourselves with our social group, and able to benefit that for someone who lives here, who I literally was connected to because of my connections and friendship to Aiden. Then I have people here who are friends with me that live in another country or in another state that are better off and have improved their lives because of advice that I have given them because they have known me. Momdi is telling his voters not to interview advice. Wow. What a cuck. As much as I hate neoliberals, corporate Democrats using minorities to trick communities in the voting time is always funny. True! Horrible look for fucking New York! But damn, don't y'all motherfuckers feel stupid now. But not my people, not my state. Not my circle, not my monkeys. Not my circle, not my monkeys. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Is the Miss Lady prepared? Mm-hmm. Ah, wee 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 wee. Itchy, I'm itchy, I'm itchy, I'm itchy. Wee 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 wee. Dum 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 dum. Mo yeah yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now we. How you get here? Ain't nobody supposed to be here. No one's coming for you, set it off. You came into my life. How did you know? We're coming slow. When you man Well, she's taking her time, so I will have to wait for her. Thank you very much. I'm not done. I'm still waiting on the lady. I am looking at a couple of business things on the side until I get back from her. I'm hearing back for her. Okay, she's pressing live on her side. I'm gonna look real quick at their drop and see if anything is actually available for me to be able to pick up to snag some codes for everybody. But the high likelihood is that because they have been very, very leaning on Twitch drops, that the answer is no. And the answer is no. They're all Twitch drops. The modern audience wins again. The modern audience wins again. Mao. Hassan Biker's merch is now being advertised on X by Elon Musk. That's crazy. That's no problem. So the unfortunate answer is that no. There are no dare drops that are open. And the up and coming one I don't think will be open for me either. I can, however, see Stardust is now streaming. She's turning on all her feeds. It'll probably take her a second to get everything set up. I'm doing my part to retweet it. I see Sean is already on top of the new ice shooting video. And right on the heels, not to be outdone, Candace Owens is already talking about the people who are going to be inheriting power with Turning Point USA. Why is she still showing up in my shit? Do not recommend this channel to me, YouTube. I swear, you click on one fucking video. You click on one fucking video. And then it becomes the case that it wants to show you everything. And now I sit, waiting with bated breath. Boop. Boop.
But I'm late because I can't do anything right. Okay. How's it going, guy? Okay, it would be great if this worked. Okay, cool. How's it going, guys? Let's see here. Did it work is the question. Okay. Yeah, kind of. It kind of worked. Oh man, it's supposed to do the vertical stream too, but it didn't, so... Oh, you know what? And I'm on normal latency. This is what happens when I don't stream for like a month or longer. I forget all my normal settings. Okay, well anyways, you guys are in a little bit of a delay. But, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so the first part of our stream is we're going to be talking to Carl today. That's going to be fun, right? We're going to be talking to Carl.
I hope!
Can you link your YouTube to me? Carl is somebody who's friends with Dev, Short Fat Otaku, and Carl, I guess I stopped by Carl's stream one day recently because he like defended me in a Twitter argument, so I just wanted to give him a thank you.
As all good,
and,
as all,
and
as
then he was like, "Hey,
all
can we
good
collaborate
conversations and
sometime?"
friendships
And I
start.
was like, sure. Hair's looking awesome today. Hope the talk goes well. Thank you. And then later, for the other part of the stream, I'm doing research on one of my video essays. I've got a couple going right now. As you guys know, I've been working really long on one that's about a creator, but I also have another one going that's more broad about like why everybody hates Indian people right now. So yeah, we're gonna have fun. So that should be fun to research. All right. And this is Carl's YouTube. Go check him out. Okay? All right. Let me call him right now.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I should turn on my video, shouldn't I?
Boop. And I press the button. I have pressed the button. I need to turn my webcam off so my webcam can function, actually.
Oh, okay. No problem. How's it going?
I am alive with the sound of music and chicanery.
The hills are alive with the sound of music. You can't say that. You can't make references to Sound of Music with me because I'll start remembering all the songs. Not acceptable. We're already on a bad start here, so.
I can't get any worse than my debate performance, but, you know, the world keeps turning. Yeah, keep breathing.
I'm sure your debate performance wasn't bad. Debates are just, whatever, They're just whatever, so.
I have a very strong opinion that in many cases, the way that a person should really look at a debate is that you should really probably just only process it in the mentality of content. But I'm of the opinion, that when it comes to the kind of content that I go on Wik to do, which is all of 2 times, the problem that I come up facing is that the way that people look at debates, it is very much skewed in the direction that it is just a replacement for internet blood sports. People very rarely are actually engaged with the conversation. From my experience, I wouldn't necessarily say Wik is the Den of Vipers, but the type of people that, as it's been said to me, because there's been multiple people who have tried to talk to me about it, had a conversation with me about it, and then just mentioned it offhand to me, because they don't like Destiny, that the, quote, Destiny runoff is not going to be capable of grasping something like what I was saying there. And even though I didn't necessarily do the best performance, work screen, goddammit you, it is to me that, turn on, turn off, there we go. It is to me that, it's the case that, goddammit, why won't it work? It is the case to me that for something like, say, getting people to actually understand that the internet is kind of dying and dead, the medium itself will probably live in some format, but actually socializing with people is almost completely kaput. They're not going to really get that because, they're cooked. Like they're cooked. Like mentally they are cooked. They have ceded that argument away from themselves. They don't want to accept that as true. So
wait, explain to me how socializing is dead.
Okay, so there was a time period from about, say, 2011 to 2019, and then it floated for a little bit because of COVID, and then the COVID bubble burst officially in 2022, when the economy finally properly recovered. That in that time period, before we even knew what the word Fortress Arc meant, people had social groups that they belonged to, either because of necessity, because of involvement of work, for what their praxis or their actual ongoing work projects were, or because they fell into the friend circle because they were already friends with the person. And then, because they liked being around them, they naturally started doing things with them because they liked being there, and those things followed suit with them. Then, what ended up happening is that, I'm sure you're aware of the phrase political homelessness. People started becoming politically homeless. They started being purity tested, that they weren't good enough to be in a social group. Let me try again with my camera. They weren't considered good enough to be in a social group because the social group demanded of them that they have to behave a certain way, otherwise they're not allowed to be in the club. Then, once that started happening, it was 2 steps away from the purity test because we think you're not aligned with our politics to the purity test of you're not aligned with my personal moral compass, which they don't have one. I say the proverbial they because it's literally the people that come to you and do this. So say the political bread tube stack. People that I don't want to say the N-word even though I'm going to be saying N-I-G-G-A, but the Nebula elite, if I wanted to quote something from a video I saw the other day. The kind of people that make content on Nebula. Specifically because they bring content creators to the creator of Nebula, and Nebula himself is a left-wing leftist who wants to claim they're not shitheads, meaning if you don't agree with his politics, you're a shithead. They naturally push people out of their circles, and thus out of material, because they need the worldview to reflect the people who they're interacting with, and the worldview that they want to strive for, not the actual political reality and the physical reality of who occupies the space. So, go all the way back. Scan the skies like Khonshu, all the way back to Twitch, circa 2014 to 2018, when the Hippy Dippy Championship still lived, when you could possibly catch Destiny pushing actual Jake's shit in, and Dylan Burns sitting there saying, oh my god, he put me in the cage match again, I can't stop this. You had a lively, kind of bad, depending on them, because most of the people involved were dirtbag leftists, and they hid their power level so that you didn't know that they were. But you had a spear of people that either for social reasons, for content reasons, for drama reasons, because they just basically lived on the front page of LSF, or for actual gaming and social reasons, because they were actual personal friends. You had people who were involved with each other. They went canvassing, they did events, they hung out, they did content, they did big panel content, they invited people into their spheres of influence, and from a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend, people started getting pulled up. This was how White Forest and White Leaf was put together, with Vosh and Nervosa. They had a very big network full of people. Even if they didn't necessarily agree directly with the supposed sock-dem utilitarian politics of Ian Kaczynski, aka Vosh, it was the case that when he came up in Destiny's audience as Irish Laddie, and then had to basically do the walk of shame concerning his behavior with Poppy, and his argumentation about adults with children, he eventually got to the point that he then spawned his own clones. That's how you got Vosh creating Shark03 and Demon Mama and other people like them. The kind of people that nowadays get called crumb tubers, because it was a term that was thought up by people like Dev and Sargon and the rest of them, and it just stuck, because they're smaller creators on YouTube that effectively are sucking up to these people for crumbs. If they actually produce something of their own value, that they become proper big YouTubers. Big in this concept is like 100K, but I really think it's like between 10K to 100K. Like, a smaller creator is somebody who's at the size that I guess me and you are at. Or 2 years, or rather I should think like whenever Dev made that shout out video for the both of us, which I think is 2022, 2-ish to 3-ish years ago would have been the size that we were at then. Because like I was in the third digits when I was starting to pop off with my podcast before I had to put it on indefinite hiatus. Those smaller creators that basically were nothing burgers in the field of the work, the people who popularized the attitude of the smaller streamer syndrome, of being worried about they're stepping on their heels, they're stepping on people's toes, and they're going to embarrass themselves. And so that ends up making them on the outs with this group. They must get in with this group in order to get to the big leagues. Because LSF is not monetizable to smaller streamers. Only mid-size and higher level. And most of the people who are on LSF, they are either big in their own right, or they are a part of an organization. They're a part of the Poggers community. They're part of the WL community. They are personal friends with Cutie Cinderella and Ludwig. They are friends with people, if not dating, if not the boyfriends, the wags, the wives and girlfriends, the boyfriends and husbands of One True King of OTK, NMP, his group, etc. Or a bigger org, like say an actual esports organization on a streaming contract, like Team Liquid or Tempo Storm. Shout out to Caterino. Or people that were a part of like the bigwig organizations like FaZe. This was how you made your bones. The only other way.
Sorry, I just need to really quickly shout out as well. Little Bits, thank you so much for the memberships. Very much appreciated. I can see you. What's up?
Fix it.
Okay, so I think I know what I think I see what you're saying. And I think so what you're saying is basically like it used to be that the socializing in the sense of a creator is kind of dead right now, and it
More or
may
less.
be dead for a while. Yeah.
Yes.
That makes sense to me. I think back when there were more panel shows, and there were fun panel shows, it was a lot easier to socialize, and I think everybody's kind of gone fortress mode right now. I don't know if it will stay like that forever, though. I think it is the nature of the space that we're in. I mean, right now, the space that I'm in, I don't even know where I am. I think it's transforming. It's changing. I think I'm changing. But I do think that collaboration will come back. As far as like socializing, like. And people being pulled up, I think you're right that in a more permanent sense, probably it's going to be harder to be pulled up as a creator because of all of the large organizations involved or just all of the in-groups involved, right? Though I don't think it's impossible.
It's not impossible.
So.
It's like this is one of the it's one of the issues that is being caused because YouTube is incapable of getting the shit together. Technically, we blame Susan Wojcicki for this, but it's really this constant boom in the industry and their desire to go towards bigger figures rather than remembering the people that made the platforms what they were, which was the mid-level and smaller people. The injection of new blood that came from people who had something hungry to make, something hungry to say, or something hungry to do and show and to share with other people is what made YouTube and even Twitter, especially in Jack Dorsey's days, possible. What really is stifling the problem, and why I say that is the main mechanism, is because until the algorithms are properly fixed from when they were originally sabotaged, so that leftist creators were being made priority creators during a time where they were actively using that as a way to become industry benchmarks for what was considered the norm. Because left was considered the norm for a very serious period of time. Even if it was just left of center.
Yeah.
Until you restrict the AI problem, that's the number one problem. Because AI is fucking all of us, even when we don't know it. Like, we just had a scare about that the last 3-4 months of the fiscal quarter last year. Because the AI decided to inject restricted mode on some people's accounts, and then actively control what they could see on the platform. And then the front page of YouTube itself, ever since Wojcicki, unfortunately passed, but more specifically when she was still with us, stepped down from her position. The way that she saw that YouTube should function is similar to the way in which the current owner, or not owner, but this current CC position of the CEO of Twitch thinks that the website should work, which I'm thinking of Dan, what's his name? The old man that looks like he's the brother of fucking Richard Bronson. Dan Clancy?
Yeah, like the loser brother of Richard Branson, yeah.
Yes. Dan Clancy, I think his name is.
Dan Clancy, yeah, that's yes.
Dan Clancy thinks that broadcasting and creation is supposed to be a constant spectacle. And there's an idea where you can be right, but that's not the only way to make content. I remember when they first brought in the 2014 model after they bought the platform, after the entire spectacle of Twitch Plays Pokemon, which was a global event where everybody was together.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was crazy.
When everyone was together pressing buttons to try and either through democracy or through anarchy play through, I think it was Fire Red or one of the first gens. The idea of broadcasting was there is cool shit happening everywhere. It is a red light district on the internet, at least Twitch was, and you needed to go find a content creator that you liked, that you found an appeal with, and you just consumed their content. They made things. It was not about, say, necessarily the idea of YouTube's original standard of broadcasting yourself, although that was one part of it. It was that you didn't go live to entertain people. You went live to entertain yourself, and you brought your chat rooms with you, and other people, if they were also there with you as broadcasters and friends, enhanced this experience. You made things, and you did things, but it was about joining up with that thing and getting involved with that thing.
Yeah, it was like a community. Very community-oriented, yeah.
You needed to have the ability to build a community, or at least build the space for a community, because if you build it, they will come. And this was never at its peak than with the panel shows. Whether it was Raj Royale, whether it was whatever was going on with what Trainwreck was doing before he eventually spun off and did Kick, when Destiny used to be how he was before, when he was doing stuff with people like Not So Erudite, which helped really reinvent his image before, I don't know, sex Epstein became a thing. I would have to do more research into that, but from what I've seen, that is the case. When it was much more the case that you could have people on the platform doing whatever they want, whether it was politics, gaming, hanging out, IRL, normal chatting, panel show chatting, game shows that they invented, or whatever, as well as Twitch Rivals. Twitch Rivals was very central to this in this era. You had people that were together for an actual purpose. They didn't just gravitate towards creator because, oh, I heard that this creator is going to be doing this crazy thing with Nicki Minaj. You might see somebody shake some ass. It was actually that here's this person who's currently live. He is creating pieces and parts that are going to go into the next episode of the video he's working on. And that could have been somebody like Papa Meat. Or when Tenny Pendergrass, T-Pain, when he's signed to the platform, along with Deadmau5, when they first made their contracts, and Logic as well too, when they first signed to the platform, as some of the first actual guaranteed music creators alongside Monster Cat, you had a feedback loop where music people and stream people were able to actually do something about the RIAA before Twitch got scared of all the streamers just constantly using Pandora and using Spotify as a replacement for broadcasts, constantly violating the contracts, that they just simply slapped all of us on top of the head and said, hey, don't do that. We're going to ban you for it. Despite the fact they went back to not caring. Even now, that 3-strike system for copyright, it's not enforced. Because if it was, there'd be so many streamers banned off this platform just like Legendary Lee. All those people that have been banned off Twitch for legitimate reasons, that then went to Kick as a way to just start over again, like Ice Poseidon did, they would have been off the platforms permanently, because they wouldn't have tolerated that shit. I'm surprised that Zerka lasted as long as he did, and that it took him deciding to content bait, oh, did I get in this bed with this girl? Did I actually sleep with her? Yeah, bro, yes I did! And it's like, no, he should have been already gone. Ice Poseidon too. How many times has he crypto-pooled his audience? And Legendary Lee too. Maybe girls shouldn't be doing things like trying to bait their audience to look up their skirts. And maybe Zoe Berger too. And maybe the host squad in totality. And maybe also Caseytron, back when she was baiting breasts, constantly playing Cassiopeia.
So the one thing I'll say is, like, as a female content creator, nobody wants to say this, right? Nobody wants to say this, nobody wants to acknowledge it. But, you know, there's like there's a higher floor for female content creators, as in, like, generally your low level is, you'll have some viewers. But there's also a much lower ceiling for female content creators, and it's much harder, I feel, to grow. If you're like a male, yes, your floor is like rock bottom, but generally all the top streamers, period, or all the top creators tend to be male, and so, like, I am a little bit sympathetic towards women when it comes to, like, I personally, it's not something that I would doing like the e-girl stuff, right? But at the same time that, there are two ways to get more notoriety as a female streamer, right? And nobody wants to say this, but it is the truth, right? One is doing the e-girl thing and using your body and showing off your boobs or whatever, right? Or showing off flirting with your chat, whatever, providing the girlfriend experience. The other one is hanging around a male content creator that's much larger than you. And that is just the unfortunate reality of it, right? So it kind of sucks. So while I agree, like, I personally didn't like also a lot of the audience that came into Twitch when I used to stream on Twitch, and there would be all these e-girls, and the audience was super toxic around that. At the same time, I find it really hard to completely, like, criticize these women because they were just going with where the market was, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, it's hard. I don't know if Twitch banned all of that, maybe the audience would be better, right? But I'm sure then they would find another way to, like, do it, right? I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. Yeah. It's a very unfortunate scoldier's bridle that they tie onto the genders of platform creators, because I don't choose to look at creators based on their gender for what they do for content. I look at their content of character. Because when you look at the content of character, it makes it very obvious who's here to actually be a creator and who is here to make the easy money because it is capitalistically to their benefit to do so. If you look at it like it is a job description, the egos, their job is to try to find the loopholes to create the drama to make the money. Because the ultimate problem at the end of the day is that Twitch runs itself on an attention economy for as long as it does not have an actual discoverability system. Because I'm so sorry, the advice of telling people that you need to constantly spam short-form content in order to popularize themselves, that is going to be what grinds people to a halt. Every single time I listen to people like Devin Nash explain this, even now that he's not with his group anymore from Novo, it has been the case ever since he was the head of it for a lot of those people who are managed by this platform, because he was the part of the group that manages people like Pokimane and Valkyrie and blah, 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 blah. He has always made it clear that the problem is an integrity issue, because it's the same reason why there is an issue with botting, both view botting and stream botting, both hostility for other people to ruin them, and for yourself to promote yourself. Because the fake it till you make it perspective is half of the issue. It's like, well, I wouldn't say half. It's more like 1/4. 1/4 is people trying to fake it till they make it. So they use the bots to replace an actual audience. And nobody respects it, which is the respect issue, where people just decide to cheat the system. Because, well, if I don't do this, I'm actively punishing myself. If I do this, yes, I'm illegitimate, but only for a while. I'll find an audience. Out of the thousands of millions of broadcasters that are streaming to 0 viewers, then you have...
I've known so many... Oh, man, it's so sad. Sorry, go ahead.
It's no problem. Then you have the integrity problem, which this is the sculptor bridle that they put on the women. We are in a business that is one part master of ceremonies and one part live reality show. Every single second that there is a camera on a woman, there are 3 questions that are going to go through the minds of a viewer that is going to see her for the first time, and they're going to do it because it is the most normal human thing to do. 1, does she have an OnlyFans? 2, is it easy to find? 3, is she doing some type of system that the current ethos do? Like, what is her name? Morgue Pie. Literally featured on Brazzers. Are they actively participating in this behavior while on the platform, and are they gaming the system because it works to their benefit to do so? It is unfortunate that this is a factor of influencer marketing, because it is quite literally one of the cheat codes to get that immediate audience. You get eyes on you immediately, you get money immediately. Because the curve for male and female content creators, the men can start from rock bottom from nothing, and by naturally being themselves, they go on a parabolic scope. Maybe it goes a lot faster exponentially. Maybe they have a much longer curve, like creators like myself. But people will hear about them, people will discover them, they will eventually have something. Because at the end of the day, unless they specifically choose to go the queer Marxist route, and they choose to be a femboy for attention and for clout, Fenster, or they choose to go the integrity route, and they're just themselves, even though they might be a kooky character like fucking XQC, for whatever goes through Felix's mind that makes him act the way that he does. Which, so glad he finally came to the side of understanding why reacting harder is important. Thanks, Hassan. You, even in the case of Hassan Piker, will have people that will find a reason to like them. Even though in Hassan's case, it's because he's a dude, bro. He always has been. He's just created his content for people to accept him as a leftist. And because he has money, and because the people in his audience that are younger, that are women, find him attractive, and he actively asks for them to send him nudes, he uses this as a part of that lever. And the women are a part of the popularity. Because they're also the ones that are on Reddit the most, promoting his content, putting the drama cycle in there, because it gives them content to watch, even if it's passive. Even if it's just, yeah, I like him for his takes, and yes, he is handsome, but that's not the reason I like it. You are a part of the Hassan industrial complex. Same thing applies and ripples across everything, from the lowest guy to the funniest person on Twitter. The women go like this. There is a wall physically holding back the women, and it's because of the fact that you don't know if that woman is truly honest. I mention Caterino because she and her involvement with Call Me Carson and all of the other 6 guys that she was sleeping with, which then led to some of the greatest music ever made in the history of Twitch, 4th, 7th time, is a open case study of exactly the kind of social climbing that Twitch has become known for. Now, if you go look,
You know, I
go
can't
ahead.
I can't even blame women for social climbing by sleeping with people, right? Like, again, it's something that I wouldn't do, but like holy moly, the fact that that so many women are held back, and the only way that they can network with people is to sleep with them. It seems like a really sick kind of reality we live in, right? Like,
if not sleeping with them, going to their parties and having to seem like they're a fun person to be around, so that they keep inviting them back.
I don't know. Like, it just fucking sucks. And like, I don't know. Sorry, I don't mean to derail, but
okay.
I just wanted to really quickly say, somebody super chatted, new media's biggest failure. Thank you, Lost Coyote of MA. New media's biggest failure was trying to compete with legacy media rather than doing its own thing.
Yes.
Thank you so much. But I do have to say, like, you know, it just like, some guys will get really mad at women for engaging in that kind of social climbing. And again, it's not something that I do or I've ever done, but can I really blame women when that is like, dudes can show up, be friends with each other, be bros with each other, and shake hands, and as long as they get along, they can like socially climb that way. But the only way a woman can do that is sleeping with people. Like, you know, like, it feels bad.
Yes, because
I don't know.
It's bad because the problem is a self-perceived, self-fulfilling prophecy that now can never be fixed until you clean out the C-suite of Twitch. You have to remove every single person who's in a position of power, and probably some of the employees too, by the look of those slacks that we got from Dan. You have to clean out every single part of the company, and you have to put it onto Amazon that if you do not fix this problem, because the bots are going to fuck them in the first place. The bots are going to end up making this happen way longer before the terrorism. The terrorism is also an addendum problem, as well as people literally doing stochastic terrorism and harassment through platforms while siphoning views from content creators. You have this problem where you have a locked-in perception of what Twitch is. And certainly, yes, in the past, Twitch was gaming all the time, and you still had culture that had IRL, but it was still centered, it was still centered around gaming culture. Ever since the inclusion of IRL, you have, and every other hobby, you have a subgroup for subgroups. So you're never going to have a holistic view of gaming. And the problem that this creates is that the idea of somebody like, say, StarCraft Livy, who is a Grandmaster Champion, possibly seeing her go live on her stream, and she ends up getting into a StarCraft match with Winter StarCraft, and now you're dual streaming both their views to watch his Protoss and her Zerg go up against them. You don't usually get that view, because most of the time, it's not the kind of esport professional scene. It's going to be the more casual scene. You're going to have people like, say, I don't even know if you played League to know this, but back when Scooch and his girlfriend...
I don't know any of these.
Okay, back when Scooch, who was like a gold level player in League, was in his relationship with his girlfriend, Rebecca, who goes online as Serenade. They were like one of the it couples on the internet. They were the ones that originated the meme of, yes, me, my girlfriend, and her 500-pound oversized Pokemon plush. You can find this meme on Know You Mean if you really looked for it really hard. They were the power couple that was responsible for throwing a fit at Riot Games for creating Seraphine. And her first introduction was basically a character that was doing the girlfriend experience. This rubbed her raw because she basically did OF, and this was the girlfriend experience she sold. It actually made him tilt out because he had to defend his girlfriend from the entire internet making fun of him. It made her have to tilt out because basically everybody was like, no, bro, this isn't your girlfriend, this is our girlfriend. And the unfortunate problem of this is that this perspective then gets completely pushed onto all other women. Because it is normal for women to want to go live and do makeup. It is normal for women to want to feel cute, attractive, do any kind of beatification that they want to do. Black males, black females, we're no different. We love our beauty sleep. I love my fucking bonnet. I love my do-rag. I love my hair looking good. I look looking fresh. That's just a part of the culture. Just as much as it is a part of the gender. And the unfortunate problem here is that the dude bro culture and the assumptions about the culture and whether or not this person plays ball, whether they're willing to adapt, this is what holds the women back. The VTubers are able to get over this by the nature of not being on camera with their physical bodies. The lewd tubers who specifically choose to use their VTube bodies as a go-between for this, they're a part of this problem. because that is also a corruption of the issue. But it is the case that for all the people like yourself that do it the right way, the perception of people having done it the wrong way and always benefiting off of it has locked in this perspective that we cannot get over unless this person steps outside of the Twitch ecosystem, because it's just a Twitch thing. On YouTube, this doesn't happen.
Yeah, it is just you're right, it is a Twitch thing. There are some people on YouTube who do it, but like they're kind of sequestered off into their own space. And I don't and the thing is with at least with YouTube, the people who do that kind of thing, like because the audience is sequestered into that space, it doesn't affect like the audience of every other female YouTuber as badly as it did on Twitch, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to say that I'm doing it right and other people are doing it wrong. You know, I think they're being smart, honestly. But at the same time, like it did affect, like you know, I remember initially when I first started streaming on Twitch, like it was so toxic, and they have that even if like my entire time online, I've never done OnlyFans, I've never done like explicit e-girl stuff, you know. You still get people who are coming in being super gross, who also are judging you based and comparing you to like every OnlyFans girl or every content creator who has an OnlyFans, and it's a very uncomfortable experience. And then if you're like not a conventionally attractive person, it can be like a very just a very weird feeling, you know, just very weird. Yeah.
Like there is this filter
because
where
knowing people just like have their eyes glued to you and they're like evaluating you that way, right? Like they're not evaluating the words coming out of your mouth, you know. So yeah, it's really aggressive, because I'm not going to say that there is a beautiful feature, that there's a beautiful people feature or a beautiful people perspective, but it is the case that people that are attractive are just going to be naturally seen as more right, more just, more appealing, and it helps. It definitely helps, because the opposite can definitely happen too. Corpse Husband is a good example of, here you have people who are falling over their knees for this online creator, and then when he does a face reveal, it's like, ugh, get this man away from me. He's not the handsome hunk that I thought I would have in my dreams with my dark triad traits. This is not the man from my AO3 novels. And it's like, so you were only interested in him for his voice and not his personality? Damn, I wonder how he must feel when he goes to sleep at night. No different than people looking at me and trying to call me various forms of monkey until I call myself a quadrilla. That is a monster in Path of Exile 2. But it's like create an insult for a person, attack the person, then every single time they have a reaction, look at every micro adjustment on their face and see if you can attack them for this thing. Oh man,
and
I
keep
hate that
hammering
shit.
them, and keep hammering them, and keep hammering them, and then say, oh, see, he can't hang here. Look at how they react. And it's like, if I say the slurs that are in my head, the roast is going to get me banned for a month. You can't do it. You can't uncork. Because while that would be more real, that's not what we're supposed to do as creators, but that's what some people look for. And a lot of that, because the guys get it and the girls get it, but the girls get it way worse than the guys. That is the thing that is causing it. It is the ghost of the fucking Xbox Live lobby, where you heckle the woman and see if she knows ball. And unfortunately, something that we haven't accepted, especially in broadcasting, is that actually, this wasn't a rule. This was never a rule. It was never something that was supposed to be a part of the space of, oh, people are going to haze you, but you got to know you got to roll the button. No, actually. This was something people did just to fuck with you. And then if they thought that you didn't react well, oh, we'll see this person, we can't invite this person to the group. Look at how they reacted when I just called them a fucking ugly sewer creature. I said that they were the sister of fucking Anna Kasparian if she was a Nazi wife. I said that she was like Brittany Venti. And she's crying? Oh my god, look at her. Same thing for the guys. Same thing for the guys, but worse. Because it's like, guys don't get it as bad as women in general, but when a guy is the target of a popular person doing this, because I was harassed by Natalie Casanova, the zombie unicorn. Myself, Plain Rock, Siren Cove, and like a handful of creators that didn't really have a platform to speak of, as well as the Bang Dancers and the Bang Ambassador. From what fucking year was that E-Expo? Was it 2016, 2014? It was the Bang Dancers, and it was Natalie getting angry that they were having shuffle dancers and that there were male booth babes that were running the floor while the shuffle dancers were doing their physical exercise that they were contracted to do as they were hired for the event, where she basically tried to kill booth babes. And I guess she was also successful. And this was the same year that she was getting blasted over her Bully Hunters hoax. People like me were getting shit pushed because it's literally who, known female. Simp audience attacks literally who. Who the fuck is that guy? Why should his voice even be heard? Look at him. Look at his face. Who is he? Like, I can pull up the fucking thread from Keemstar, who came to my rescue because he specifically hated Natalie, and was able to give me access to the platform to then be heard. Someone popular had to give me the opportunity to speak on a platform so he could elevate it and be like, this woman is a fucking liar. She's not angry because I'm supposedly an anti-simp or a simp that broke containment. She's angry that I can see what she's doing and she doesn't like it. The same way that she fucking went off on Plain Rock when he went up to her at the event and said, let me get a this is what it's all about. People push the button with them, and this happens often. Lord Pokemon's probably going to do it this month alone if she hasn't done it already. And they antagonize you, they attack you, and then they let the internet tear you apart. Twitter, do your thing. TikTok, do your thing, I guess now. And the problem is that you don't see it as often because when people are on their Twitch, they're completely broken off from the world. Nothing exists outside of it. But you can see them doing it on Twitter. You can see them doing it on subreddits. You can see them doing it in their Discords if you have to survey their Discords. You can see them doing it in social conversations online. And in private conversations as well. Doors getting shut to you because this high school mentality of G-checking people, we call it. Gang checking. G-checking people like, hey, yo, you gotta check in with me. I don't know you here. You don't know anybody here. You need to come through me in order to be through this. That kind of nature, both through online gaming and then social interactions, especially IRL Twitch events, is the barrier that stops people from meeting people. Because you're already unsure where to go and who to hang out with. And when you're a newer, smaller person, your natural inclination is that you want to hang out and get to know people, especially as a personality. And when you are smaller, especially when you are coming up in your, like, I would say sub 1,000 views, when you can start, like, slowly building up an audience and a repertoire of actual content for people to consume and watch. Videos, live streams, video essays, animation products, what have you. When you are at that level, there is a two-part system that causes this. There's you making your content and people deciding whether or not they think you're a shithead or not, and then just completely closing you out for political reasons. This is what happens with subreddits, deciding that a person does deserve to be popular, and thus they create hate Reddits dedicated to you if they don't like you enough. Any known figure attacking you for whatever reason, and or a creator seeing you as a potential threat when you grow larger and more relevant because they see a spark of potential in you, and it's like, I need to crush this before it ever develops against me as a weapon formed against me. And then the second factor is the closing of the door with people deciding that you are not cool enough to hang out in this space with these groups of people for whatever purpose possible. It is the case sometimes, you could have said that back in the past, those panel shows were basically the screening process that allowed this to happen. Since then, you would then decide, I like the vibe of this person, I'm going to then call them to come do this other thing. Because that kind of collaboration is where you can end up seeing a bunch of people pop up everywhere. Because smaller people have no problem showing up. Bigger people, certainly there's a business obligation where it's like, I can't show up to this event because I gotta go do another thing that I'm obligated to. Or, I need to go edit this thing that's a part of my content because this is how I actually make my money, not the public appearance. You could probably say this is what Dev does on a regular, with all the people that he does this with. Even though there is a group chat that is inside of Discords like his, where they all talk to each other, but it's a paid level tier. I think his is that you have to pay like $100 to him over either in one lump sum or over the time that you've been in his audience to get access to this unless you're already known to him as a personal friend. And they all talk collectively in a circle like that. All Discords are like that. They've always been like that. You've always had enclaves and communes to themselves. But the open nature of the internet allowed for it to be an osmosis barrier where culture permeated, even if you did not include yourself in that culture. So even if a person never interacted with Twitch idpol, they knew about Hippy Dippy Championship. And usually it's because of drama. Even if they didn't know about the Hippy Dippy Championship and specifically the people who are on it, they saw those content creators because they were probably being covered in drama by influencers in the commentary community. And those commentary community people, being the bigger channels that are discussing the issues, that is then the jumping in point where people will then hear about information and news. So Now, what has happened here is that it's flipped. Now, you hear about endless drama, but it's not actually important for you to know. It's not cultural stuff. It's slop. It is slop. It is slop to entertain you.
Yeah, slop. Yeah.
So you never.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I just feel like I feel like we need to carve out a new space, kind of.
Yes.
At least with like the YouTube sphere, I just feel like, and I felt this way a year, 2 years ago. It felt like the old Twitch poll space kind of died, and it turned into just kind of like a very like snarking anti-fan kind of space.
Yes.
And it just felt. Yeah, and then I was just trying to kind of like move past that, and I know a couple of friends have successfully done that, but I don't know. I think we just need to carve our own space out, you know, like BreadTube did it, and now like all the right-wing spaces have their own thing that, you know, usually on Twitter though, really more on Twitter, but
yes.
Yeah, but they're all like, I don't know. I think we just need to kind of we need to bring back that kind of like community kind of feel, and I think also it would be good to kind of like, I don't know, it would be good if all of us could through that, making this like kind of community feel again, start carving out smaller spaces out of that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
but maybe we need another panel show again, you know? Maybe that's what needs to happen. But I feel like Wick has one, right?
I would definitely say that creation of new content that then creates a new platform and thus a new space is definitely the start. But what will really jumpstart the process is when the smaller communities, like say your server, my server, people interact in it and actually get to know each other cross community.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you have a person who's from my audience and they hear us and see us talking here today. And then they say, oh wow, Stardust sounds like a cool person. I wonder what the people in her server are like. And then I don't know if you, I entered into your server today. So I don't know if that's because it's open to the public or if it's specifically...
It's open to the public, yeah.
So let's say you have a server like mine and yours that are open to the public, and our servers are 18 plus. Because I don't think, even though I did start my channel when I was a adolescent, I grew into my adulthood status. Because I had to basically find out what I wanted to do with myself for content, because it was basically a vlogging channel that was just dedicated to my political and scholastic accolades, until I decided to go in the direction I did. You have these two communities that cross over with each other like this, and you have them interacting with the content. Now you have two people that will follow you and follow me, interacting and cross-pollinating content with each other. Whenever I do something, you'll hear about it if I go live, if it happens to be particularly interesting, or in general, should the alerts actually function. And then, same thing with yours. Then let's say you have somebody who also has relation to me that knows of me because of Dev being a personal friend of mine. And from Devon, they go to DevCord, and they bring that content that I did with you here today to them. Then that creates a piqued interest where they're like, oh, interesting, cool, Star's not a shithead. The same way that the leftists would be like, these two shitheads are talking to each other. They're going on the burn list. Yes, we're going to ruin them. They start having that overlap, and then you start building this thing in the air. There's this movie, I don't know if you may have seen it, it's called Branded. It's like a film that takes place in Russia and uses American knockoff Russian products to tell a story about a man who's basically given the divine gift to see the tulpa of brands and how they manifest and how people access them. Basically, you're giving birth to this idea of what the space can be and what it can be shaped into from all the people who get it added onto it. Like a metaphysical spirit ball. You take some pieces of me, you take some pieces of you take some pieces of Dev, you take some pieces of people like maybe Arch Warhammer and Lum, you take some pieces of the unhinged fox girls of Twitch, which is basically Pippa Pipkin, even though she's a bunny, Kirsch Vestal, who is a type of fox, and then Smugalana, who's like an ice sprite fire fox. Then you take the opinions of people like Mama Oka, who happens to be one of the transgenders that actually is based. You take some of the examples of the right-leaning VTubers like Leaflet, who debated Naira VT. Don't know if you know who that person is. Oh god, they are odious. You take some examples of all these different figures, maybe Memphis Wave, maybe Sitchin Adam, maybe Anakin Sparian, maybe, I'm not thinking
Oh,
of
we
it.
got a racist in the chat. Okay, IDF kills children says, "Hello, Lakshmi, looking so super." Okay, anything? I'm just waiting for you to have your punchline here. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
They're calling you Lakshmi, the demon from Shin Megami Tensei. That's a goddess, bro. You're calling her a goddess. You know that, right? What a weird insult.
I don't.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Well,
but yeah,
I mean, it is a little bit sacrilegious to Hindu people, but yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize. I play way too many
you're
anime
fine.
games.
I'm not offended. So I'm not offended. But yeah.
But yeah, you take
some Hindu people might be, but yeah, I'm not.
I'm
not Hindu, so.
I'm gonna ask about that after I'm done with my thought. But you take some pieces of all these people. I remember who I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
What is his goddamn name? Actual Justice Warrior. He says his name all the goddamn time. I'm forgetting. But Actual Justice Warrior, Minthus Wave, the Honey Badgers, both Allison Tiemann, Hannah Wallen, Mike Christensen, Dr. Ramarakam, all of the people who basically made YouTube into what it is by being the beginning point of what was basically the reply guys to the bedroom feminists. You could probably throw in Lacey Green there too. You could probably throw in people like Some Ordinary Gamers before he became what he was, and also maybe the dating what was her name? Lacey Green era of Bernie Bro, committed for life, Chris Ray Gun, when he actually believed in his musicals and didn't become a political cuck so that he could make it to the big time. And definitely a time before the Act Man was a content creator. You bring in all of these different influences and all these different people and the entertainment of the resources, and you end up building a space. You do it through the content, and you actually do it through hanging out with these people and actually playing video games online. Because really, what you need, unfortunately, the dumb autists were correct about this. You need people playing games together. Honestly, truthfully, that's really that's really
or
the crux.
Collaborating in some sort of way. Yeah.
You need them playing games and collaborating and talking to each other in order for this to even begin. Because planning the thing is not the problem. It is actually like the trepidation and fear of, I don't know if this is going to go well. I don't know if I'm going to come off well. I don't know if they're going to like me. I don't know if their audience is going to like me. A lot of the fear goes away once you just do the thing. You just do the thing. And then the fear goes away because it's like, okay, I know this person. I know them well enough that I can trust them to be honest with me when they talk to me. And then from there, you basically are using social proof as the trust value, where it's like, I've never heard of this single player Carl, but he knows this person, this person, this person, this person, this person on a first name basis, and they all hang out with each other, so I might as well check out their content too. And that was literally what built the older influencer marketer generation, when they were the first ones on the net. What happened is that they decided to pull the ladder up behind themselves and only interacted and engaged in that way. And the only time somebody entered in outside of that was if they themselves basically grew in that presence, or if they were grown in that space. Like people like Vanilla Mace. Like the come up of one Baby No Money, who just decided to inject himself into the idpol of the who's who of LSF and became a Hassanite overnight. Like with all of them. Making music with them, inviting OTK but censoring out Asmongold, so you know he's not for Asmongold, actively antagonizing both Asmongold and Ethan Klein on a podcast by name, and effectively showing up inside of Hassan's mansion and streaming with him. This was how they built the new generation versus the old generation. Meanwhile, all of those people that were a part of the old YouTube, if they didn't outright quit, they basically went underground. All of those people are now on TikTok, making their content in that cycle. And while they did have control of Jack Dorsey Internet, especially during the time when we didn't have the servers in America as we do now, after the supposed TikTok ban, where they transferred the servers from China to, I think it was Dakota, one of the Dakotas, you had these people growing their audience in a place where they could go without scrutiny, and it was basically like the equivalent of Tumblr. They built sub-communities interacting with each other to basically gatekeep information, and whenever you wanted to learn about something that was happening, you either had to study all the TikToks, like you're going through a CSI feed, to connect the dots of the conversation about one particular topic, and you had to follow it based on the headlines, and you could see it based on who had the information and who made the call first, based who's waiting on the information on whatever, and then the sub-communities with all the hobbies, like, say, King Lion in comics, or maybe Flats Overwatch or Going Post State with people like Marvel Rivals and Overwatch and stuff. or technically, since this is apparently what they're doing, Harry Sasson and apparently are relevant, going on to TikTok and doing TikTok debates with people frequently. Whatever.
I need to figure out how to do that. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No problem. Whatever mechanism it was that people did to create the content, basically in this new system to try and monetize via the platform. 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. Whenever they were dealing with this system, I'm sorry, I'm waiting for her to pick up the phone in the other room.
Okay.
Made me put the phone base on my desk, and it's not that far away from my microphone. When they made this move to try and get into this new era of the first early adopter of the tech scene, to basically recreate what the first early adopters on YouTube did and on what Twitch did, they ended up creating this new Wild West where this was the way in which you get things. But at the same time, this came with everything else. This came with OnlyFans, this came with drama baiting, this came with nuisance streaming.
And it came with, the typical click stuff too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it all metastasized into this cancerous blob that this is now what we have to do. You have to navigate this field because of that push. We could have avoided it if it had been done properly. Because certainly you can make an argument that using something like TikTok would then make the ability for somebody to ingrain themselves into the social media feeds of short-form content creation to be a way to popularize themselves. But unfortunately, as we've seen with the case of people like Pirate Software, Jason Thorhall and people like them, they can span those clips out like nothing. They have employees.
Yeah.
They have employees, technically, who, like yourself with Lonerbox, that they pay them to send out those clips. And it's easy to produce them.
Well, I do the clips for Lonerbox for free, but because I believe in this content. But yeah.
True!
But yeah.
I have my own that do that too. But it's the case that where we have people that, do we have any clippers in chat that do it for fun? They do it as a business economy. Even Hassan does it as a business economy. And when
no, there's a whole ecosystem. Yeah, there's a whole ecosystem.
Yeah, and so when you have that problem there, all of those problems all compound on top of each other. The AI problem, making it harder for accounts to actually hit the algorithm, people that are monetizing the algorithm to go viral with the worst behavior, the feedback loop of the monetization of the platforms, where you have people who are being paid to do negative engagement, like Ian Miles Strong.
Yeah.
They're baiting engagement by basically cycling posts and stealing posts from other people.
Or like all of the anti-Indian Twitter influencers now.
Or that! Maybe they'll change to attacking Somalis and attacking people from Minnesota. Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, it did briefly, but then it went back. So, yeah.
All of these things all compound on top of each other. And it is a combination of a social problem and a tech problem. And the only way to move through it is the old school methods. You have to do it through grassroots methods. If you try to outsource it to some type of technology or to some type of platform, it is never going to work because there's too many of us now. It's not a problem of necessarily creators existing. It's consistent creators creating consistently and actively appearing when you're looking for them. Because there are plenty of people that are dynasties that produce slop endlessly. You can't really blame the commentary community. They're not really doing the slop, because some of them actually have to do research. I know I have to do research. I know you probably do research as well. Nicholas Diorio, for his credit, even though people hate him because they just hate that he's so prevalent, he does research of his own, and he finds a way to make it energetic, while he technically does the same thing that almost all of us do. Because we're all some version of Asmongold but X. I'm Asmongold but black. I guess you're Asmongold but Indian and female.
Oh, no, I'm not Asmongold, please. I don't want to be Asmongold, okay? But yeah,
I mean in the reactions, in the reaction content sets. And all of us are reacting harder. We're not just lazily watching clips and siphoning views and being like, ha ha ha, that's so funny. We actually have something to say about it because we know some detail that we can actually elucidate on our audience. We actually did research so we can let them in on that are like, this is what you might have heard from people like Chud Logic. Because in the example of, say, especially what I brought up on the debate, with Pirate Software, I can promise you 99% of the internet only knows Moldovi's victory. I can promise you 99.5% of the internet only knows the Roachin clips. They don't know about the behavior of how the OnlyFans 2 event was put together by Soda Poppins. I doubt they even know who Soda Poppins is. I doubt that they know that they brought influencers.
I don't know any of these things at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
So yeah.
so they don't understand how that entire event happened. But I can promise you they know the drama of what happened with him. I can promise you they know the drama of how he besmirched Stop Killing Games and Ross of the Accursed Farms. I can promise you that everybody going back through his content found the same pattern of behavior and found the clips and the VODs that he tried to delete that were preserved by people like me and people like you that wanted to see this be covered. I know Girl with the Microphone is a good example of somebody who did that preservation. I know Nicholas Diorio is a person who did a good example of that documentation. Hell, half of that being covered by people when it comes up, if it's interesting enough, by even he who must not be named, Mr. Medicare, who scares these people because that is actual grassroots power. Somebody from the older days of the Google Hangout who made his bones by being basically an internet troll who became a person that was considered the gold standard of what an influencer and a creator should be. Not because he had troll's remorse like many people on the left did, and some people on the right, depending on how they felt about it, but because this is how the internet was. They were a natural denizen of the internet, and they earned their spot to be here. So you want to be like them, and you want their audience, but you can't take it from them, because you're not Medicare. So you have to get your own. It is the case that people... Go ahaid.
Yeah, sorry. I think I need to start wrapping up soon because we're at like 6:30.
Okay,
yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Go ahead.
But it is the case that is what really causes it. However, that's the end of my statement. I need to know about Lachine. The internet is fucked. You need people to actually work together and get to know each other and actually hang out and do shit in order to fix it. All of the problems that are the metastasization of it, the only way to do it is to be grassroots. You have to start, and this is a good start to it. But I really want to know about the Lachine thing. Can you explain that to me?
The what?
The word the guy called you. I don't understand how that's an insult.
Oh no, it's not necessarily an insult. It's just somebody using like a Hindu goddess to say my name. They came in with a username that's obviously very inflammatory. IDF kills children, and then they're calling me. So it's just like it's like when somebody calls me Mindy Kaling. So yeah.
Man.
Yeah, it's bored. I'm not offended at it at all, really. But it's just like, okay, I'm waiting for them to have a punchline. So, I think I took the wind out of their wings. So they haven't come up with a punchline yet.
Man, yeah. I remember when stuff like that used to happen to me. They stopped after the first time that I started roasting them just based on what I discovered. Because as an ex-Fed, it's like, do you really want me to get interested into looking into your background? Because I can do it like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not going to do anything with it, but I find it really interesting that you were here at fucking 5:51. What were you doing at Jeremiah's Golden Scoop, bro? You needed that chunk of chocolate, didn't you? It gets lethal. It gets lethal. But I get it. Everybody gets it. Everybody's got to, deal with it.
I mean, it's not even the worst I've seen, really. That's why I'm just I'm waiting for, the worst thing that you're going to say, but they didn't, so,
What is the worst that you've had said? Just off the top of your head.
Let me see. I made a whole compilation of things for something that I was working on.
A compilation?
I mean, it's not even the beginning, right? It's I've been on the You know what? When I first started streaming, probably one of the scarier things I saw was somebody stream sniping me, and then they were typing in my chat that they were gonna. Let me see if I can find it. They were typing. That was so. I'll say I've been. Probably the combination of me being new to streaming, right? Here it is. This foreigner is a liar, lying scum, go back to India. Dumbass, go home, not welcome in my country. I will find you, I kill you, I will kill you, bitch. Torture you, I will torture you, whore. Your little Indian screams, it will be hilarious. And then I looked at their thing and they were live watching me, and I was like, bro. So probably that when I first started streaming, just because I was I didn't know how to react to that, and I wasn't expecting that. But but I mean, I don't know. I'm very desensitized to a lot of the comments that I get. So yeah, let me see here. Very desensitized. So I'll have friends who will be like, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" But for me, it's just it's there's a low hum of it all the time. Let me see here. I mean, there's obviously people. You are a brownoid and have third world features. Shit-colored skin people are failed science experiments. Will face re-immigration soon. Street shitter, maybe focus on spreading awareness of importance of toilets.
No, that's just bottom rung. Come on, they can try harder.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not really, I'm just so desensitized to it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can get that. Like, I know that there's this idea that for African Americans, we're supposed to react to when people call us the hard R. But the thing is that having worked in government and seen the kind of things that people will call a government worker, a service worker, it's like, I could not care less. Because I've also worked in actual retail and customer service. So I've dealt with service work. I've dealt with government work. I've dealt with the public, and I've dealt with the public when they're hungry. I feel like if, out of all four of those, the worst I ever actually got was people when they're hungry. Because the uniform... like the uniform, and especially if they make you wear a fucking hat that ruins your hair, like my beautiful, beautiful afro, and this goddamn thing giving me this goddamn dent in the middle of my head. When you're in that uniform, and it's you, and you're between them and their fucking nuggies, that's probably when I've gotten the worst shit. I've learned to just dodge plates. Like, I'm perfected instinct Goku. Like, I think the worst was specifically when I worked for Waffle House. Because I was, in fact, the person that's...
Waffle House.
Yeah, I was the person that was dodging plates and was the only male on the floor with a group full of women that was outworking the women. Just simply because somebody calls me a slur, I think of a funny comeback on the spot. I don't know. Maybe it's the exaggerated swagger of a black male. But it just rolls off the tongue. But it's a racial feature. It's a racial trait. Not everybody can do it. But it is something you can learn if you do it enough.
I think for some of us, like in front-facing roles, like you kind of have to learn to kind of just like let it go. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to do these kinds of things.
Yeah.
But I don't think that should be the norm, right?
It
and
isn't.
I don't think it's necessarily, but I don't think it's like it is online though, right? Like there is a low hum of like just stuff you have to deal with. I don't think it should be that way for other people or for people, anybody who goes on Twitter, right? Like there's a serious issue with Twitter right now. I shouldn't be hearing about this from family members or seeing like videos of little kids crying over like the racial abuse that they're experiencing at their schools, like there is a serious problem there. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with people who do react strongly to like being inundated with like hundreds of insults focused on their identity, right? That like the humans are not built to deal with that. So like while I have become very desensitized to it, is it a good thing? I don't know. Probably not.
I think with the advent of what happened to Kirk and his family, and the fact that it then was followed up by what it was followed up with, Kirk, then Irina Zarutska, and now the issue with both people trying to attack Indians because I guess they just thought they were easy licks. Oh no! I remember. It was because of someone Arena Gamer. This was a sin that was put onto you by Mutahar. That's why. That's right.
No, it's not. It's not Mutahar. It was happening way before Mutahar.
I think
it was happening way before Mutahar.
I know that the jokes.
Mutahar has nothing to do with it.
Like I know the jokes happened before.
The H1B stuff. Yeah, no, it has.
Wait, no, you're right.
H1B stuff.
You're right.
Yeah,
It was Vamaswamy.
Nothing to do with Mutahar. Mutahar is fine. Like he had nothing to do with racial hatred. If anything, he was in the same boat as me, and he got it much worse than I did. So I don't want to bring him into this. He's not responsible for any of it. He was probably one of these people who was a lightning rod for it, and he left Twitter for a good reason because of that, and everybody made fun of him, but nobody knows what that's like. Humans aren't built to deal with that. There's not anything more honorable about being able to deal with it and deciding that it's not for you, not dealing with it, So so like I don't blame him. It's all the H1B stuff and people sounding the alarms and saying that Indians are like low IQ, but they're stealing all our jobs that are that require master's degrees. You know, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a lot of great replacement stuff as well. There's a lot of great replacement, you know, conspiracy around that, and they think that the Indians are like engineered by the Jewish people to like come and replace everybody or whatever. I don't know. So
you code Mexican.
Yeah.
But yeah, to speak to what you said, I think the nature of it being that we've all become desensitized is actually a step in the wrong direction. I was actually talking about this before I did a Yappin', which is my Sunday call-in show that I do from my server for my audience, for anybody who wants to take the challenge to come into the call and speak about whatever it is that's on their mind. I was speaking to Bass FCZ, who does culture commentary, usually from the black and male perspective, especially around things like, say, the Red Pill, and social topics like this. And he and I were having a conversation with other people hearing us, where we discussed that, especially with his view about June Shonehead, that he felt that one of the things that was an eye-opening moment for a lot of people was to really notice how this kind of rhetoric metastasized into an actual problem for commentators, because if they're willing to attack somebody and hurt someone and then murder someone, like Kirk for what they say, there's really no telling what people are going to be willing to do at all. Because the last time that we technically ever saw this kind of thing happen, and I don't mean like something happened and an altercation was stopped by a bodyguard. I mean the last time that we saw a type of influencer or a type of public figure get assassinated just for existing and being a person that people liked was, I believe, Christina Grimm. To have that go from distant memory to someone's dead on campus, mic in their hand, answering a question, and the person that does it has the audacity to put "ooh woo what's this" memes and the input combo for a 50 kg bomb for Helldivers on the bullet kind of harkens back to the Christchurch shooting. Or I forget what mosque it was, the one that was tied to sub to PewDiePie one. I think that is Christchurch, but that kind of
it
attack.
Is Christchurch, yeah.
Yeah, that was happening to the mosque. It harkens back to that, where that was explicitly, I'm going to do this to get attention. What's the most popular thing happening? Oh, there's this war between PewDiePie and T-Series. I'm going to inject this here, and that just immediately knocks the culture sideways because none of us know how to react to that. And it's nobody's fault that it happened. He didn't ask for that to happen. He didn't ask for that attention, but it was put on him, and it's like, oh, shit. Because it's worse than his N1 moment, which happened out of rage, and it was gamer rage, not antagonistic hateful rage, you know, something that you'd expect from somebody like Bake Alaska, or something like from the biggest podcast in the universe, from Buster Baxter, as Eric July called him, and his fat Italian stand-in for his fucking lackey. But it was this level of accelerationism that it got so bad so quick that some people were like, oh shit, it actually is at the point where it's possibly a race war. Actually, somebody might take me out because I told a joke that they didn't like, and they might have somebody who lives near where I live, and they might actually do it. I already had people try to do this to me, so it's like, it's whatever. But that's not something you're mentally prepared to handle. You don't go into creation, and then you think, I need to get somebody to work security for my small 20-person meet and greet, because someone might shank me with a knife. You're not in that mental state where it's like, when I go to this event, DragonCon, TwitchCon, AWA, Gen Con, whatever convention you can think of, that I need to have a bodyguard so that I don't get my drink spiked, I don't get followed to my hotel room, I don't get antagonized while I'm on the convention floor, that somebody doesn't try to do something uncouth to me, that somebody doesn't try to photobomb me, that somebody doesn't try to nuisance string snipe me, or whatever. That's something that you don't want to have to think about. And certainly you wouldn't want to go through the worst that I think any smaller content creator went through, which is what I did, which is we have people who ingrain themselves in your audience to try and audience capture you, and they use your insecurities against you. That's probably the worst one. Because then it's like, I've been creating for people who hate who I am inherently, but I feel like if I don't do this thing, that it might be the case that I will never be able to reach this level of popularity, which is itself a lie that you tell yourself, because they do it when you're new, so that you don't have the antibodies to defend yourself against it. Everybody has to build them up some way, but some people get it worse than others. people like to claim that it's the blacks, but I think it's other minorities. I think it's probably your minority who gets the worst.
No, I don't know about that, but I think I don't even want to do that. Like, who gets it the worst, right?
It's not about a social cycle, but it's like the levels at which it comes from, the severity of how it comes at you determines how you end up growing your defense against it, which also can sometimes explain why people would put themselves in a fortress arc where it's like, I don't want to interact with any person who's going to be negative like that with me, but then it means then you end up having a policy of no outward engagement, only when you reach out to other people. And it's already hard if it's male to female or female to male, for the obvious reasons of, like, someone creeps in your DMs, and now you're having a moment where you're like, kidology.
Well, I mean, it's even like if you're a female and you interact with any male content creator, then it's like people start rumors and all of that. So, or people will just say weird shit, you know. But no
one's prepared for this, and it's something you have to grow into. And some people were lucky, and they got in before the racial component became a part of it. It honestly feels like
I think it was always part of it.
It
feels like it was always a part of it.
Like it was, but it's definitely gotten a lot crueler, a lot faster within the last 4 years. Definitely.
Yeah, no, it has. At least in the past 2 years, I've noticed some crazy inflation in some of the really hateful rhetoric. But I think I got to get going now, because I told my chat I would start doing some research on one of my video essays, and then I have to I have to end up doing some editing later tonight as well. Sorry, just a second.
Take your time. I got all day.
So it was good talking to you, though, and it was really interesting to hear your perspective on like the whole creator space and like collaboration and stuff like that. So yeah,
I'm more than happy to talk about whatever you want to talk about whenever you want to do it.
Okay, yeah, cool, same thing. Well, it was great meeting you and talking to you. Have a good one. Oh, wait. Let me link your YouTube channel. Just a second.
Okay.
Chat. This is Single Player Carl. Go check out Single Player Carl. Okay. And he's very cool. Okay. He's very down to earth. He's also a friend of Dev's. Short Fat Otaku. Okay. So go check him out. All right. Well, it was fun talking to you, Carl. I'll see you later. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You get down to business.
Bye.
And I'll see you later. Goodbye.
You too. See ya.
Fun conversation. Fun conversation. Ow, my back. Aw, somebody called me an anti-vaxxer moron. I don't know why they did that. I'm no anti-vaxxer moron. What? There's plenty of people in the chat room that were feeling the conversation, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. What time is it? It is 6:51. I need to have already fucking made dinner. I'm gonna go do that. Ow, my ass. My ass is created an imprint in my chair. Oh, right. I know I already have a dinner prepared for her. I just need to go heat it up and then go do my thing and then come back. Hopefully. Yes, Pip, Stardust is Indian. This is not new. Oh, right. I will be back promptly. Ladies and gentlemen, hello to everybody from Stardust Chat. I'm Coral. And I am trying to fix my webcam. There we are. I'm Coral. You can find me where you find all Carl and Carl-related accessories. And I will be back in the evening, if not playing my game of choice, possibly talking to others. If not doing my socially mandated time practicing in Eternal Return. So, I need to go do that. And after these messages, a nigga will be right back. Alrighty.